Was there a one there?
Well, if you'll remember, no, there's not a one there because when you're doing a production, you don't say the one.
That's right.
We have this
Yeah.
conversation yeah, like every time is the thing. It's like,
I forget how the rules work sometimes.
no, it's fine. I will also say that I forgot to be ready when I was about to say one, so really it was more like 6, 7, 8, and then I counted back down.
There's a lot of counting involved. I feel like the count from Sesame Street right now.
Yeah, I started the count too soon, so it wasn't just all on me. I fucked that up too. Anyway, hello everyone. Welcome to the Corpse of Cold Topic, episode 25, that John has decided to place on life support. I am your host, Sacrabalic, your envoy of hope.
And I'm ConquertheJohn, the necromancer of the podcast.
We're currently so you are watching a corpse just slowly fade away in an emergency room, going burp, 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 and John's
And
like, it might still make it. You don't know. People come out of comas, and I'm like, just pull the plug. Just pull the plug. And John's like, no, hold on,
No.
though. Hold on.
We'll keep this vegetable alive as long as we fucking can. It may be in a coma for months, but it'll come back eventually to just be put in a coma again.
You all don't fully appreciate how close the podcast came to cancellation, because I had it up to here. All right, I wanted my damn program back. So the message that I posted last night to John was just like, podcast tomorrow, ? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, wait, what? That was supposed to be messaging me being like, we're fucking canceled. I'm done with this bullshit. It's been like 6, 7 months.
And I pulled a fast one. I got him. And I was like, yeah, totally, dude. That's cool. Sack was in his chair like, what?
Like, what the fuck just happened? Whatever, it happened. Look, we were still on the fence for the last minute because I'm like, this motherfucker delays. I'm still done.
I was if it was a delay, it probably only would have been like 30 minutes because my dad called me. He's like, you need to stop at the house real quick, and I was like, fuck. So I tried to make that as quick as possible, and then I had to get dinner, and I was like, okay, I have like 20 minutes to like eat and like take a dump and like get in this room.
I also had to take a dump, for the record, like just right before the podcast.
Kindred dump spirits, right there.
Yeah, no, yeah. Oh shit, yeah. So we're here. We're doing this for the first time in 6 months, which was the first time we had done it in 8 months. Because there was also a multi-month delay before the last time we did it for one episode. We should have just ended at the anniversary, but here we are, doing this again.
Zach just needs to learn that he just needs to annoy me until I do stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because so we'll get into, I guess, where like what's been going on and stuff. Do you want to go first? Because mine will probably be a little long.
I don't know. I've had shit going on too myself, but yeah, I can rattle through my shit because I'm usually more secular. I changed jobs, so I don't work from home anymore. I actually have to go into the office. Usually, I kind of work later at nights now than I used to. They got me staying long. So yeah, that's why my streams are super late at night now. We're back to the old business stuff of that. The old chestnut of 12 o'clock 1 a.m. streams. I have like no fucking free time ever, so like this is probably the only day I could consistently show up, if even then, you know. Other than that, but I will say, new job pays a lot better.
Oh, yeah. That's great.
So. I bought some new shit. So I'm just going to talk about the new shit I bought. First off, I bought a bunch of video games. We don't need to talk about those. I haven't played them yet. Next thing we need to talk about, I bought a water flosser. Because I can't floss my teeth because they're in too tightly. So I bought a water flosser so I can floss my teeth. I've been flossing every night. You know the dentists tell you got to floss your teeth every night? Here's the thing. Been using my water flosser. Even if you don't think anything is caught in your teeth, I am every night shocked at the amount of shit that gets flushed out of my goddamn teeth when I floss them.
It really is shocking, yeah.
It's like, why is there so much shit in there? How does this happen?
I didn't eat spinach for the last 3 days.
You a nightly flosser also?
I floss. I'm weird. I brush my teeth in the shower in the morning.
Okay.
So I floss my teeth in the shower as well.
Okay.
The reason why, I'm a very avid person of brushing your teeth in the shower, because if you brush your teeth after you get out of the shower and you get fucking like toothpaste and shit all over you, you have to then wash it off. If it's in the shower, boom, you're already in the shower. It's just way more convenient, and you're like, think about it, like you spend at least like at least me, like I spend at least 5 minutes like just standing under the water like in the morning, just like kind of like waking up and shit like that, like rinsing the filth off from the day before. So that's why I think the perfect time to brush your teeth is in the morning. It's in the shower.
How many showers do you take a day?
It depends. If I get like really gross, I'll take 2 a day. But if I don't get like super gross, I'll just take the 1 in the morning.
So I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I shower once a day.
Yeah.
I'm a night showerer, right?
I'm a morning shower.
So I figure I don't get all that dirty when I'm sleeping, because I'm not taking the dirt into the bed with me. So I shower before I go to bed, so I get all that day grime off, right? Yeah.
I'm very much a sleep sweater, so that's why I have to shower in the morning.
Yeah.
I get disgusting during the night.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
So
this conversation got really like.
It's fine.
Hygienic real quick.
It's honestly, it's probably better than. Anyway, yeah. Shocking amount of crap comes out of your teeth when you floss is the thing. So I floss before brushing. Apparently dentists say it doesn't super matter, but my thing is like if you're brushing your teeth, you're getting all of the like stuff that comes out, because flossing's supposed to knock the crap out of your teeth, right? So like you're just gonna have to re-rinse. That's gonna get the fluoride out of your teeth, so there's no point in brushing anyway. So I don't care that dentists say it doesn't matter. It matters. You floss, then you brush.
Yeah, I floss, brush, then mouthwash.
Yeah, yeah. You're supposed to wait like 20 minutes to mouthwash after you brush. I don't have
that time. I do not have that time.
Nobody has time to do that, dentists.
No, yeah. Like I don't know what they're thinking. They're like, yeah, you can wait 20 minutes. It's like, no. I get out of the fucking shower, I get my clothes on, I make my coffee, and I'm out the fucking door within 10 minutes, like at least.
Yeah, no. Nobody's got time for that, dentists, all right?
No.
Shut the fuck up.
Maybe at nighttime, but like I brush my teeth at night, but I don't like I won't mouthwash. I'll just like brush my teeth because I'm like whatever. I do that shit in the morning. So.
I do all my mouthwash stuff at night. So
we're on opposite mouthwashing schedules.
That's right. Yeah. And then other cool thing I bought. I'm excited about this one. I bought a bidet. So I literally don't have to wipe my own ass anymore. It's great. Actually, my justification was, if the bidet cuts toilet paper use by half, it'll pay for itself in like 6 months. It's cut it down to like a third. It's so much less toilet paper. Oh my god, the bidet. And
I've considered it, but I feel like if I get drunk one night, I'm just gonna like somehow either break it or like just shoot water like across the fucking room somehow.
Well, you do that if you don't sit down.
Yeah, or like I'll like puke in the toilet and then like spray myself in the face by accident. I don't know. Like, these are all the variables I think about before I make any purchase.
You know what though? I'm into it. I installed it myself. It was a little bit of a pain with a washer situation where I didn't put the washer in the right place. But you know what? It's fixed. It's working. I've had it for like a month now. It's doing great.
10 out of 10.
I also bought one other thing. Oh, I also bought a cool fan. I bought a better dehumidifier. The fan works great. The dehumidifier works like a fucking heater. It's very effective at doing its job. It's a good dehumidifier. This one definitely works, but dear God, does it output heat?
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah.
That's the problem with dehumidifiers.
I used to have one in my bedroom, and then like my ex would run it like while we were sleeping, and like it would just be not cool. Like,
yeah.
Like it'd be so fucking hot.
The problem is the better a dehumidifier works, the hotter it runs.
Yeah.
So
No thanks.
and then I got something I'm not as enthused about, but I still got it. I hosted a message on Content Talk a couple days ago. I don't know if anyone saw it. I know Maid saw it. Maid noticed the post.
I'm terrible at checking stuff, so... Oh, you got your PS5, yeah.
But do you see what's on it?
Oh, yeah! Yeah! I love that for you.
Yeah, so I got a PS5. So we can go back to doing... The idea... I gotta still get another capture card. Probably... hey, Bone, what's going on? By the way, hello, everyone. I didn't greet anyone. Hi, Maid, Arsic. Hi, Pache. Hi, Bone. How y'all doing tonight? Welcome,
what's up, guys?
Welcome to the dying corpse of Cold Topic. Yeah, I got a PS5. I'm looking at getting a capture card, maybe a week or two away from that. And then, because I got to do enough research into it. And I have to rebuy a copy of Kingdom Hearts, because I tried installing all of my Kingdom Hearts games onto the PS5. Because I bought this thing to fucking buy to play PS4 games, for the record.
That's literally where I bought mine too.
Put a pin in that for a second, because I got to talk about that. But in the meantime, yeah, and I never actually tried to install all of the Kingdom Hearts discs. It turns out my 2.8 disc doesn't work. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably just going to get a used copy off eBay for $6. Swap it out in the case for the working copy, and then take the broken copy and just shove it with my fucking copy of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood.
Actually, I have to do something
broken.
Similar with these headphones, because these headphones, for whatever reason, will not work unless they're fucking plugged in now. I don't know what happened. But all of a sudden, they just don't fucking say charged anymore. So I'm gonna buy a new pair and just return them, because I already paid for them. I don't give a fuck.
Now, some people might be thinking, hey, Sack, with all this new windfall you're talking about, all this money you're throwing around buying shit, why didn't you buy another ring light? Did you not have the money for the ring light because you spent it all on the PS5? No, I'm not buying another ring light because I no longer care about the quality of my streams.
That's fair.
I don't give a shit anymore. I'm done. This is a fucking victory lap for me. We're gonna finish fucking favorite search, and that's it. I'm bouncing.
The end of an era.
Made a fucking schedule for favorite search. What with the new console games and stuff. Did that last night. Oh yeah, back to the fucking PS5 thing. Yeah, I got it just to play PS4 games. The only version I could find was the bundled version with God of War Ragnarok, and I'm like, I don't want God of War Ragnarok, and they're like, well, we only have God of War Ragnarok, and I'm like, oh. And then they're like, because I was talking to the guy at Walmart, and he's like, yeah, from what I heard, we're only ever getting the God of War Ragnarok version. We're not buying the regular version. You now have to buy it with God of War Ragnarok. And I'm like, because I don't just not want God of War Ragnarok. I kind of want to actively not own it.
I'll buy it off you, Sack, if you really don't want it.
I've already used the code. I have God of War Ragnarok now.
Oh, it's a disc. I wouldn't. Yeah, I like the disc versions.
Yeah. So anyway, God of War Ragnarok. Look forward to that fucking probably in 7 years, maybe.
Coming soonish.
Look forward to that in Favorite Search Season 4. Favorite Search Season 3.
It was the same thing when I got my PS4. I got it through GameStop. This was when they were hard to get to. So my bundle came with an extra fucking controller for no reason.
Yeah.
A GameStop fucking gift card for $25 or some shit. Miles Morales Spider-Man, a digital copy of the remastered Spider-Man, and Demon Souls.
Those are all awesome though.
Yeah, which I was like, okay, this is not a bad bundle, but I was like, I could have I didn't want the extra controller. I just have it here. It just sits here. I'm waiting for the other one to break, so I just have a backup at this point. That's the only, it just sits in the box. It's just there.
Yeah, but controllers break all the time. By the way, I finally got fucking Joy-Con drift.
Oh, really?
But not on the one that everyone says. Everyone always says it's the right one that Joy-Con drifts. No, it's my left one. Probably because I
Weird.
play my games different than everyone else.
Maybe, yeah. I've never experienced a drift. I did upgrade my Switch to an OLED in September, and I barely use it. So in order to get drift, I would probably need to play it. But I do keep buying Switch games and just leaving them in the fucking case, or not in the case, but like unopened. Like I have, I think 6 unopened Switch games. Like I got 2 downstairs on my coffee table and like 4 behind me right now. One of them being Metroid Prime Remastered.
I forgot Metroid Prime Remastered came out. There's probably a handful of Switch games that I could get.
I hunted for that fucking game for like a week.
There's probably a few Switch games that I'm missing. I want to get Link's Awakening, Tears of the Kingdom's coming out. There's the Metroid Prime game because I want to get into Metroid at some point. And there was one other Switch game that I thought was actually worth fucking acquiring. Xenoblade Chronicles. I'd probably get into at some point. So
yeah, I still need to get 3 houses. That's a game I still need to get. I need to cut back on buying video games though. I have a problem.
Yeah, no, I get it. As for like 3 houses, we're gonna do a playthrough at some point. I couldn't get my Switch dock working, so I might need to buy a new Switch dock though. So I'm not sure. I need to run some tests to see, which sucks because I've never used the Switch dock literally goddamn ever. So we'll see if I need to buy a new one or not.
So you can get the Nintendo one, and I can. I have like a dock for my Steam Deck.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't ever actually tested it on the Switch, but I can test it for you and see if it works. I think the one I got was like $30-$40 or whatever. I think I
would get the actual Nintendo one because from what I've heard, there are issues with certain like other Steam decks that not Steam decks, Switch docks. Yeah, Switch docks. Apparently, they can actually like break the console.
Oh yeah. That's probably why I haven't actually tried it yet.
Yeah. So if I have to get one, I'll get the official Nintendo one.
And I think I have 2
is
docks anyway,
fucking vastly overpriced.
It really is.
I fucking hate Nintendo. Nintendo is like the worst goddamn company, and the only reason people put up with them is because their game development teams are on point. Yeah. Straight up, if they put out games at like the same quality of Ubisoft, Nintendo would have been bankrupt like 5 times over by now.
We just had this conversation at work like a few days ago, like how I love Nintendo, but also have a strong hate for them too.
Yeah, no, fuck Nintendo. Where the theme of this episode of this podcast is gonna be fuck Nintendo. That's gonna be the theme of this. Just fuck you, Nintendo. I hate you.
Oh, we love you. We love you so much.
I don't love Nintendo. I don't love Nintendo at all. I wish that their game dev studios were independent and they could just make their own games outside of the Nintendo umbrella. And if that were true, that'd be great because they could also start publishing on other platforms, like I don't know, fucking Steam, for example.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Very true.
Yeah, so Nintendo can eat a fucking dick.
Rant. Welcome back.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's just going to keep going. Anyway, yeah, bought a PS5. Before I got a PS5, though, I'm like, I want to see if there's any games on PS5 actually worth playing. So I looked at all of the PS5 games. So here's the thing. The only thing that looked even halfway interesting was like Demon's Souls, but I'm not going to spend $70 for a game I already own.
You can probably buy used for cheaper.
I'm not going to. So yeah, there are no PS5 games I'm interested in. I know Final Fantasy 16 has a 1-year exclusive deal. I'm just going to wait for it to come to PC. And there is an Atelier Marie remake that is coming to PS5. But all of the other Atelier games post Arlen Saga are also on PC. So I can only imagine that that's also a 1-year timed exclusive deal. I can wait a year for an Atelier Marie remake if I can wait a year for a fucking Final Fantasy 16 remake. So, like, what the fuck do I care? Like, so there's nothing on PS5. To me, my PS5 is just a very powerful PS4.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, that's what I play more PS4 games on my PS5 than I do PS5 games.
Yeah.
Like I bought it to play like all the Digimon games that only were on like fucking PS4 until a year later they all came to fucking Steam. So congratulations to me for spending $800 on a machine when I could have just played it on my fucking PC. And like a couple other exclusives and stuff too. Like I wanted to play like The Last of Us, which I still haven't beaten because I think the game's kind of boring.
It is kind of boring.
Dude, a great story, boring gameplay in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Like it might be a hot take, but I don't like that type of gameplay. So yeah.
No, I'm with you on Last of Us. I'm not a big Last of Us fan anyway, either.
That's fair. Yeah. That's fair. I actually forgot to put that. I should have put that on the docket, but whatever. Like that show is pretty good. 8 out of 10. There you go. There's my review.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. PS5 new capture card. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I think those are most of my updates. I think that's most of what I've done.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. So what about you? What do you got?
All right, so it's been a very, very long while. So I'll keep it kind of brief and just kind of hit some bullet points. Where do I even start? Obviously I've been working a lot with my job. I started streaming again, and then a couple things happened, and obviously I stopped streaming again. So I kind of want to give like a brief like reason and kind of like what the state of my channel at least might look like. I don't know if I'm coming back streaming anytime soon. I just want to be 100% transparent about that. Just because like it's like I'm trying to find the words, but like I want to do it, but I just also don't at the same time sometimes. Like I get home, I work 10-hour days mostly. I get home from work and sometimes I just want to like relax and play a game and like not have to entertain people. And that kind of sucks is like streaming is also something that I really like and like doing, and I like hanging out with everyone too. But like some days like I just really don't feel it.
Mm-hmm.
And that sucks. Also, like some other stuff happened, and I got into a fight with a friend, and that kind of really bummed me out, and that kind of led to me not wanting to stream anymore. Just because I don't know, I just kind of fell out of that. Every time I wanted to go back, I just couldn't. So I don't know right now.
Mm-hmm.
So as of right now, the road to 100 is postponed or possibly canceled altogether.
We'll put a pin in it because I got to talk about the road to 100 in a second also.
Yeah. Just because like I don't know, and like there's some other things that are going on right now. I did recently get into a pretty bad car accident a couple weeks ago, so my car is fucking done.
Are you okay?
So that's my back and my neck kind of suck, but other than that, like I'm good. So obviously another thing would be sitting in a chair for long periods of time kind of fucking sucks too. But I kind of just deal with it and manage right now. So that's like another thing, another little bullet point. Also, I know I've talked about it multiple times, but I struggle with obviously mental illness and stuff too. So sometimes being in a funk really doesn't help either.
Mm-hmm.
I do obviously go to therapy every other week to try to help with that. That's another thing. But you know, I don't like talking about that bullshit and stuff like that. That's kind of my shit. So like that's kind of like where that stuff is right now. It's kind of hard to say like what things are going to look like over the next couple months. I may actually have to move in with my dad, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream there. I don't know what kind of internet it's going to look like and stuff like that. Especially like being in a house with my parent and obviously my stepmom and stuff too. And like my dad goes to like bed really early, so I don't know how stuff like that is going to work if I have to do that. So there's just like a lot of like personal shit I gotta kind of figure out. As for like the podcast and stuff, I do want to do that, because I can commit to something that's once a month at least right now. It's not that I haven't wanted to do it. It's just like I got so much shit going on right now with like everything and like trying to figure shit out that it's been kind of like just kind of in the back of my mind and not like I don't want to say like it's not important because it is important because like I like doing it, you know, and obviously it's a scheduled type thing, but like I said, you just kind of gotta annoy me and just be like, hey, let's do this because then I'll do it because that's just how my brain works, I guess. So that's kind of where things are right now. I just got to kind of figure out some things. Like I might maybe do like a stream here and there. Like I'm trying my fucking damnedest to do it. Like there's nights where there's like mornings I wake up, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna try to do this tonight when I got home from work. But like lately I've also been covering other stores that are a little bit farther away. Like case in point, I've been like in a store in Connecticut that's like 45 minutes away. And they close at 9 o'clock, so I get home at like 10:30, and I'm not gonna start a stream then because I have to go to bed and go to work the next day. So it's kind of a pain in the ass and stuff right now. Because like I'm trying to work on getting a promotion, blah blah blah, so that way I can work a little bit less, which would be really nice. So like that's kind of like where things are with that. So I don't want I never really talked about it in my Discord at least. Like I don't want anyone to be like I'm abandoning like the channel and like the Discord and stuff like that. It's just that I have like a multitude of bullshit just going on right now. So it's kind of hard to like juggle like my personal life and like stuff like that and like my work life and all that shit because I try to keep everything separate, you know what I mean? I don't try to like let anything go into another thing. Like I leave my personal shit outside of work so that stuff doesn't get to me, and like I try to like not talk about work and like think about work when I'm at home, stuff like that, you know what I mean? So like that's kind of where that is. I've also been buying way too many fucking games lately too. So that's been a big thing. I finally hit 500 games on Steam, which huge accomplishment, I think. So there are stuff that I want to do. Like if I do go back to streaming, I do want to continue doing the road to 100. Obviously, it's not going to be done within a year because realistically, if I would have kept the schedule I initially wanted to, I might have been able to kind of do it depending on how some things could have gone. You never know, you know. I could have done some crazy glitches and stuff.
I do know.
It was the fun. We could have done it. No, it was there was no way I could have done any of that in a year. Like realistically, like I shouldn't have been like, yeah, we can do this all in a year because I think that put way too much pressure on me, honestly, too. That was like another thing too. I think if we would have just said, hey, we're gonna
here's a list of 100 games we want to play.
I should have done that initially because I think that kind of like after I stopped, like when a couple things happened, like I couldn't stream a couple of those times, it started catching up to me where I was like, I'm not gonna be able to actually finish this in a year.
No.
And like that kind of like fucked me up a little bit. And a multitude, a couple other things, but if I do go back, I do want to continue that because I think it's fun doing it how we're doing it, like with picking a game, like playing a game.
You better, because you owe me like 100,000 million points for that fucking Nocturne pick. If you don't play Nocturne, I want my like million points back.
I have Nocturne. I do have Nocturne, and you did play through Battle Network, so I do owe you.
Fucking God.
Which I did lurk in a couple times and watch.
We'll talk about the Battle Network thing when we talk about content, but
so I do want to continue that just because like I do enjoy like the games that are picked. I think it's a fun way to stream and kind of like, you know, see what like how it goes and stuff like that because it's less formulaic and kind of more random, and I think that kind of brings like a little bit of
spice.
I don't know what the word.
Fun,
yeah, kind of like exactly.
Levity,
like,
spontaneity.
Because you know, there could be a day where I finish 3 games, and then there could be like a whole 2 weeks where I'm playing a JRPG. So it's stuff like that that I think is really cool. And then like I don't really have to plan on what I'm playing because I'm just letting the wheel decide for me, which is pretty cool. So. But other than that, I mean, there's not much else is going on like in my life really. I'm kind of just at like a weird stagnant place where I'm kind of just like living. So,
aren't we all?
Yeah. So I mean, it's been a lot of fun. Like just doing it and stuff, you know. I'm kind of just figuring out. But like I do want to stream. I just can't make any promises right now. I gotta there's a lot of stuff I gotta figure out before that happens within the next month, so, or the next couple months, I would say. But I will try my best. So that is about it.
Well, keep me posted about the podcast thing, because if not, I want my damn show back.
Well, if Thursdays work for you, statistically, unless there's a movie that's coming out, I don't do much on Thursdays.
Okay.
So if Thursdays work for you, we can plan it on Thursdays. Next month
usually work for me.
Yeah.
I can't guarantee they'll work in perpetuity, but they have been working for a while.
Yeah, I know next month there are a couple Thursday night showings I'm going to, because there's like a movie every week coming out next month. Like I'm seeing Spider-Man, Flash, Transformers, and Indiana Jones. Basically, I'm going to the movies like once a week next month. I only think I'm seeing the Flash and Spider-Man on like opening night. I think I'm seeing the other two on like a Sunday or some shit. So I think those are the only Thursday. I haven't bought my tickets yet for 3 of the movies because they haven't done pre-release yet. So
yeah. But real quick, back to the subject of, because you also kind of talked about upcoming content, which is usually the segment we do after what's going on with us.
Yeah.
I didn't really get to do that. But let's wrap your subject on that, because when you announced Road to 100 games, you were like 4 games in, and I showed up in like week 2, and I'm like, you know this is impossible, right? And you're like, nah, I can do it. And Arsek's like, yeah, he's got this. We've already beaten so many games. And I'm like, you know this is impossible, right? Like, I'm looking through this list. You will never succeed at doing this in a year. And everyone's like, it's fine. Some of the games are super short. And I'm like, some of these games are super long. And you're like, some of these games are super short. And I'm like, if you want to beat 100 games in a year, you need to beat a game every 3.65 days. And they're like, we were ahead of that. And I'm like, you're ahead of that for now. You're not going to be ahead of that in like a month from now. So just because it was, we understand you've been in a difficult place, John, but what you need to understand is I need to prove I was right. So we're putting a pin in this for one brief second. It is the 131st day of the year. That means that in order to be on track to beat 100 games by the end of the year, you need to have currently beat 35.8 games. How many games have you beaten?
1 second. I have that info. Where is it? Road to 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8.
8 games.
8 games.
Yeah. Banjo-Tooie took a lot longer than I expected. I expected that game to be like 3 streams tops. That turned into 6 or 7. And then at the end of it, I unleashed my inner sack and I cheated because I was done with it.
Yes. But that also means that in order to make it to the end of the year, you would need to speed up by 4.475 times. You have to go you have to go about 4.5 times faster than you're currently doing.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
It was never going to happen. The fact that chat was immediately against me when I was like, this is impossible.
I thought I was a lot better than I was going, like it was, yeah. I did not see Persona was not in the question.
Persona wasn't in the question. It was too long.
when I did this list, the only reason why Nocturne is on there is because I love Sack, and if he says play Nocturne and he pays for it, I have to play Nocturne.
It was also, for the record, it was only over by like 1 hour from the original requirements. So it wasn't that big of an exception. Anyway, yeah, it was never going to happen. You were never going to beat 100 games.
No, it wasn't.
On the other hand, I've actually started resuming streaming. I stream every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday now. And I've been consistent about this for over a month now. We finished Horror Month, which lasted 4 months. 3 months. We beat Fatal Frame 4. We beat, I think, like Resident Evil 6. We did Kuon. Kuon was a good time. We did one other horror game, but I don't remember what it was. And yeah, we recently beat Assassin's Creed. We've started KOTOR, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, which I often cite as my favorite game of all time. We'll see if it still is at the end, but honestly, having a pretty good time so far. And yeah, we finished Mega Man Battle Network, which is the worst viewer request ever received, and as was announced, the game that killed viewer requests. I no longer accept viewer requests. We're not doing that anymore. The only 2 viewer requests we're still doing got grandfathered in because they were made before viewer requests got canceled.
I'm sorry, everyone.
It was so fucking bad. I always assumed someone would kill it. I just thought it would be back tier.
It was me. I'm the killer.
Game was so unbelievably bad that at one point I just cheated to turn off fights.
I think there's actually in the re-releases that just came out, I believe they have that option now.
Yeah. I wonder why.
Yeah, I believe so. I'm trying to remember who killed viewer requests in my stream. I don't remember. Arsenic would probably remember.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely terrible. Another thing I did, consistently uploaded anime videos on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and this has gone on for over a year. We made it past the year anniversary for Popcorn and Reheated. I have not missed a single week.
Has it been a whole fucking year?
It's been over a year. We're on like episode
Jesus.
60 now or something. Because it was in March when Popcorn and Reheated started.
May, to answer your question, I wanted him to play real Mega Man game, but he refused.
That didn't happen. He didn't even attempt it. He was like, I thought he'd refuse.
Well, I wanted him to play the first one. I think I wanted to play Mega Man X. I think that was like the initial one, but then I was like, you know what? Battle Network might be a little bit more fun for him because it's a JRPG. Okay, let me preface this by saying I've never played Battle Network, so I didn't know what it fully entailed.
You didn't know how bad it was.
But I knew like what the gameplay was. I was like, maybe Sack would like this. I was wrong, and I will apologize for that. I heard it gets better when it gets to like Star Force and stuff like that.
Here,
like the
2 or 3 are acceptable games.
Yeah, I heard after the GBA they like really step up in quality.
It's number 86. The only game lower than it on the list is Dark Souls 3.
Speaking of Dark Souls, I do want to say unfortunately ripped to Dark Souls 2 playthrough. Because I sold my Xbox because it literally has done nothing but sat and collected dust for almost 2 years. So I do want to say RIP to Dark Souls 2.
Oh, no. No one thought we were going to do that.
Yeah.
No one thought that was still a thing.
After I sold my X, because like a person at work wanted one, I was like, oh, whatever, I have one. Just give me like $1.50 for it or whatever. A day or two later, I was like, fuck. That's what had Dark Souls 2 on it.
John, what you need to understand is that we have not done the Dark Souls 2 playthrough since before the podcast started.
Yes. So it is a
so
very
no
long
one
time.
thought that was still a thing.
Fair enough. I just wanted to bring that up because it is officially dead now. We can never go back to it because I am not starting from the beginning. I refuse.
To be fair, 99% of that playthrough was your fault. So
That's fair. But in the future, if we ever want to do 3, I would be down to do 3.
I'd be down to do 3. I'll walk you through 3.
Yes.
I hate that game with a fucking passion, but it's also piss baby easy, and I can probably walk you through it with a blindfold on.
I've also played a good amount of it too, but I feel like it would be fun to just play through it with you.
Yeah, no, I'd be
I
down.
feel like it would be like I felt like Dark Souls 1 was like a fun playthrough, like just like with us. And then when we got to 2, like I don't know, like something felt weird about the second one for some reason, like playing through it. So I feel like 3 would kind of go back to the first one for some reason, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
I don't know. It would be an interesting dynamic because I fucking hate that game. This is my least favorite video game of all time.
And I
would rather replay Battle Network.
Well, that can happen. I'll walk you through Battle Network.
You've never played Battle Network. You just said that 2 seconds ago. Anyway.
Yeah, I can get a guide.
I had a guide. They're bad. They're bad guides. They're not good guides.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, over a year of 3 episodes every single week, non-stop.
Congratulations on that.
Huh?
I said congratulations on that. I've been working on the same video for 2 years now. It'll never come out.
I don't think anyone thought it was.
If anyone wants to hear the audio, I will gladly play the audio of it during the stream so you can at least hear the stuff that I did do. Because I recorded the entire audio for the episode.
But yeah, I also I've been experimenting with episodes on Sunday. I want to start bringing Dartboard to Sundays to help out with that. Which is largely what resulted in this podcast, where I'm like, I need Sunday content.
John's like, no.
And
I brought the tables out, and I'm like, we're bringing it back, bro.
Other personal announcement that I forgot is I achieved a milestone, and not one of you fuckers congratulated me on this when I made the post or when I posted the video.
What was it?
I have completed my 1,000th anime.
Did I miss it?
Not a single fucking congratulations from goddamn anyone. So and the review, my videos are backlogged several months in advance. The review for the 1000th anime has also already been released. Not a single fucking one of you said anything.
So, I have a lot of Discords. There are 4 that are not muted. Yours is one of them, and I try to keep up on it, but I'm also fucking forgetful as shit, so I will apologize for that.
Well, you would need to go back several months.
Yeah, and that was probably like several months ago was when I was like very much disassociated with social media stuff for a little bit. Mm-hmm. So that might have been why I missed it.
Yeah,
like I was barely posting in my own Discord. Like Arctic was keeping my Discord going for a while.
I'm gonna drop my.
Thank you, Arctic.
Anyway, yeah, so I finished my 1000th anime. It was Your Lie in April. It was okay. There you go.
My daughter likes that one.
Your Lie in April. It's okay.
Yeah, she likes that.
It's fine. It's very predictable. You can literally predict basically the entire plot from the poster, and I did. So, yeah. So I'm done. That was it. That was my intro.
That was mine too. Yeah. But yeah, if anyone does want to actually care about the retro report, I will literally just play like what I have in the Discord one night. Just for everyone that wants to, because I've been talking about this video for 2 years now, and I slowly get somewhere with it, and yeah. So we're trying to keep it alive for a while, and I appreciate you very much. You have no idea. I want retro report. Like literally, if you want to watch it, but I think it's like 18 minutes or something like that. We can watch. We'll watch in Discord.
Maid posted that she listened to my Love List video. Here's what I'm going to say about my Love List video. I fucking hated that video when I was making it. I was like, this video fucking sucks. I just want to get it through. Because it's like 7 uninterrupted minutes of like audio, and like the longer I have to edit a video, the more I fucking hate the video and the more sick I get of my own goddamn voice. But I made that video like months ago, rewatched it because I always rewatch my videos to make sure the audio's okay, like when it came out. And I you know what, that video came out pretty damn good, honestly.
that was like
it opens with anger and just evolves into sheer fucking confusion.
That was like when I did my one episode of my solo podcast. Mm-hmm. I realized that editing out all my fucking weird like mouth noises that I make sometimes was fucking painful. So that's why I was like, I don't think.
Yes. Oh, speaking of solo cast. So anyway, yeah, I have one prepped and ready to fire off when this inevitably dies. Arsic, if you want to call in. I'm going to have an open call policy. Anyone can call in. You can call in, John. Arsic can call in. I think it'd be nice to get a little viewer chat going on sometimes. Or not. I don't care. Doesn't matter. My streams have turned viewers into irrelevant. It's just me talking. I don't even care anymore. But yeah.
Fair enough, yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Although I am thinking about rebranding it. I will say that. So I'm good to start my topic. I've drained my entire water during this recap, though. But I'm good to start my topic if you are.
Yeah. I just want to say the Super John cast is officially dead. There will be no new episodes.
You actually said that after one?
Yeah.
So
I just want to reiterate that is probably never coming back.
Terry, hi Terry, how's it going today? Yeah, I'll let Terry in. I don't give a shit. Well, it's also like there is going to be an inevitable Sunrider playthrough as part of favorite search, and that game may get me banned on Twitch. My care meter is gone. I don't give a shit. Maybe we'll go to fucking Kick. Tell you what, if I'm forced to go to Kick, I promise you right now, if we go to Kick, exclusively on Kick, where apparently the TOS are a lot lighter, if we go to Kick,
very much
Song of Saya uncensored, it'll happen. Straight up. I'm just gonna fucking do it. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit, dog.
I'm fucking done, bro.
Anyway. First topic?
Yeah, let's go. Let me pull up the topic list.
Okay.
So, let me do my my duties.
Okay. I mean, I already know what it is because I have it all on this list here, but
oh, cool. I can talk about this one too.
My give a fuck disappeared last week when I started playing Jedi Survivor stream since I started.
This is not the right one. This was the one from last week. Okay, I'm looking at this. I'm like, oh, I played a lot of these games. This is the wrong list. The one from last time is still in here. All right.
Well, I don't have the authority to delete anything. I'm not one of your editors.
Oh yeah, I don't know why you're an editor on the panel. Whatever. Oh, okay, yeah, let's go.
All right, you ready? I think you have played this game though, right?
No.
No?
I've only played the first one, yeah.
Oh, well, alright. So, about 6 months ago, I played Final Fantasy X-2.
Zach's gonna just keep saying stuff like that, like 6 months ago, just to make me feel worse about this.
Possibly 7, frankly.
Damn it.
So, about 7 months ago, I played Final Fantasy X-2. And guess what, John?
It's not good.
No, that's not what I was going to say.
Okay, what?
I 100%ed this game.
Okay, why? Okay, I should have just like, I just should have known. It was either it's not good or I 100%ed this game. I don't know why I even had to think about that. We've been doing this for almost 3 fucking years now. And I still don't learn.
You want to get used to saying things. Get used to me saying that also.
What, 100% today?
You get used to that.
Fair enough, yeah.
So Final Fantasy X-2, I enjoyed it a bit when I played it for 10 minutes as a kid. I'll say this. The plot is stupid. the characters leave a bit to be desired. It is kind of just like dumb fun, and I do enjoy playing the game. The big issue is that if you're going for 100% completion on it, it is a goddamn pain in the ass to actually do. Like, you need to use a guide every step of the way. I'm not fucking around with you when I say that part of the guide is like, hey, go to sleep, and then you'll wake up and nothing will happen. But if you didn't go to sleep when the guide told you to, start the fuck over, you fucked up. Like, it's that bad. Like, you have to do everything in an exact specific order in order to actually, like, get all of the scenes in this game. It is a colossal, unmitigated pain in the ass.
Final Fantasy X was kind of like that too. Like, I had to use because I also wanted to 100% that game, and then I got like halfway through and I said fuck it, because I had to use a guide for like everything in that game. So
you don't need a guide to 100% Final Fantasy X.
I did. I've never played it before.
I mean, it's like
I'm lazy,
useful
bro.
if you need to like know monster locations and stuff like that. Like, it's helpful, but like you need it every step of the way in this game. Like, if you turn left when you're supposed to turn right, you're fucked. Like,
oh, you can't go back?
No. And it's missable. The stuff is missable, unlike in Final Fantasy X. It's a fucking nightmare. Like, if you just played as like a normal game, you'll probably have a good time, but if you're actually trying to see everything the game has to offer and talk to people and get all the scenes, you're gonna have a bad time.
The only game where I think that's acceptable is Chrono Trigger.
Is there a lot of missable stuff in Chrono? No, Chrono Trigger's a lot more open than this, because you can time travel more freely.
Yeah, but you can also miss stuff if you like do stuff in the wrong order. Like, if you're trying to get like a certain like ending or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the only game I think that's like acceptable.
No, the only thing I can compare this to is like Atelier. Like, it's that much of a pain in the ass where it's like you need a structured guide in order to actually fucking finish. It is nightmarish, and I'm gonna be honest, the dress fear mechanic is kind of cool. Like, swapping between the dresses, the weapons, like catching monsters is okay. It's just like this very much feels like a vacation, kind of like, okay, you did Final Fantasy X, everything sucked, now we're just having some fun with it. And I do appreciate it. I kind of appreciate the vibe, I kind of appreciate the characters. Pain's a bit boring. What are you gonna do about it? But you get to see, like, Waka have his kid. The minigames suck. The minigames suck.
Okay, hot take. I don't think Blitzball is that good either.
That's not a hot take. No one likes Blitzball.
Okay.
But yeah. But yeah, no, like 10-2 is... 10-2's got some good stuff about it. It's not a completely negative experience, but it would be such a better experience if it wasn't so structured. It's one of those games where it feels like... Well, Maid brought this up for one of the playthroughs about, like, weird canon timelines, and I'm trying to remember what game she mentioned this about, but it was a game I played. But it feels like... It feels like the developer did a playthrough, and then whatever the developer did when the developer did it, that's what you have to do to finish the game. Like, it feels like you have to follow someone else's playthrough, and there's like no personal freedoms for you as a player to fuck around with.
Yeah. I will say they are my least favorite characters in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Oh yeah, they just make them weird fairies for some fucking reason.
That is the only kind of like...
What a bizarre decision.
Fucking exposure I've really had to all three of these characters. Well, I mean, obviously she's in the first one, but like...
So's Rico.
Yeah, but I don't remember.
Rico is literally your first party member. It's literally your second party member.
I don't remember that shit.
You remember the second party member? There's the tutorial with Oron, and then you go into the water, and then you team up with the Albed, and Riku is the Albed girl you team up with. The only one that's new, as part of the three main characters in this, is Pain.
See, forgettable.
Pain is forgettable. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, the other girl too, because I don't remember what my team was in 10. I know that bitch was on it because she's the healer, so.
Do you know?
Yeah.
She's like the dude antagonist.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? You just don't remember 10 is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I really don't. I played it. Oh, God, I had to be like... No, it was Was it last summer? I don't know. I played it a while ago.
You just don't remember 10.
Oh, I think I played it on Steam. Let me see what it says. I either played it on Steam or Xbox. Oh, also something I didn't mention. I finally sorted my Steam games.
One of the rarest achievements I have on Steam is 100%ing Final Fantasy X too, by the way.
I did not play
like
it on
under
Steam.
1% of people have that achievement. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is in my unplayed on Steam.
You'd be baffled by my Steam list. It's so much more organized. Anyway, yeah. There's things to like. There is a character in this called LeBlanc, who is the head of the LeBlanc crime family. She's the best, and I love her. And you get to give her massages. So 10-2's not all bad. I'm good to move.
All right, next one.
Oh, 10-2. I don't remember what I gave it. I don't remember the scores for these games.
I just make one up.
6.
There we go.
All right. I did Final Fantasy 10-2 last mission. Guess what?
You 100%ed it.
I 100%ed this game. So this is a weird card-based combat system where you play as the characters and it's semi-permanent death. And the girls just have to climb a tower. And I think they're collecting like a sphere or something. I don't remember all the details. But what this does is this is part of the 10 story where they ruin Final Fantasy X.
For everyone.
Yeah, no, genuinely though, for everyone, because this takes place after the novels, and the novels are awful, and I'm not fucking around when I say everyone hates the novels. There are very few people that like the novels. Titus dies to a blitzball bomb. It's like a bomb in a blitzball. He explodes and dies. And then they like resurrect his body with or some shit, and then like him and Yuna break up, and then Sin comes back. So like everything that happened, like all of Final Fantasy X, all of Final Fantasy X-2 was pointless. Why'd you do it? Doesn't fucking matter. It's fucking pointless. Only way to beat 10, Yuna has to use the last summons, and Titus and Yuna aren't together again, is what happens in the Final Fantasy X novels. The entire games were pointless. Thanks, novel writers. We really loved that. We really loved learning that all of the previous games were fucking pointless. And we're back to square one.
Love that.
Love that. You fucking killing it. You fucking asshole dipshits. Alright, yeah, that's Final Fantasy X-2. The game's okay. It's like a 5.
Alright.
Alright, moving on.
Moving on.
Oh, I beat this game like 7 months ago. Alright, Starbound.
A game that I keep on seeing on Steam and I just haven't bought it yet.
Starbound is a game I beat 5 months ago.
It's like Terraria kind of, right? But in space?
It's like Terraria, but in space.
It's like Terraria, but in space.
In fact, some of the Terraria devs actually left to work on Starbound. Like, it's a different studio, but I believe they left Chucklefish and like created their own studio that created Starbound. We all know I'm a big Terraria fan. I think it's my #1 most played game on Steam. We had a brief Terraria stream that got fucking ruined.
We did, yeah.
And I'm very disappointed about that. It's one of the things I want to do. There's 2 things I want to do. I want an ongoing Terraria series. And I want to fucking run a goddamn D&D show. And I cannot fucking get either of these things organized.
I was down for the D&D stuff.
You would never have shown up.
I would have shown up. I have to have like a consistent schedule.
Besides, we never had enough people.
That's true, yeah. We need people. I'm sure we could find people. Let me go on Tinder and just put hey, I'm looking for people to play online D&D with.
Well, I didn't want to just go with, like, randos. I wanted people that we actually knew and were vetted. Like, if someone wants to, like... If someone, like, wants to set something up, I'm fine with it. But they're like, hey, I know this guy. He's cool. Like, I'm fine with that, but...
I can talk to my buddy Sean at work, because he plays D&D, so maybe he'll...
I would want at least 5 people. Because I think that's like the ideal party size. And 5th edition encounters are balanced around 4 people anyway. I wouldn't mind getting a 6th person because we're going to need someone to replace you when you don't show up ever. So
That's right.
So then we'll have 5 party members.
That's fair, yeah. It's not that I don't want to be there. It's just that sometimes I mentally can't be there.
No, I understand. It's not that you don't want to be there. It's just that you're not there, though, is the thing. It would be my issue.
I'm like there, but I'm not like there, you know? As I watch the ad.
Well, I've said it before that one of the things that got me into Let's Playing was there was 2 main things. It was Rooster Teeth's Achievement Hunter, more specifically their Minecraft Let's Plays, and it was Jesse Cox and Total Biscuit's Terraria playthrough. So I've always wanted to have a running Terraria playthrough. I cannot organize this. Absolutely fail to organize it every time I've attempted.
That's fair, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Starbound is kind of like Terraria, but in space. Here's the thing. It's not very good. Like, so Terraria is constantly expanding. There's constantly more to do. Different worlds, different items. There is a very structured, regimented progression system in Starbound compared to Terraria. What's more than that is that 90% of the game involves going to different planets, scanning objects of the various species, coming back, doing a boss fight in a dungeon, and then you do that until the game ends. And then it just ends. There's not much more to do. So it's too structured. There's not enough item diversity, not enough playstyle diversity, and honestly, the actual like plot line of the game is just kind of boring.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, I wanted to like it, and I did all the Peacekeeper missions on it too. Like, I wanted to like it, but it's just like, it can't help but feel like it needs more time in the oven. It needs more added to it. Terraria is still, I think, adding stuff to it, despite the fact that there is an ending to the game now. Yeah, it like compared to like what it like it's right there, right? Starbound, Terraria, right? Like compared to Terraria, which I normally hate to compare games. It feels lackluster. You know what I'm saying? So I'd like to like it more. I'd like to like it more. But even if you don't compare it to Terraria, a game where like 90% of the plot is you go to a different planet and then you scan some shit, like come on. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I know what you were saying.
So yeah. Starbound. I will go, I don't know, like 5 out of 10 or some shit.
Oh, 50%.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, there's things to like, and then there's... What the fuck is happening?
I don't know.
Yeah, alright, I'm ready to move on with my topic.
Alright, next one. A game that I also played. Did I review this game? I don't remember if I did.
I don't know. I don't even know what we're doing.
Oh,
you definitely didn't review this game, for sure.
Oh, yeah, because I beat it after, yeah, that's why. So this could be a joint review.
I hate my fucking green screen.
You never finished it? I finished it. I got to like the end of the game, and then like I played something else, and then I came back because I played it up to like literally like the last fight or whatever, and then just fucking stopped for some reason. I literally like edged that game so hard.
Okay, yeah, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. More specifically, I played Scarlet. Everyone else played Violet.
No, I played Violet.
Of course you did. It's because the legendary looks cooler.
No, because I like purple. That's literally I picked it literally because I like purple.
That's a fair point too.
Yeah. What's the new chair? I don't think anyone's seen the new chair, but new chair.
Oh, nice. It looks exactly like the old chair. Do you want genuine advice for chairs, by the way? Because I noticed you're sitting in a gamer chair. You got to get yourself an office chair. Go down to like an Office Depot. Get yourself a chair that's designed to be sat in for like over 10 hours. It's going to be like $500, but here's the thing. It will be the best goddamn chair you have ever sat in.
Zach, did you just tell me to go to an Office Depot?
Go to fucking any office store. I don't give a shit.
Do you know I worked at Staples? That's like my competitor.
I don't care. Go to an office, then fucking go to Staples. I don't give a fuck.
That's what I did. I got this. I got the chair with. So this like actually is way more comfier than like any other like actual like quote unquote gaming chair I've ever actually been in. Like this actually like feels good, and I got this one online because it was purple, gray, and black. That's the only reason I bought this one, and it was like this chair is normally like I think 300. I got it instead for like $160 or something like that. Like
My
I got
chair
it
is like
cheap.
500, and I got it front sale for 200.
Yeah, this one's a lot easier to like. I don't have to have all the extra shit in this chair, so this one's a lot better to sit in. Honestly, I rocked a J-Rock for 3 years. Poor man.
Get yourself a chair. Here's my advice to everyone: get yourself a chair. If you're like, I need a good gaming chair that I can sit in for decades, go to an office store. Buy yourself an office chair. Buy yourself an office chair designed to be sat in for over 10 hours. It is better than any fucking gamer chair, and it's like, it's slightly more expensive, but you won't have to throw it out in a year when your gamer chair falls the fuck apart. The executive, yes. You think fucking Trump sits in a gamer chair when he goes down and plays his fucking fucking Atelier Reza? He doesn't.
Maid's comment is if I'm dating a guy and he has a gamer chair, I'll make fun of him.
Yeah.
I love that for her.
Absolutely.
What are you sitting in, dick bag? Is that a pussy chair?
Yourself a real office chair.
Yeah, bitch.
Anyway, yeah, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. You played Violet, I played Scarlet. I've said this before, but everyone can guess why I chose Scarlet.
Because it's red.
No. John, don't be fucking ridiculous. Who are you talking to right now?
You.
Mm-hmm. So why did I choose Scarlet?
I don't know.
Cave woman MILF.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously.
So fun fact, I actually don't know anything. I know like Scarlet and Violet kind of have like similar stories, but I have no idea who's in that game.
Cave mommy. Buff cave mommy. Of fucking course I went for Scarlet. Obviously. Even though everything about Violet's cooler.
Okay, that's fair, yeah. Hey, the mommy miracles. Can I hit that? Oh, I can't. Hold on. Oh, I think only can. Maybe only Sack can hear it, but hold on. Hold on, where is it? I got so many fucking. The soundboard in fucking Discord is ridiculous.
Mommy milkers.
There we go.
Well, I definitely heard that. Anyway, yeah. So you played Violet. What'd you think of it? I beat this game 3 months ago.
I officially beat it I think 2 months ago because, like I said, I literally edged it. Like I got to like the last fight. Mm-hmm. Spoilers for a game that's 7 months old now. I don't know if it's different. It's probably different in Scarlet, but you get to like the end and you have to like fight like a robot version of like,
the professor. No, it's exactly the same.
Is it exactly the same? Okay, yeah. So yeah, I got literally to that fight, and like I didn't even walk into the room.
Game Freak to fucking do something unique between game versions other than characters. Come on.
Yeah, I figured it was the same. I just wasn't too sure. But like I literally got like up to that boss door and I fucking saved it and I didn't go back for 3 months.
Yeah.
So I like literally edged the fuck out of the game and then just went into that game and fucking just beat the boss and I was like, okay, I'm done with this game.
Yeah. The Pokemon added in this are okay. I don't know if the open world really adds much to it. Honestly, I think it's too big of an open world. I think the idea of being able to do the gym battles in any order and then take on the team in any order and cook in any order is okay. But there's just like so much world where there's like fucking nothing happening. It's like the same problem as every other open world game. And there's not enough to like explore when you're out and about. It's just like, here's some more Pokemon. And it's like, eh. So like, yeah, everyone's like, oh, the open world is save Pokemon. But like, honestly, it just doesn't do it for me. I wouldn't have even cared. Like, the game would be unchanged for me if it was linear. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get that. I think this game is 100 times better than Sword and Shield.
Well, okay, all right. If you're going to put the bar on the ground, yeah, it successfully stepped over it, sure.
Yeah. As for the open world, I thought it was like a good size. Like I feel like they could have dumbed it down like a little bit, but like I didn't feel like with a good example would be like Breath of the Wild. Like that game feels like very big,
yeah.
but it's fun to traverse it. with like Pokemon, yeah, you had like the ride and like your ride guy or whatever, which like made it getting around like a lot better, but it wasn't as fun.
But the
You know what
only
I mean?
reason you needed the ride guy to get around is because they made the open world so unnecessarily big. If it was just
Yeah.
a reasonably sized one, you could just run around or use a bike like you could in any other Pokemon game.
Yeah, like I think so like Breath of the Wild like made like traveling fun and difficult too. Like obviously you can fucking slip and fall and stuff like that. This game it just didn't feel fun to me. I think that's one of the things that like Tears of the Kingdom like looks appealing more like way more appealing to me is that I can build shit to like go around and like I can use my creativity to like travel. I think that's gonna be like probably my favorite part of that game. Whenever I think I'm getting it next week at some point. I'm not buying it this weekend.
We can't be comparing everything to Breath of the Wild. That's not a fair comparison because Breath of the Wild kind of knocked it out of the park. So
yeah. Well, let's compare it to Elden Ring then.
Okay. Then actually, I think that's a lot more fair. I think that's a lot more apples to grapples. And in that regard, I would say that Elden Ring does it better. Like, yeah, granted, everywhere you go is exactly the same fucking thing in Elden Ring, and we're only talking about the half of the game that is open world instead of the other half of the game that's fucking not. But if we're talking about the actual open world half of the game, then yeah, like, there's stuff to do, there's things to say, it's the same fucking thing over and over again, but at least it's there. Whereas that is lacking in Scarlet and Violet. It's like, you explore around, and maybe you'll get a fucking pillar to unlock an ancient Pokemon, maybe you get an item, but you're not getting much more than that.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of, like, boring to explore.
It really was. Like, I felt myself just kind of beelining like the 3 missions that you got to do just so I can kind of get over it after a while. Like, cause when I first got it, I was like, I'm gonna like, this was the first time I completed the decks, and then like I started going through the game and I was like, I'm not gonna do that. Like,
completing the decks is like virtually impossible unless you have friends.
Oh, I mean, I like the in-game decks, not like the national bullshit.
There is no national decks.
Or all the whatever, yeah.
Yeah. It's basically impossible unless you have friends.
Yeah.
Because you can't get Palafin without using Pokemon Union. And you would need to trade for like Golem and shit.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was stuff like that where I was like, okay, like I'm not gonna do that. So then like the game became less fun because I didn't have that objective anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So then I was kind of like just exactly, like beelining for the traversal abilities, going to the gyms at the same time, just like that's why I think when I got to like the final boss, I just kind of stopped. I was just kind of just bored of it. But like that's the thing, like I was bored of it, but I don't think it's a bad game. Like I think it was a good game. But, like performance issues, yeah, like performance issues aside, they didn't bug me that much. When I play a game on the Switch, I'm not playing it because it's going to look pretty and play good. I expect it to run like shit because it's on fucking like 30-year-old hardware because they just don't step up their fucking software or hardware game at all. This is coming from someone who has a fucking Steam Deck.
They don't need to.
But I refuse to play my Switch games on my Steam Deck because I'm a purist and I'll stay that way. But like I think overall at the end of the experience I gave it like a 7.5 because it's not a bad game at all. Like it's a good game. It's one of the better Pokemon games that I've played in a while. I still think Arceus is way better. I enjoy the game far more than I enjoyed this game, but I think like when you compare it to like the last big release, which was Sword and Shield, it's a huge step above, and I think they're going in the right direction. But I feel like they need to stop creating more Pokemon and kind of like improve on like the ground and the idea that they have in this game and just make it better. Like if I could think of a Pokemon sequel,
you want Ultra Scarlet and Ultra Violet is what you want.
So this is kind of So I want something like kind of what they're doing with Tears of the Kingdom, where they're building upon what they already have and making it better. Like.
Oh, you want Scarlet 2, Violet 2.
So, like, what? Yeah,
I love how no matter what you say, Pokemon has already done it at one point.
Fair, yeah, no, like I get that, yeah. So like case in point, like I liked Black and White, but I thought Black and White 2 were way better. Like because they already improved on like a game that was good and made it way better. But like what I'm saying is like they have the foundation. So like again, comparing to Breath of the Wild, sorry, like Breath of the Wild is that foundation, and then Tears of the Kingdom, like from what I've seen like with reviews and stuff like that, everyone's like this is like a better version of what they have. It was just like fucking 10 times better, you know. That's what I want. I want them like with the current Switch stuff, they can't fix performance issues until Nintendo fucking upgrades their fucking software, which
No,
hopefully.
don't give them a fucking pass. They can absolutely increase the performance issues on this. Breath of the Wild doesn't have these fucking problems. It looks like 100 times better. You don't get this in other Nintendo games. You don't get this in fucking No More Heroes. You don't get this in I'm out of Nintendo games I own, but you get the fucking point. Fucking Astral Chain looks better than this. Don't give them the fucking pass. The problem is the Pokemon Company has decided that we need to push out a game every fucking year, and they're not giving themselves a time to actually make the goddamn game. Right?
Yeah.
So much of this game feels phoned in or lazy. The fucking compared to like other Pokemon games, like for example, one of the things that gets me is like a lot of the like trainer classes in this games are just fucking boring. Like, how many old people did, like, 80-year-olds did you run into that were wearing, like, fucking uniforms? It's like, did they generate this shit, like, school uniforms, did they generate this shit by fucking AI? You can't change your clothes, right, in this game. It's just like, here you go, here's your school uniform, you get 4 of them. Great, fucking beautiful. Like, compare that to, like, X or fucking Sun and Moon or Sword and Shield. Like, they implement these things and it gets a little worse every time. And, like, then you look at, like, Gigantamaxing and Dynamaxing. Like, they had special Gigantamax forms. Then you look at, like, Mega Evolutions, where every Mega Evolution was its own form. Or, like, Z moves in Sun and Moon. They had, like, special animations. But Scarlet and Violet's like, they get a cool hat! And that's it. That's the fucking gimmick. It's lazy, is what it is. Like, it's a fucking open world game that they felt they had to make an open world game because people say you gotta make an open world game, and it doesn't even come together well. There's nothing in it. It's just fucking lazy and rushed. It is rushed and lazy. That's the problem. It is rushed and lazy.
So you brought up Mega Evolves, and I think they should have just kept going with Mega Evolution.
Absolutely.
And like not done Z moves. Gigantamax. I fucking hate Gigantamaxing.
I hate Gigantamaxing also.
The crystallization shit. It's cool and adds like a little bit more dynamic to the battles, but it does fucking look stupid and I don't like it. But I can see what the idea was behind it. But I agree with you 100% where they should have like probably taken another year to like make the game better like honestly, like because there was like a lot of like repeat shit. There was like that was like my biggest problem. Like, yeah, it's a big open world, but like a lot of the shit was like even in different regions was the same shit. Like some of the trainers had like a lot of repeat Pokemon and stuff like that. And there's what like 500 in that game, like 500 or 600 like different Pokemon in that game, which I feel like there should have been more variety when it came to like that stuff. Like the thing obviously I do like is like seeing the Pokemon on the map. Like that was one of my favorite parts about Arceus.
Yeah, that's good. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
But how hard is that realistically?
It's not hard, but it's like they should have slowed it down. Like it's very ambitious. Like and like it kind of worked with Sword and Shield where they had like those open areas or whatever. Like Arceus was like the step up from that where they like kind of like did that for the entire game. And then when it came to like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, you can tell it's rushed and like they had these ideas but they weren't fully realized. Mm-hmm. And I think that's kind of what holds that back. And that's why I can't give it higher than like a 7.5 because like the general ideas there, the thoughts there, but they just didn't put the care or effort into it. And that's like I think where it really bogs it down, like in kind of like because I wanted to like love this game, but I only like liked it like at the end of it.
No, yeah, I fully get it. Yeah, my thing is, I know what went wrong with this. My thing is with this is that like Pokemon needs to get off this yearly schedule. No one wants that. I don't think anyone wants a yearly Pokemon.
No,
It didn't
I don't
used
want.
to be yearly. We've like flown through generations so quickly lately. It need like I remember this happened with Call of Duty. It had like yearly releases, and then like fucking Activision was like, "We're gonna stop with yearly releases. We're gonna have a Call of Duty once every 2 years," and everyone fucking got a sigh of relief. And you know what happened to the scores for fucking Call of Duty games immediately after that? Went right the fuck back up. Like yearly releases are not sustainable in a franchise like this. You can't just keep putting them out. You need time to cook, and they are just not giving Pokemon time to cook.
Yeah, and I agree with that too. Like, that's like like off the Pokemon and like video game subject and whole. My biggest problem with like the MCU was that they were pumping too much shit out. At like for phase 4, and like definitely by the end of it, like you could definitely tell like there was a lot of shit that was affected by it, like with the writing and like the CGI and stuff like that. So like a lot of these like I know they need to make money obviously to keep the doors open, but like a lot of these companies like lately need to slow it down. Like Arsik was talking about Jedi Survivor, and like that was in like another game, horrible launch. Redfall, fucking terrible launch. I didn't even play it, but all I did was hear people bitch and moan about that game's launch. The only game I can say in like that hasn't had a bad launch in like the 6 months that we've been on hiatus was probably Hogwarts Legacy. Like that game
Fire
like
Emblem.
worked for
Well, okay, we'll talk. We'll
yeah.
put a pin. What if we ignore the controversies surrounding Tea House's fucking butchering of the censorship in that game? Then Fire Emblem's launch was acceptable.
Yeah. Well, like I'm talking about
like it wasn't bugged or anything, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, like AAA wise, like I Fire Emblem Engage you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I have that game downstairs.
It's Intelligent Systems. It's a Nintendo game. It's a first-party Nintendo game made and owned by Nintendo.
Yeah.
Like you can't say
okay,
Nintendo's not AAA, John.
With the games that I've played,
just because you don't play Fire Emblem doesn't mean you can say Fire Emblem
downstairs. Okay, I just haven't opened it yet.
It's sold millions of copies.
I will grab it when we go take a break. One Piece Odyssey did not come with an English dub. So that's just a general One Piece thing. The last game that came out, World Seeker, also did not have an English dub. And a lot of people, including myself, bitched about that. Jump Force was the same way, and that's why Jump Force didn't sell well. And Jump Force was like, I actually liked Jump Force when I played that game, but it was hard to play because it was nothing but, it didn't have a dub. And like, if I'm playing a game, I need a dub to care about the fucking story, because like, I don't want to fucking read the entire time. Like, if I'm playing like an old school Nintendo game, I understand that I have to read, but we're like that game came out in like 2018.
Yeah.
They could have paid people to fucking dub the entire game. Like they could have done that, and they just decided not to. Like, I don't know why they're not dubbing these. Digimon Survive was another game that I recently bought, and it's fully dubbed. It is and it's also like a fucking visual novel type of game too. So when I bought that, I expected it to be nothing but Japanese, but I was very surprised when it was actually fucking dubbed, and it made me enjoy what little of that game. I think I only played like 2.5 hours of that game, but I enjoyed it a lot more because I didn't have to fucking read the entire time, because there's a lot of fucking dialogue in that game. Like that game is 90% dialogue.
I think the issue with Jump Force is they're not expecting it to sell well enough to hire an entire voice cast and then double the file size to add in the English voices.
And like I can get that, but I feel like if they would have put in the extra effort, they probably would have done better, in my opinion. Because like the fighting in that game is fun. Like I play it with my daughter like all the time. Like her and I play that game a lot because she likes like a lot of the characters in it and stuff like that. So like, it's not a bad game because I keep it downloaded on my PC and I play it. Sometimes I even play without her when I just want to kill like fucking like 30-20 minutes or something. I would like play a couple rounds, whatever. So like I think everyone just needs to slow the fuck down. Like I think entertainment wise and as a whole need to just fucking take the time on the projects and fucking like that's why like obviously Starfield's coming out this year, so they delayed that game multiple times now, and I do not get mad when a game gets delayed, because obviously it's getting delayed for a fucking reason, and if they keep on delaying it, that's obviously a good thing. Like
they delayed Silk Song.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday and I was like, okay, this game's never coming out. Eventually, which I can't wait. That's definitely on my games I'm playing as soon as it comes out. But like I feel like instead of having these delays, they need to just say we're working on a game, and then when it finally gets to the point where like they can release it, they should give like at least an 8-month window to release it and just bug check it, fucking quality check that shit for like at least 6 months. So that way they have the time to like work on these fixes, because I am sick and tired of these day one patches that are 15 fucking gigabytes. When I want to play a game the day it comes out, I do. This is one of the reasons why I got rid of Jedi Survivor the day it came out. Like I downloaded that game, I went to go fucking play it, and then it had like I think a 15 gigabyte fucking update. I said fuck this, and I fucking returned it, and I said I will come back to this when it's fully fixed.
There is one issue with what you're saying, which is that you can only pay the QA team to do so much, and as has been pointed out by like big developers, the amount of play testing time that will be done by the QA team will be surpassed within the first day of a game's launch by the amount of people who have bought it. So there's so like obviously there's like major bugs and fixes that you'll see in games where you're like they should have caught that immediately, and they should have. So you can't give them a complete pass, but it is true that like in a lot of like that in certain cases like there are glitches that'll happen. You'll be like, how did this get past testing? It's like there's really only so many man hours you can like test in that. But like I said, that can be used to explain some issues. Like there was a Pokemon save glitch in Pokemon X. That can be explained that way. Like, how did that make it past testing? Well, obviously that made it past testing because they didn't have enough man hours to throw at it. But then there's like, if we go on to like the Diamond and Pearl remakes, that game will fucking crash, just straight crash. How did that not make it past? There's no way. So if it crashed 5 times on me in my playthrough, there's no way it didn't crash at least once during someone's playtest. Like that's an issue of like laziness. So you do have to give developers, like they'll never get a bug-free game. You do have to give developers some leeway because all of the QA in the world will be surpassed day one. But on the other hand, there's some games where you can tell like there's no way they didn't know. Like when Assassin's Creed Unity dropped and no one's faces loaded in until they patched it like a month down the line, like I feel like you realized people's faces weren't there. I feel like you figured that one out at some point and you decided to launch the game anyway.
So I agree with you, but I think another thing that we need more of is open betas and demos.
Yes, I miss demos.
Yeah, because like with demos, they can pop a demo out like let's say 2-3 months before a game comes out.
I think demos aren't viable. I think that's the problem because if you drop a demo and it's in an incomplete state and people don't like it, then people won't buy it. So I think that's why demos stopped. I don't think you can do demos. Open betas, I agree with. I think open betas are a solid idea.
Because like case in point, I played like the Diablo 4 open beta.
No. Hold on. Marketing. Hold on. Let me think corporate. Open alphas. Don't call them betas. Don't launch closed betas, open alphas.
Yeah. So like I played Diablo 4. I didn't have any issues when I played the game. I know
you can
some
even make it a
did.
beta release, by the way, and just say it's an alpha. Gamers are dumb. They don't know the difference.
That is very true, yeah.
They don't fucking know.
RE4 demo was also a good example too, yeah. Like I played the RE4 demo because I was like, I want to see how this game looks. I want to see how it plays. I was like, this game plays good. I'm not going to buy it on launch day because I just played RE4 last year and I don't want to spend $60 on a remake right now.
I don't think RE4 needed a remake like 1, 2, and 3 did.
I think honestly there's enough quality of life improvements where and that's coming from someone who played in keyboard and mouse like a psychopath.
You're like a fucking lunatic. Anyway, 3 points because we bounced around a little too much there.
Yes.
One of the points I was going to make was okay, real quick. One of the points I was going to make was about Jump Force. There was a game before that called V-Stars Victory vs. Plus that also had a bunch of Shonen Jump characters.
PS4, right?
3.
Okay.
They may have released a version on PS4, but yeah, it had a way more large, diverse cast of characters. And then when they came out with Jump Force, they're just like, what if we just take like super big franchises, like the absolute pillars of Shonen Jump, and then we just like add like 7 characters for each of them, some of which you probably don't even give a shit about. So I never got into Jump Force, but like Victory Versus Plus had like Madaka Kurokami from my second favorite manga, Madaka Box. You might remember her from that time I told her that she could kill Goku in like 6 different ways in half a second.
I remember, yeah.
And she was in V-Star's Victory Versus Plus, and when she wasn't in Jump Force, when they announced the roster, I'm like, well, I'm not buying this Jump Force without fucking Madaka in there. And then they're like, we got character DLC, and I'm like, does it have Madaka? And it's like, no. And it's like, okay, I don't care then. And then they never released Madaka. And like, I want to be clear, Madaka Box got almost 200 chapters. It wasn't a small series by any means. Like, it was like, like 20 volumes or some shit. So like, it was like, I'm not like arguing like, why didn't this fucking 20 chapter delinquent manga get a fucking character? Like, no, this was a big fucking deal. It had a 2-season anime animated by Gainax, who doesn't do season 2s. Notorious for never making season 2s, still got a second season from Gainax. Like, Madaka Box is a hit show. So, like, I mean, it was a hit manga, so I have no fucking idea. Outrageous.
Yeah,
outraged.
I kind of understand why because selling point wise, like they're probably like, well, people only really give a shit about DBZ, Naruto, Bleach, and shit like that.
One Piece.
Yeah, and One Piece, and so and
Demon
obviously,
Slayer, I think.
No, Demon Slayer was not in that game. No, My Hero.
Unfortunate for them.
Yeah, is Demon Slayer still Shonen?
It's Shonen Jump. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't. Yeah, I think.
But no one expected the anime to blow up like it did.
You know, Demon Slayer came out after, like, way after Shonen. Our Jump Force came out.
That's probably not true.
Yeah, because no, right? Yeah, because
no,
I don't know.
That is almost certainly not true.
Or maybe it just came. It probably came out. In
It was
Japan
serialized in February of 2016. That's definitely not true.
Okay, so
but that's the thing. No one expected Demon Slayer's because like a massive sales from Demon Slayer came from its anime. No one expected Demon Slayer to pop off. That's why I said it was unfortunate for them that they didn't have Demon Slayer, because they had Demon Slayer. They just didn't. They didn't expect it to turn into Demon Slayer.
That's fair, yeah. What were...
Panty and Stocking is a season 2, but it's gone over to Trigger. So that's a bit of a different thing.
Well, the unfortunate thing for you is you cannot play Jump Force unless you illegally download it, because it is officially delisted off Steam.
I can just
that is the only reason why I bought it. Oh yeah, you can buy it on console. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Anyway, well, I'm not gonna buy it anyway because I don't give a shit. Why did it get delisted? Licensing issues.
They took down like the servers, and then like we're just gonna delist the game. Nobody's buying it. And then they had like a sale. I think I got the complete game like with all the DLC for like $7 or $8 or some shit.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. Jump Force won't buy it because there's no Madaka. Put Madaka in the game. I will say, in Jumpstar's Victory Versus Plus during the Ichigo storyline, the idea is you have to go around and fight like exam proctors. One of the exam proctors is, and I know I told the story before, and I cannot get over how fucking stupid this scene is Madaka, and she's supposed to fight your whole team, but then Vegeta shows up and is like, I'm here to take the exam, and you can't have Vegeta in your team, so Madaka's like, well, how about this? How about I team up with Vegeta, we fight your team, and then I'll fight Vegeta at the end of this. And I'm like, there is not a single fucking character in this entire game that can win a fight against Madaka and Vegeta at the same time. There's no fucking way to win this. You win because it's a video game, but like, think about that for half a second.
Okay, side note, I was just scrolling through and I read this. EGI Aonuma has completed Tears of the Kingdom 20 times. I just wanted to read that headline because I think that's wild.
That is wild. That does not dispute the fact that that there is no one that can beat Madaka and Vegeta at the same time.
Maybe Aonuma can, because he beat Tears of the Kingdom 20 times, and it's not even technically even out yet.
Anyway, that was that point. We can throw that pin away. Next point we need to make real quick. I posted this on Discord. Is I was thinking about this, and I was trying to think about like what video game console had the most iconic franchises started in it. And then I threw away that point. I for the record, I assume it's probably either PS2 or the SNES. But let's throw that pin away right now, because it doesn't fucking matter, right? Because I was also thinking, wow, I cannot name a single major franchise that was started on the Xbox One, PS4, or PS5 Series X generation. I literally could not think of a single iconic franchise. And the answer is like, what about Spider-Man or like Jedi Survivor? And I'm like, well, okay, those are built off of existing IPs. They would have been really successful regardless because they're leaning so heavily on external sources. So they don't count. So the only answer I got back that was like acceptable is like Lost Judgment technically counts, which is a Yakuza spinoff. Even that one's a little dicey, so we can put an asterisk next to that. And then there's like Horizon. And I'm like, that's great. So in the past over 10 years, we can only name 2 franchises?
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point, yeah.
That's really bad. Especially because if I ask you to even go back to the PS3, Xbox 360 generation, you could probably rattle 5 off the top of your head, no problem.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah. That's bad.
Easily.
Like, and then I'm like, okay, so what does that say about the state of gaming? Are we like, has like iconic franchises reached a saturation point? Do we need franchises to die in order to make ones? Or is there a severe creative deficiency in modern gaming?
So like that's a thing. Like that's a lot of these games. Like the developers come up with these awesome ideas. Like Scalebound is such a good example of this actually, because Scalebound was going to be an IP. It's going to come out on Xbox One. It looked really good. Like, it was hyped up to shit, and then it fucking just disappeared one day. It was just gone. And, like, a lot of games like that, like, a lot of those ideas that were floating around, like, around that time, to stop. And game companies probably were like, well, if we can't do IPs right now, let's just fucking focus on the sequels of games that people would give a shit about. So, business-wise, it makes sense. Because it's a lot easier to do something that you've already been doing than trying to be creative and like maybe get a flop. Like Redfall is a good example of this too. Like Redfall is like a different game for like Arcane Studios. It didn't get the love and attention. Like Phil Spencer said last week, like he was like, I apologize for this. Xbox put all their resources into Starfield. We kind of didn't even think about this game. It's kind of he's like I'm sorry, this is my fault for this, because instead of taking a chance on a game and making this other game better, they knew, like, even though Starfield is technically a new IP, it's not because of the Bethesda game.
No, so it's a new IP, but in order to be a franchise, you need 2 game entries. Like, the thing is, you can name major game releases that are like single games from the PS4 Xbone generation, or the probably just the PS4 Xbone generation. I don't think you got anything for PS5 or Series X. But you could name singular game releases for those that were big, but those games just didn't get sequels and didn't spawn off. Like Elden Ring, Sekiro, Bloodborne, Hogwarts Legacy, for example. Like, but those are just one-off games.
I feel like Elden Ring will get a sequel.
I mean, when it gets a sequel, we can add it. But like the fact is, it was so far, I had it up in my Discord for like for like weeks, and it stayed on the channel for a good amount of time. No one can list past Judgment or Horizon. I can't think of any on Xbox. In like over 10 years.
Yeah. Well, Xbox has had a huge problem with fucking like exclusives in general over the last 10 years, so like that's been their biggest folly. And then they bought up all these fucking studios, and then they just have fucking stinkers come out. Wow. So it's doing like nothing but hurting them. But like I can see why they're focusing so much on Starfield, because they know it's a sure thing with a Bethesda game like of that magnitude. They know it's going to sell. They dropped
that shit on PC, which they said they're doing year one PC and Xbox, but not PlayStation. And then like it's going to come out a broken piece of shit, and then it's going to get fixed by fucking Skyrim Fallout modders, because Skyrim Fallout modders know the shit. They're still using the same broken ass like fucking engine that they've been using since Morrowind. So I wouldn't even be shocked if there is a day one fan patch for that game, because they're like, look, we already know what's going to be broken here, we'll just shove in the fix immediately.
Yeah, that would honestly not surprise me. Like I will be on Nexus mod that day that game comes out, just because I know I'm gonna either need a patch or some fucking crazy mod for it. So
The patch for the patch
that will be a game I will be playing
with.
day one. Yeah, the nude mod.
Also probably done because they haven't changed their fucking game engine.
Yeah.
Todd Howard's a very much, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we're like, it's broken, Todd Howard. And he's like, no, it isn't. You're still buying it.
Nah, dog, you wrong.
They're like, the trailer you dropped of the game that was pre-rendered had frame dropping. You'll fix it.
Good old Todd. We love you, but boy, do you need to like do something.
It just works.
Don't quote me on this, but I believe he said they developed a new engine for this and the new Elder Scrolls game.
That's great. He said that the past 4 games, and all it is the original engine that he slightly changed.
Well, we'll see. We will see come September if that game actually gets released.
The same fucking bugs, I guarantee you.
Yeah, because by this time, Starfield should have been out like almost a year ago now. So.
Still creation. Yeah, it's the creation engine. Thank you. I almost called it Source, and I had to stop myself because I'm like, no, it's not Source. It's creation. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh.
Does that end our Pokemon Scarlet?
No, actually, it doesn't. This was a massive tangent. The final thing I was going to talk about is I love the rivals in this game.
Yes. Yeah.
But the problem is, like, we talk about the rivals and the gym leaders, and the important characters all have excellent designs, but like Pokemon is known for universally good designs across all characters, and it's just the important people. It's just the gym leaders, some of the teachers, and your rivals. Every rando you see across the street is terrible. Terrible design.
Special shout out to Norm, who plays a gym leader and a Elite Four member, and he is my favorite he's my favorite Pokemon character to this date. I love him.
Good. I do like him. I didn't end up liking him as much as everyone else did, but I do appreciate the fact that he's just a tired businessman.
This motherfucker is me to the T, and I love it.
They're like, they wouldn't let me use normal types, so I used flying types.
That was me coming home from work after like a 10 11 hour day, and just being like, I want to play Pokemon, and I felt that guy's energy when I walked up to when you're in that gym the first time. I'm like, this is fucking so me, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he showed up again for the Elite Four, I was like, they know the weight of my heart.
He's
like,
they get it.
I'm not really supposed to be here, dude, but here I am, and I'm like, all right. I was like, good writing on that part. So good.
I like Penny. I like her theme more than anything. I don't know if you noticed this for the Penny theme, but they have because she's British. They have the Galar region bass drop in her theme. Did you notice that?
I did not notice that.
Re-listen to her theme, and it's like, and it's the same beat drop from the Galar region because Penny's in British, mate.
That's okay. That's pretty cool. I didn't notice that.
It's yeah. They brought it back as a motif. I'm like, oh, so you are capable of caring about some details, huh?
Yeah.
You haven't completely lost it. I love Limona. I fucking love Nimona.
Yeah, she was good. She was. I like all the main, like you said, the main characters. I liked I liked a lot. The gym leaders were good. Mm-hmm. The whatever the team was in this game, I can't remember their fucking names right now.
Star. I liked Star. They were just like bullied kids that just put on fucking goth makeup and were like, we're not going to school anymore. Fuck you.
I really like that storyline too. I like the Herb Domestica stuff with whatever his name is. I can't remember his name for the life of it. Yeah, I like that stuff too, because like in the beginning, and when you first meet him, he seems like a douchebag, and then like as the story goes on, you're like this guy has like feelings and he has heart, and he's doing this for his like Pokemon that he loves, who's a good boy, and it's like by the end of it, you at first you don't like him, and then you like really like I really liked his character arc, and like you find out that like that's his dad, and like spoilers, but his dad's dead now,
mom,
and you're like,
me, but yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, cool. Like this is like I thought like the stories in this game were like really good, and that's what kept me actually playing this game. Even though like I was bored with everything outside of like the actual story of it.
Yeah. Well,
And
I
that's
also, speaking of them, this was one of the Sword and Shield complaints that I saw someone say, and then from that point on, I've just parodied because they're completely right. Which is, it's one of the later Pokemon games with 3 rivals, and then the end of the boss fight is a raid boss where you fight 4 on 1 against Eternius, but like the other 2 enemies are just like. They're just like the fucking legendary Pokemon, and it's like, well, if you have all these rivals, why aren't we fighting with the rivals? And this game fixes that. At the end, you get all your fucking rivals, you get on your legendary, you go beat that fucking boss fight. I'm like, yeah!
Nemona does have Goku energy. I'll agree with her.
I
on that.
fucking love Nemona because she's on her fucking New Game Plus grind, right? She's like, I've already beat the game. I beat the Elite Four. I am the best goddamn trainer in this region. And I'm bored.
I did like you going with everyone you met along the way too. Like I thought that was a very nice touch because that's you have like as far as I know, because I didn't play Sun and Moon, so unless it's in that game, this is like the first time that we've had something like that.
More or less,
it felt, yeah, and like it felt really nice too because you had this journey with all these characters at some point. Whether it be like doing the star stuff, making sandwiches for your boy, or like fucking battling the gym leaders with Nemona. Like I thought it was like a really, really, really good way to like tie it all together at the end, is having everyone come together because you needed everyone that you met along the way for a certain job for the thing that you're doing in the crater. So
the 3 rivals are, you mentioned, like, I don't know, you didn't play Sun and Moon. Basically, there is a character called Lily, and they basically split Lily into 3 characters to create the rivals in this game.
Interesting.
Yeah. Lily's great. Her mom is my absolute favorite Pokemon character. Sun and Moon has the best story of any Pokemon game. But I forget the point I was going to make on that. Anyway, it is very similar to... You go to the Ultra Dimension with Lily in the end of Sun and Moon. But she's not a Pokemon battler, so it kind of doesn't count in the same way. Anyway, I love the Nemona is just like... She gets rid of her entire old team and just starts a new team just to battle you. And I like that, like, the first time you battle her, like, Pokemon and Pokemon, she intentionally takes the weaker Pokemon, and then she's like, alright, now I'm gonna pull out the big guns, and she reaches for another Pokemon, and the principal's like, stop, what are you doing, you fucking lunatic? You can't get serious? You never get to see her original team, though, is what I'm disappointed. I want to see I want to see the end game team that made it so she doesn't have any friends.
That did also bug me too, because I thought there would be like a battle where you would battle the team that she has, and then it'd be like a second battle where she's like, well, I'm gonna pull out the big guns now, and she would pull out like the OG team. That never happened, so maybe it'll happen in the DLC.
Check out my fucking Mewtwo.
Yeah, like I am gonna, when the DLC for this game does come out, I am gonna play the DLC just to see like what they improve on. And
I'm playing the DLC. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because like I don't hate this game. I'm very much in like with this game. I don't love it, but like I feel like if they made improvements to it, I could love it. Like it's something like, because like the story is like the shining star of this game. Everything outside of that though, like, is very, as the kids say, mid.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good game, but it desperately needed time in the oven. It's undercooked is the problem. It's undercooked and it's lazy.
Yeah, if they could have spent another like minimum 6 months on it, they could have really fixed like a lot of the issues that had on launch. They could have probably added some more like depth to a lot of like the shit that was outside. And just like, I don't know, like I said, like,
I would love a sandwich rework. Sandwiches are such a pain in the ass.
I didn't fuck around with them too much.
I did. They're such a pain.
Yeah, no thanks. But like I said, it's a solid 7.5. Like maybe the DLC will make it better. Apparently, the DLC made Sword and Shield better. I never played the DLC because I just not.
The only person you heard that from was me, and most people disagree with me.
Yeah, that's probably right.
And I also put that in with a caveat that there were 2 levels of DLC, which was Isle of Armor, and Isle of Armor was good, and I'm one of the few people that will say that, and Crown of Tundra was fucking bad. So don't let me oversell you the DLC for Sword and Shield.
Yeah. I'll probably never go back to Sword and Shield, honestly, because I think
fine.
that's probably the weakest Pokemon game I've ever played.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
I think what I
It
got
is.
it. I want to say it took me 8 hours to beat that game, and I never touched it again. I sold it, I think, a week later.
The best
back
thing
to
that came out of
Pokemon
Sword
era.
and Shield are Marnie, some of the gym leaders, and the DLC has Clara, Poison Mommy. Oh fuck, I love Clara.
I honestly can't. I cannot remember anyone from that game because that game is very unmemorable to me. I did
Well,
not like that game. Yeah.
well, if you spent more time, you'd remember Marnie. Marnie's a delight. I love Marnie, but she's like so mistreated in that game anyway.
Fair.
Yeah. Sort. Anyway, moving on.
All right. Before we move on, let's take a quick break though, because I had to take a pee and I need to grab a drink, and we are almost at 2 hours right now.
We are. Yeah. This is. Yeah. You're gonna have. Yeah. This is gonna be a long one. This is gonna be a long stream. Luckily, I don't have too much to say about the next one.
I feel like we'll probably zip through a good amount of it.
When we hit the movie thing, as long as you don't talk about actors for 30 minutes again, we'll be okay.
I can't promise that.
That's fair.
Hey, sometimes we be ranting, okay? We be ranting. It happens. This is a good like the Scarlet Violet one. That should have been like 20 minutes. That was a solid like 45, 50 almost.
we went on like 3 tangents.
We did, yeah. We really did. It got very out of hand. It was like the Doctor Strange quote, thing that just got out of hand.
Break.
But yeah. All right. Yeah, so don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial, because when we get back, we got more Cold Topic podcast with our sponsor, Lay's Chips.
All right, and we're good. We're back.
We're back from outer space.
Yeah, we went to space. That's what took so long. If I had known we were gone that long, I would have made tea.
You always know I need to take a smoky break.
All right, we good? Next one?
Yeah, let me just dribble all over myself.
No? Yeah? All right, feel free.
Yeah, let's go. Yep. Okay.
We're good? You done dribbling?
I'm done with the dribble.
And launch. The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Now, longtime viewers of the podcast may remember that I mentioned that I would be listening to... I would be playing through this game, and I mentioned this like episode 4 of the podcast. I finally finished.
That was a very long time ago.
I finally finished, and guess what, John?
You got 100% of it.
I 100%ed this game, including the Tribunal and Blood Moon expansions. Now, there's actually a branching plot lines in this one, because you can join like one of 3 houses. So I only did one house. I did House Redoran. So I didn't do every possible quest line, but I did it good enough. So here's the thing about Morrowind. The gameplay sucks. It's bad. It feels bad to fight. The leveling system is bad. There's this weird fatigue system. It's obnoxious. It's not good. It feels bad to play this game. What I will say is that it has acrobatics and athletics, so you can jump through the air like you can fucking fly. That's pretty cool. It's also the only Elder Scrolls, I think, with levitate, since maybe 1 or 2. So you can like literally fly everywhere throughout the game. So that's pretty cool. What's going on?
What's up?
You're on your phone.
I'm always on my phone, sorry.
I know.
Squirrel?
Calling you on it. I didn't used to call you on it. I'm calling you on it. We're having a podcast, John. Get the fuck back here.
What's up, Headshot?
If I have to be here, you have to be here. Anyway. Yeah, so you can like fly through the air with like levitate. So yeah, the gameplay sucks in this, honestly. And then people are always like, oh, the story's so much better. The story's not that great. It's just a basic plot line of, here's the plot, like, discover the like you got to like discover the prophecy, then you've got to fulfill your prophecy, go here, talk to this person, go here, talk to this person. The dialogue is written like shit. Clearly they like get like the excuse they use with not having to voice act everything is they just post a bunch of dialogue, and most of it is irrelevant. Most of it is just like large blocks of text that aren't really progressing the story. And then when you actually talk about the like level structure for like the guild quests and stuff like that, oftentimes it'll have a main plot and it'll work a bit towards the main plot, and then it just goes off on a tangent. It's like, oh man, fucking Jack the Barber Slayer is the head of the guild. We've got to take him down. But before that, I need time to read this book. So instead, why don't you go break 6 of Miss Twerdy's pots? And you're like, I'm audio doubling. There you go.
What?
And they're like, why don't you go break 6 of Miss Twerdy's pots? And it's like, okay, all right. I guess I'll go do that. It just like sends you off on these tangents, and then it ping-pongs you between guild leaders. And it's just not, I'm still audio doubling. Like my audio is coming through your speakers.
Is that better?
Maybe? I don't know. I would have to be talking. But anyway, yeah, they're like ping-ponging you between guild leaders. It's just not fun. The quests are written like shit. The dialogue is written like shit. They clearly went with the idea that more is like better in this scenario. The gameplay is not fun. The environments are kind of cool, but like some of the level design is a little awkward. I will say this, the expansion of the game, however, like the tribunal plot line where you have to like discover what's going on with Almalexia, that area is cool. There's like some new additions. There's some fun quest lines with some interesting stories in that. And then Blood Moon is actually honestly even better, where you get to work with like the East Empire Company, and you get to like build up this small town all while like fighting the werewolves and discovering the secrets of her sign. And there's 2 plot twists where you can either become a werewolf or not a werewolf, and then there's like 2 like different branches for that story. So like there are like different choices, and they kind of matter in this, but it's also like it's a fucking Bethesda game, and this is like the premier Bethesda game. This is like the first Creation Engine game, basically, or at least it uses the prototype to the Creation Engine. So it's a buggy piece of shit, and you need a guide for it to not break, and then sometimes it'll still break. So that's Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Honestly, I hated it when I played it, which is why it took so fucking long. But like over time, I guess I got Stockholm Syndrome, and I started to gradually enjoy it more. Although one thing this game has that other Elder Scrolls games don't have, other than Levitate, is the ability to create your own spells and have your own spell effects. That's awesome. I actually wish they would bring that back.
That'd be really cool. I think I only played like maybe 4 hours of that game. That's the one that came out on Xbox, right? Like
the original Xbox it was on, yeah. I would argue it came out on PC because Elder Scrolls games were built for PCs back then, and it wasn't until it wasn't until Skyrim that they started being built for console first.
Okay, I thought I owned that one, but I guess I don't. So I must have been on Game Pass or some shit.
I own every Elder Scrolls game.
So I don't really have much to say about this game, because I probably played it when I was like 13, I think, something like that. I don't know, whenever this game 2003, 2004 that came out, something like that.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, so I was probably like 13 or 14 when I actually like played this game. So, I want to say I was like a skeleton man or something like that. Is that about? Can you be a skeleton man or something like that in this game? Maybe that was another
same
game.
race as a Skyrim.
So I don't really have much to say.
The answer to your question, mate, is yes. To both of them.
I've only really extensively played Skyrim. That's the only one I've really played like multiple times.
Well, you know my favorite search series is based on the 2013 like favorite list, and Oblivion was number 7 on that original 2013 favorite list. I was a huge Oblivion fan. Skyrim was out by then, by the way. I just didn't like Skyrim, which I've done a full review of my 100% Skyrim playthrough. I don't think that's shocking to anyone.
Yeah, I think I played it like the same amount of time on Oblivion. I just I don't know. I couldn't get into them for some reason. Eventually, someday, I want to go back and play them on my Steam Deck or something. So,
well, I have to stream Oblivion. I created a prototype. Now I'm looking at my phone for notes. This is different. I know we're streaming.
For whatever reason, like every time I'm live, people will text me fucking like because I'll be like, "Hey, I'm doing this thing. I'm going live." Like just to let you know, and then people are like, "Okay, I'm just gonna continuously fucking text you at that point."
Yeah. I have, oh wow, no, Oblivion's way, yeah, I created a prototype schedule once I gained the ability to stream off console. Oblivion's super far away, don't even worry about it. It's gonna be like after Assassin's Creed 2. I want to get all of my console streaming done, so I just don't have to worry about it. And I used some creative book editing to, warning made, I used some creative book editing to push Rido as far back as fucking possible. So that I could get all the console games, and I still fucking can't because there's only so far I can justifiably push it. But yeah, Oblivion's a long ways away, is what I'm saying. But anyway, yeah, no, that's Morrowind. The expansion packs are pretty good. The base game leaves a little to be desired. You get used to it, but I don't know if I can say it's good or I just got used to it being bad. I will say there are a lot of bad games that you don't get used to it being bad, though, so that's a point in its favor.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true, yeah.
Yeah, Mega Man Battle Network.
Fair enough. Again, I apologize to everyone because viewer requests are now canceled on Sackstream, and I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
If Rido impresses me, I'll throw in Rido, too, for the record. So don't worry about it. All right, we're going on to the next game, this one you have played, correct?
Yes, I beat this game, yes. Excellent. I did not 100% it, but I did beat this game.
That's fine. Prepare to get canceled. We're going to be talking about Hogwarts Legacy. We're going to be talking about the wizard game.
Prepare to get canceled.
Well, no, they have a website for harassing streamers who play the game on Twitch.
Do they really?
Yeah. They're like targeted harassment games. Campaigns about people who play this game.
Weird.
Yeah. So you did play Hogwarts Legacy, right?
Yes, I played this on launch. I got it 3 days early because I pre-ordered it and paid the extra like $15 or whatever to get it like 3 days early. Because I ended up having like a couple days off extra that week, so I ended up beating this game. I'm the only person in like my Discord group of friends that actually beat this game because everyone tried to like do all the side quests and got burnt out on it. That I just basically beeline the fucking story like I do in most games because I'm a firm believer of beating the story first, then going back and doing everything else because I want to be like OP for all the early game shit, so I can just blow through it at that point. That's how I play games. Not saying everyone should play it that way, but that's just how I do it.
I'm saying you shouldn't. I'm gonna say the opposite. I'm gonna say that's wrong.
That's fair. That's just the way I do it because I feel like it's a time saver in my opinion because like by the end, like especially when it's like a game that's based on like levels and like like stuff like that. Like a game like Zelda, like I'll do side quests while I'm in the areas and stuff like that because it makes sense because like you're not gonna be like stronger at like another point. But when it comes to like an RPG type of game, like this game or like Elden Ring or like any like JRPG where you can go back and do side quests, I prefer to do it after in like during my end game period when I'm just like OP and I can just blast through that shit.
I beat this game I think 3 days ago.
3 days ago,
something like that.
I beat it
maybe 4
a week after launch. So I believe it was the Tuesday following because I got it on the Tuesday before launch.
Okay, well here's the difference. So I did do the side quests. I
did not. Yeah.
I've uninstalled the game because I'm done with it. But there is. I got. What was I at? I was at like 97% completion, I think. I didn't even bother for 100. I didn't care. I just didn't. If like your completion goal for like 100% is like kill 30 bullywogs, I'm not doing that. Fuck off. I'm not.
Yeah, there was like a lot of like because I was looking at because I every time I play a new game or just a game in general, like I look at the achievement list just to be like, can I complete this in like a reasonable time? And like sometimes I look and be like, nah.
Well, if the achievements are like cast Destructo 100 times, I'll be like, I'm not going to stand there casting Destructo 100 times. It's not happening. Like, all I care about is like the story and the characters and the quests, and that's it. I don't give a shit about like you gotta collect the 130 bleached whale assholes. I'm like, no, I'm good.
No, I don't want to do that.
I'm fine. Maybe I'll collect like maybe 50. Yeah.
Yeah, like those make more sense. Like if they're like I can understand like some like I think like From Software has some of like the best achievements because they're all achievable and none of them are like ridiculous or tied to like any certain thing. Like it's like
you have never 100% of Demon Souls is what you have just told me.
No, I definitely I was going to do it for Elden Ring. I was gonna fucking completely platinum that game, and then I was like, I have far too much shit to do.
Yeah.
Because you got to beat that game like 4 times, I think, right? Something like that to get all the endings and shit. So
5. Yeah, I don't know. I did it 5, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was like 4 or 5 because like I got through my second playthrough. I was like, I gotta play other games.
Yeah,
I got other shit to do. But it was when I took a whole week off to play the game, and I was like, I was like, maybe I could beat it twice in like the week. That's not true. I didn't even beat it once in the week I had it. Yeah.
I have a challenge in this game to finish 37 quests, and I have 36 quests. So somewhere in this game, there is one quest in the entire game that I have not done, but I don't know where it is. It doesn't show up on my map, and no one's sending me an owl to go do it. So somewhere, there is a quest I have not done. What that quest is, I don't know. It's probably like go into a cave and get some fucking gloves or some shit. In which case, I'm good. I'm fine.
That's fair, yeah. I just wanted to play. Like I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan at all. This game just looked appealing to me because it gave me the stuff that I had a huge gripe with about the movies and shit like that, where like there wasn't a lot of magic use. I thought in like the movies, like it was more like based on like I get that it's based on story, but like with this game, like I got to do that stuff. Like I got to like actually fight people and like do wizard stuff, which I thought was cool. So like that's what kind of like drew me to buying this game. Even not being like a Harry Potter fan, which I thought was pretty neat of them to do. Like if they can convert someone who doesn't even give a shit about the lore, which I think it's good that they set themselves like 100 years before like the actual like books and stuff like that. Like I think that really like helped them a lot, like especially for people like me who don't really give a shit, because like then I can go in this with like, okay, this is like a whole new adventure. I don't even have to think of it as like a Harry Potter thing. This is like almost like a different like
if they make a sequel, I wouldn't mind if they set it in the future, because I don't know if you know this, the Harry Potter books take place in the 90s.
Yes.
So there's actually plenty of time to explore in Harry Potter. But yeah, I've read each book like 10 times. So
I have not. I've seen all the movies probably 2 or 3 times. I'd say
I have also seen all the movies at least 2 or 3 times. Yeah,
because like I've watched them with my ex-girlfriend. I watched them with my kid, and I think I watched them with another ex-girlfriend. So I want to say at least 3 times I've power watched all these movies. And my general thought on the movies is that they're fucking boring.
The movies are, I would say they get worse every additional movie, because the problem is the books also got bigger, and so they couldn't like they ran out of time to adapt them is the issue. It's like the first movie was fine because the first Harry Potter book is like relatively normal size, but then like as each individual book got bigger and bigger, it became like impossible to properly adapt the full story, so they just like created like truncated versions, and the more they had to like abridge the stories from the books, the worse the movies got. So I'm not a big fan on the movies. But I
think the only one I really liked was the 5th one.
Yeah.
Maybe. Or maybe I think I liked Goblet. I think that one might be
Goblet of Fire is the 4th one.
Okay, yeah. So maybe
Goblet of Fire is when I start having major problems with the movies, because then they start really deviating.
Yeah, I think it was because it had a lot more stuff going on in it, and it was kind of like the first time you see fucking Voldemort too. like live and in person. He
Not
just
as part of a
fucking,
face, yeah, on the back of girl's head.
and he murks a fucking teenager just without even like thinking about it. And I was like, this is cool.
It wasn't him
Like,
that did it.
It wasn't?
It was Peter Pettigrew who killed Cedric because they needed to kill Cedric in order to resurrect Voldemort. So Voldemort tells him when he's in a snake form, we don't need the spare, and so Peter Pettigrew actually kills Cedric Diggory.
Well, oh yeah, okay, yeah. This is how much of the movies I don't.
So like I said, I read the book like 10 times.
Maybe I don't even like that movie anymore. Who knows? My mom used the Harry Potter books to hold up a broken table.
You can. They're fucking huge.
Yeah,
I have fucking Order of Phoenix in paperback, which is the largest of the series, which is book 5. That you can read a paperback copy of Order of Phoenix once before that book rips itself in half because it is so big. Anyway, yeah, Hogwarts Legacy. A few things I want to talk about for this. Real quick, let's talk about 2 details. One, Sirona is the proprietress of the 3 Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. Is a trans witch character. And is played by an actual trans woman. So despite the turf stance of J.K. Rowling herself, the game is actually pretty pro-trans. And as far as it comes for like character creation, you can set your voices separate from your appearances, and you can also set whether you want to be referred to as a witch or a wizard. So you can also set your pronouns, which is an improvement on something that was done similar to Cyberpunk, which just sets your pronouns based on your voice. This is independent. They're all 3 are separate. So I think that's a good improvement. So the game, if you want to be a trans character, this is probably the second best game I've seen at enabling that. As far as like giving you an option. Obviously there's a game like Celeste where you just are trans, but like if you want the option to, the only other game I think surpasses the ability that this game enables is South Park Fractured Butthole, which is weirdly inclusive for a South Park game.
It really is.
You can be goddamn anything you want in that.
Yeah, I played that last year, yeah, and I was like, oh, okay.
My character in that game ended up being trans just because, for whatever reason, I gradually dressed my character in Stick of Truth more and more feminine. And then it's like, how do you identify? I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah. We're doing it. We're pulling the trigger on this.
Yeah, so everyone probably already knows this, but I always play as a girl character. Mm-hmm. So I was a girl character in this game, yes.
I didn't know that, actually.
Every game I play, I'm always a girl character.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yep.
Oh, hell yeah.
Every time. Because I would rather stare at a girl butt running in a game for X amount of hours than a dude butt.
That is a me quote, but that was a me quote that I took from the developer of Tomb Raider.
And I'm taking it a third time. Because I've always done that, like since like GameCube, PS2 era, when you started like to be able to make characters and stuff like that. I've just always done that, yeah. Well, because you got to think like I grew up obviously with like Super Nintendo games, N64 games, and stuff like that. So when character creation started to be a thing, I'm like, fucking be a girl. Like, fuck it, I don't give a shit.
Made that is the headcanon I created for my South Park character, for the record. That's what I ended up going with, because I ended up just dressing as a girl for the rest of the game from that point on. But anyway, yeah, actually relatively inclusive on that. One other thing, I talked about this, so I'm going to just briefly skim by this in Assassin's Creed, is humans have different skin undertones. I don't know how much you know about this, because I don't know how much makeup you wear, John, but humans have different skin undertones.
I wear a lot of makeup.
There is a disagreement about what specifically the skin undertone colors are, but I'm going to try and distill them down into 4 colors, and you're going to get a different argument no matter where you go. But I would say red, pink, yellow, and very rarely blue are the undertones for most human skins. Now, this isn't like a race or ethnicity thing. This is just like the colors that make up human skins. And like race aside, I think we can all agree that people with dark skin have dark skin. right? Like, I think we can at least agree on the color of people's skin being different, which is fine.
No, I can agree with
Totally fine. Any skin color can be beautiful. It's fine, right? No disagreements about that. But yeah, so basically, a combination of those 4 colors will make up basically all human skin tones. Maybe there's 1 or 2 I missed in there. I don't know. But like basically red, pink, yellow, and blue will make up most people's skin tones. And obviously, like, we're not talking like, like, it is a combination. It's a mixture of it. And obviously, no one's skin is like 100% yellow, unless you're having liver problems, right? But like generally, like, Asian people will like lean more towards the yellow side. Black people lean towards more the red side. White people generally lean towards like more the pink side. And most video games default the skin undertone for your default create character to a pink, right? Which is why it's so easy to make white characters in most video games, because I guess white people are seen as the default, right? And it's also why if you try and make a black character in a lot of video games, it's not going to look right, because the skin undertone is wrong. Like, if you, like I said this during the Assassin's Creed playthrough, if you take a white woman and you give her a really deep tan, she's not going to look like a black woman. She's going to look like a white woman with a really deep tan, because the actual undertone of her skin is different. Like, the hue is different, not just the shade of her skin, right? And so most default towards a pink undertone. Good create characters will let you change this undertone, or use like default character slides with more realistic skin palettes for the characters, but you don't get that very often. So usually when you have a skin slider, you're going to have to deal with whatever undertone they give you. Very rarely I have seen the skin undertone be not pink. Most notably, I can think of, it's like the original Saints Row, the skin undertone is red, and then there's also an NBA game that was directed by Spike Lee where the skin undertone was also red. So in those games, it's easier to create a black character than it is to create a white character, and if you try to create a white character, you're not going to look right. So the reason I bring this up is because Hogwarts Legacy, I don't know if you noticed this, John, uses a red undertone for the character, so it's easier to create like dark skin characters than it is creating white characters in this game. And I have about as much problem as this as I do with any other game that doesn't let you change your skin undertone. Like, like, I just created a black character because it's like, well, if that's what the game wants me to do, then I'll do it. I was adorable. I had the floofiest hair. But yeah, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because it's an interesting quirk, because it's not common among game development. Like, normally I wouldn't mention skin undertones in a game because it's like, it's probably pink, but like, I feel like it's worth mentioning just because it's not a commonly chosen undertone. The better option, by the way, is any game that lets you change that undertone. And are you going to get people who decide to be neon green? Sure. But who cares? Let them.
I will say the character creation in this game is one of the best ones I've used in a while.
No.
I mean, I like it.
It's kind of like, bad.
I like so.
But yes, mate, that is why making a white guy in Saints Row looks weird.
So so games like Skyrim and like Cyberpunk and stuff like that, I feel like there's too many options, you know. So like you can really get lost in the character, and like some people really like that. I like a more simplified, like, you look at a picture, you're like, this is nice, and you like kind of fix a couple things, and you're like, this is good. I like to spend a maximum of 10 minutes maybe creating my character.
Okay.
Like a maximum. And I think this game, this is why I like their character creator so much, is because it simplifies it and makes it easier for people like me who don't want to spend a shit ton of time and just kind of want to get into the game. But I made my character the way I wanted to look like it, because she was like a cross between Emma Watson and Hayley Williams, and I thought it was perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I understand. I want you to understand you are heard. Your
Yes.
opinion is valid, but what you also need to understand is, as someone who just said, I like to spend a maximum of 10 minutes making a character creator, you don't get to have an opinion on the character creator. I just want you to know that. This would be like if someone was talking about the fucking net code in a game and how they're having connectivity issues, and I'm like, well, I think the net code is pretty damn good. And they're like, have you ever played the multiplayer? No! That's why I think it's delightful. It's like, okay, that's okay, John. You can think that. You don't get an opinion, no.
It made that's also something too. Like in like Souls games, like I spend zero time. Half the time I just hit random 3 times and then like I'm good to go, or just pick like a default face.
Oh, Demon Souls is the worst character creator in the whole franchise.
I think 3 out of 5 of my Elden Ring characters look exactly the same.
The best character creators that I've experienced in games, 2 games that I would give a thumbs up to their character creators are Code Vein and Artificial Academy 2. I would give a thumbs up to either of those games. They're both good, but in different ways, unfortunately. So I've yet to play a game with the perfect character creator.
I do need to still finish Code Vein eventually.
Anyway, let's talk about this actual game. Let's talk about the side quests. I liked them. I liked basically all of the side quests except for some of the fetch quests and some of the weird, dumb puzzle things, right? The cast of characters, I loved it. I liked going to class. I liked learning spells. I liked becoming friends with people, going on these journeys, saving the fucking snidgets. I liked learning dark magic with my friend Sebastian. All a good time. The main story of this game is not interesting, and I didn't give a shit about it. I cared more about this game as like a fun going to magic school with your friends simulator than I did the main plot about discovering ancient magic and going on with the keepers. I didn't give a fuck about that.
I also second that too. That's why I like beelined a lot of the story. The Sebastian stuff was definitely my favorite because I was like, when I first started, I was like, I want to learn all the curses and shit. I want to be a fucking badass wizard, because I just wanted to insta kill people, and it wasn't worth it when I actually got all the spells and stuff like that. When I actually got like Avada Kedavra or whatever, I was like,
no, you nailed it, by the way.
Huh?
You nailed it, Avada Kedavra.
Oh, I nailed it. Cool. See, I do know things. Like when I got that, like the first time I used them, like, okay, this wasn't worth it. I'm like, I spent all this time. I'm like, yeah. I actually like the regular, like the one that like does the damage over time one. I can't remember what spell it. Crucio, yeah, that one. I use that one way more than
the problem with Avada Kedavra is the cooldown timer is like double the timer of every other stuff.
Too long.
When I got it, it was like the first time I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna mod away the cooldown timer. There's no cooldown timer in the Harry Potter universe. It's just a game mechanic. So honestly, removing the cooldown timer is actually more lore accurate.
Yeah, like I think if it was, it's like 120 seconds. I believe it's 2 minutes for the cooldown on that, which is not viable in any fight because like the fights.
Oh, it is. Okay. It is if you're fighting a boss fight.
Yeah, true. Yeah. That's the other that's another like problem I had. Like I liked the combat was fun until I got to the end of the game where it just felt repetitive.
It is a bit repetitive, but I also kind of enjoyed being a dumb wizard. When you fight Sebastian's uncle, the problem is this game is fucking piss baby easy.
It's so easy.
I never took damage unless I intended to take damage. And sometimes I did, because there were chests just full of Wiggenweld potions, which are for healing you. Sometimes I had to go out of my way because I just go into combat mode whenever combat starts. I wasn't able to stop my instincts. So I just go under like the Abrology, and I just stand in a devil snare just chugging potions to empty out all of my healing potions so I can go pick up more healing potions.
I think I died once.
I died 3 times, and every time was because I jumped off something I shouldn't have.
I think what happened was like I just wasn't paying attention, and I was just like standing there, and like there was someone behind me that I didn't see, and he eventually ended up killing me. I think that was like the only time I actually died in the game, and I think I played on like, I want to say like normal or hard. I don't remember. But I didn't play on the easiest setting, but like this game was incredibly easy.
Fucking piss baby easy. It's legitimately one of the easiest games I've ever played in my life.
It's not. Oh, I can't say that because I've definitely played way easier games.
It might be easier than Dark Souls 3. Like, I can say that. This is one of the easiest games I've ever played.
It's probably in my top 20 for easiest games, but it'd probably be like below 15, I would say. Yeah.
It's fucking piss, baby. I genuinely do not take damage in combat unless I have decided to. Like, unless I actively don't dodge.
Yeah, because there's a lot of like healing over time. Like you can get like there was like one of the spells like
you can heal in this.
Yeah, like, I can't remember like one of them like if you do it or whatever, or easier than Kirby 6. Okay, first we're not gonna get into that. Actually. I love you, but I don't want to go on a rant on either of those things right now. Spyro. No, I'm not. No. Okay, go on, Zach. Before I go on.
You were actually the one talking, but I will continue in that case. Yeah, when you fight, so like obviously I don't need to go all out in most fights. And so, but for whatever reason, when you're in the cave with Sebastian's uncle, I just decided, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go for it. I demolished it. This man is a boss fight with a boss health bar. He launched his first attack, and I was like, is he going to attack Sebastian? No, he launched it at me. Protegoed that shit. I then proceeded to demolish this man. He did not get a single fucking hit in. He just stayed in the air getting juggled for a solid minute till his health bar hit 0. I was like, no, we done. And I want you to... I laser focused this man to death because there were undead inferni attacking. They came up behind me and I didn't even fight them. I took a brief second to block their attacks from behind without even looking at them just so I could keep the fucking juggle going. This man was embarrassed and destroyed. Like the preceding scene, like the scene afterwards where like Sebastian kills him, it's like that wasn't necessary. That man probably just vomited his brain out of his nose. Like that man was demolished. I embarrassed him.
It's funny you bring up Protego because I never used it.
Oh, that's why you took damage, John. Maybe learn to play the game.
No,
learn to parry.
I used it. So I used it like in the beginning of the game, and then I forgot it was a thing. After a while, I just forgot. So that happens.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, and also this is gonna be controversial. The Unforgivables should not have been in the game. Yeah. They just shouldn't have. They're too strong, and they cause too many lore issues because you can't cast them on people. You straight up can't. You will go to Azkaban. And like the game just treats them like any other spells. Like they should not have. If they were in the game, they should be enemy only spells. You should not have been allowed to use them, especially Avada Kedavra, because that causes fucking problems. Like there are scenes, like for example, like with the Harlow fight, if you drop him with Avada Kedavra, he's still alive. He just goes to Azkaban, but like you killed him with the Killing Curse, right? You cannot survive the Killing Curse. You straight can't. Right?
Yeah.
So, like, they shouldn't have been included. There's dark magic that I, like, like, Fiend Fire could have been in the game. Fiend Fire would have been fucking awesome in the game. Like, including dark magic, I'm fine with. Those 3 spells should not have been in here as a player spell.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to play with those, because I wanted to, like have that experience, but like after I got them and like used them for a while, I was like, this just doesn't feel right. I'm like, it's like it just, and then it made the game like less fun too.
Yeah.
At like certain points, like the Crucio spell was good for like definitely like bosses and stuff like that because it would just constantly drain HP and stuff.
Oh,
but,
I fucking spammed them once I got them, but
yeah. But like other than that, like I don't know, like I definitely really like this game. Like it was so far, this is like the game that's come out this year that I played that I didn't have any issues with. It worked fine. It was a fun game. I didn't care about the story. Like I played it kind of like the way you did, like where I was like, this is like Wizard Simulator, whatever. You know, like I kind of looked at it like beyond the Harry Potter aspect of it and kind of just like played it as like a triple A wizard game. And like I think that's what kind of like made this a little bit more enjoyable for me, because I didn't have to worry about any of the lore. I didn't care. I decided like visually this game looks real good. It played great.
I'm not a fan that it feels the need to load all of the fucking shaders, but I guess it cuts down on load time in the long run.
Yeah. I had zero issues that I didn't do a lot of the side quests, so I can't speak on those because I literally just beelined the story and did like a couple of like the like main things you had to do with like some of the friends, like finding the Griffin, fucking obviously stuff with Sebastian.
Hippogriff, not Griffin, but yeah.
Huh?
It's a hippogriff. It's not a griffin. They are actually legitimately different animals.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
You know what I mean. But yeah, there was there was one point where I was like, oh, I want to find out like those like statue things for like the janitor guy. I went over and then like I went to go do them. Like, yeah, this is fucking.
I found all of them.
Yeah, I was like, no thanks. Yeah.
Well, because it upgrades your Aloha Morris spell.
Yeah, that's why I wanted it, but then like, and then I was like, I'm not gonna do all this game, so there's no point. So I just kind of like, I just kind of like played it. Like, I liked it a lot. It was pretty good. Like, yeah, I mean, 8 out of 10 for me. Like, it's the best game I played so far this year. So far.
So I wasn't done, but okay.
I know. Those are my final thoughts. So
okay.
The floor is yours.
One thing I will say that I wasn't appreciative of this game, other than the fact that I don't think the Unforgivables should have been in this game at all, is as player spells at least. I have seen some people complain about Avada Kedavra not working on the final boss. And they're like, what? You mean to tell me ancient magic is stronger than the killing curse? Yes! Yes! You fucking idiot! Everyone knows that. It's literally the plot of the books! Harry is alive because ancient magic is explicitly stronger than the killing curse! What the fuck are you talking about? I did try, though, for the record. I was like, Avada no.
Nah.
Yeah, because fucking Lily Potter uses ancient magic, and that's why Harry doesn't die to Voldemort's killing curse. That's why it rebounds on him. So yeah, obviously, it doesn't work on ancient magic. We knew that. You find that out, if not in book 4, you find that out in, like, the first, like, 20 pages of the first book. Like, that is immediately presented information. It's not a surprise. Anyway, my main issue is I think it's a little too invested in the story of the books, actually. You know, you're not a big Harry Potter fan, so you probably didn't notice all the stuff I did, but it tries to hit similar beats to the, like, novels, and I'm not super, like, it tries to hit, like, all of the iconic Hogwarts areas, and I kind of would have liked if it had kind of stood on its own more. Like, we didn't need the Room of Requirement, right? You can go to all the dormitories. I would have liked to be able to break into other people's dormitories, but they don't let you do that. Polyjuice Potion didn't need to make an appearance. The Killing Curses didn't need to be used by you. You've got Thestrals, which I will say, put a pin in Thestrals, because I think what they did with that was really cool. We didn't need a hippogriff riding scene. Like, it feels very much like there's, like, iconic points in the books and movies, if you're one of those. And they wanted to touch on them and bring back all that stuff you love from, like, the original stories. I'd have liked a little more uniqueness, a little more Hogwarts Legacy flavor, and a little less original Harry Potter flavor, if that makes any sense. I know that's such a weird complaint that I want it to be less of a fan game, but I want it to be less of a fan game.
No, I can see why they did that, because obviously, like, the people that are definitely 100% going to buy this are going to be the huge Harry Potter fans that are going to want that type of stuff in the game. So that makes sense 100%. But like that, obviously that stuff didn't bug me, because like I didn't see it that way. I was like, oh, this is like a cool scene where I'm riding a hippogriff. Like, that's cool. like, oh, these are like unforgivable curses. Like, I'll use these for a little bit and then get bored of them. Like, I could see like where like you're coming from, but also I completely understand why that's all in there.
Yeah, no, I understand why it's in there. I would have liked the game to stand on its own a little bit more, and also kind of like draws attention to it, right? Where it's like, check out this fucking thing from the books, and I'm like, yep, I see what you're doing. I see the thing from the book that you're drawing attention to. Oh yeah, when you're doing that quest and you get to use the Deathly Hallows. Come on, really? Really? Come on.
Yeah, and there's I think there's a quest line for one of the houses where you go to Azkaban too.
Oh, really?
I think it's
well, Azkaban's just wizard prison, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, it's like, come on. Like the Deathly Hallows thing is the thing about the Deathly Hallows that kind of bugs me about it is that like there's like a student that'll like talk about the Deathly Hallows. The Deathly Hallows aren't a fucking thing in the Harry Potter universe. Like, people know the tales of like Beetle the Bard and like the story of the three brothers. Like, that's a thing that wizard parents tell to their wizard children. That's not crazy. That's like a Mother Goose story for them, right? The thing is, the Deathly Hallows being real physical artifacts is not common knowledge. It's crazy conspiracy theory bullshit, right? Like, when you get to book 7 and they have to, because like no one fucking knows. Like, Ron grew up on the story of the three brothers. He knew the story. He just didn't know what the fucking Deathly Hallows were. They had to talk to Luna Lovegood's dad in order to get the lowdown on the Deathly Hallows. They're like, what the fuck is this? He's like, oh, that's the story of the Deathly Hallows. They're like, the fucking what? Like, this man is a conspiracy theorist. The Deathly Hallows are like the wizarding world's equivalent of like flat earth theory. Like, people think it's fucking batshit that people believe in mystical artifacts from a goddamn nursery rhyme. Like, what if I told you that there was like a real life plot and it's like what if I told you that it's like, here, you've got to go get Cinderella's slipper, John. Go bring me Cinderella's slipper. Go bring me Cinderella's glass slipper, John.
I'd be like, I fanbit.
That's fucking lunacy, right? That's crazy people talk. And yet the game, because they know the Deathly Hallows are real, just treat the Deathly Hallows like they're real. You shouldn't. It's a fucking fairy tale in universe. Anyway, yeah, that's kind of the things where it's like, where I'm saying, like, I wish the game stood on its own a little bit, because it's a bit distracting how in your face it is with, like, remember this thing? And I'm like, I do remember that thing. Oh, and I hated the room of requirement. The only thing I don't like about this game is the room of requirement. That whole room, I fucking hated everything about it. Every time I got called in there, every time I had a deke quest, every time they wanted me to breed two shits together, I hated it.
So
bring me the goose that lays a golden egg. Perfect. R6 on board. He gets exactly what I'm complaining about.
So, that stuff's because, as many people might know, or maybe not know, I am a sucker for farming sim type games like Stardew Valley. So much so that I've been playing a lot of those in my spare time over. I started up Harvestella, which is solid. I'm not gonna ever talk about that game outside of right now, but just because there's not much to talk about with that game. So, except for farming sim. Well, you know what I mean. Like games, anyways. So the room requirement stuff, I didn't even know that was in the movie. I didn't remember it was in the movies or the books or anything. So like that was like, I was like, oh, this is like a little additional thing where I get to like do my chores and stuff. Like, I like doing chores, so I spent a lot of time in there and breeded shit and like fucking grew shit like a fucking madman. I spent a good amount of time in there.
It was the only part where I'm like, this is fucking boring and I hate this.
Yeah, I can see that because like that was like the one part of the game where I was like, this speaks to me.
Just like, get me out of this fucking room.
As someone who has almost 200 hours in Stardew, that part spoke to me.
Yeah, like I hate this fucking. Anyway, what I will say though is I do like how I think they were a little in your face with the Thestrals, but I like what they did with them. Now I don't know if the game tells you how Thestrals work, John. Do you know how Thestrals work? Do you know why people can see Thestrals?
Something about death or something.
Correct. You can only see Thestrals if you have seen someone die.
Yes.
And I think the game's a little in your face with him. Like I said, it's a little too much. This is a fan game kind of thing. But what I do like is they did something fucking awesome with it at the beginning. And it might be one of my favorite moments in the game. Is you get in this carriage and it's drawn by seemingly like invisible animals, and it flies through the sky, and then a dragon comes up, rips the top of the chariot on top, and there's like that guy that's like friends with Professor Fig, right? And then the dragon closes its fucking jaws, and then it cuts to a reverse shot where you see the Thestrals pop in the background. I fucking laughed out loud. I'm like, well, that guy's fucking dead. It's such like a subtle, like that's the kind of fan content I love, where it's like, if you know, you're like, holy shit, okay.
I didn't even notice that. Yeah,
I noticed it and I loved it. I'm like, that man is dead. All right.
Also, shout out to the beginning of the game, because that is one of like my favorite intros in like a good while to any video game.
It's a solid opening, yeah.
Yeah. I really enjoyed it. Like, that really set the tone of the game, and then I progressively got bored as it went on. So,
what house were you in, by the way?
I was a Gryffindor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did the test and everything for the game.
Did you do the
online.
test on the Pottermore website, or did you do the test where the hat asks you questions?
I did it on the actual Pottermore website,
Nice.
and then uploaded my shit to the game. I went full force for it.
I didn't know what I wanted to play. I kind of was leaning towards Hufflepuff. When I do the house placement test, you can guess, probably. Guess.
Slytherin?
I'm a Ravenclaw.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Of course, I'm a Ravenclaw. Anyway, yeah, I'm a Ravenclaw. But then I was like, well, I'm going to answer how my character would answer, and I ended up a fucking Ravenclaw anyway. So, so I was a Ravenclaw. My gimmick is I push the curiosity of a Ravenclaw to the absolute limit, and I was interested in everything. Even the stuff I shouldn't have been. Like the curses.
I'm sorry, Nade. See, back in my day, my mom would make me take regular STD tests to make sure that I wasn't getting any diseases. So that sounds way better than that. I actually, like, now that I think
my
about it,
mom ignored me. So
yeah. Fair enough.
All right, so yeah, I actually agree with you. I liked it. There were things I didn't like. A little too much of this is a fan game for me. The story's boring, but like I did like the characters. I liked it as like fun wizard simulator. It was a good time. So I also agree, 8 out of 10.
Yeah, it is. It's a solid game. So fair enough, mate.
So moving
Stay
on.
that way. Stay that way. Next. 3 games that I have not played.
Fire Emblem Conquest. Now, there are 3 Fire Emblem games from Fire Emblem Generation 14. 14th Fire Emblem game. For some reason, Fire Emblem 14, it consists of 3 games. Conquest, Birthright, and Revelation. The basic idea is your character was from the Kingdom of Hoshido, and you were kidnapped as a baby to the Kingdom of Nor, and then you grew up in Nor with the Nor royal family. But it turns out that you find out that you were kidnapped as a baby. You actually belong to the Hoshido family. And so your character has to make this decision on whether you want to side with your birth family, the Hoshidos, or you want to go on to the Nor family who raised you. So it's a bit of an interesting decision. And so they decided to do this across 2 different video games. They split the game into 2. There was Fire Emblem Conquest, where you side with the Nor family, and then there is Fire Emblem Revelation, Fire Emblem Birthright, where you side with the Hoshidos. This game is probably like so here's the thing. Conquest has a much stronger cast than Birthright. I liked all of the characters. I loved the royal family. Even the ones you think you might not like the prince. Because he seemed like a bit of an asshole at the beginning. You get the feeling that like the family genuinely cares about you. It's a very strong cast in this game. A story, on the other hand, because this is the bad guy side, but like your character Corrin is supposed to be like a hero, who's trying to like fix the issues with the Empire. And so the thing is with this, is the game constantly has Corrin be like, did I make the right choice? Should I really have sided with Nor? Did I really do it? It constantly tries to make you have the character have doubts about what side of the war you chose. And what brings me the problems with this is when you get to Birthright, they don't do that. There's no doubt. Once you choose Birthright, you've chose the Birthright. So it's like the game creators themselves are trying to make you feel bad for choosing this route. It's like the game is like trying to guilt you. I don't like that. But yeah, much stronger cast of characters. This game is fucking hard, though. Can we talk about that for a second? This game is fucking hard. This is the only like the only thing I can compare this to is like some of the Three Houses DLC gets this hard. Like this is absolutely unfucking believable. Like we're talking to like enemies just like decked out with like silver weaponry. Fucking just hundreds of enemies, very creative level design. Sometimes you have to like almost like sort of solve puzzles as you progress through the levels. I loved the level design in this. Wish it wasn't this fucking hard though. But yeah, no, honestly, I enjoyed this game. Not like my favorite Fire Emblem of all time, but like between the characters and the story, when the story wasn't trying to guilt trip me, and like the excellent like level and combat design, this was actually a pretty good time. I had a lot of fun breeding my characters because they have child characters in this. I'm not a big fan of the fact that they bring in characters from Awakening and then they have weird time shenanigans where your kids grow up in alternate worlds, but I do like all of the kid characters. This game was also censored heavily by Tea-House, by the way, which also like fucking butchered Engage, in case you're wondering. They didn't go as hard in this one as they did Engage, but they did a fucking number. Like, you see at one point the character, like the main character, kill her dad, and like they cut to black in this for some reason in like the Western release for it. I have no fucking idea. A friendly reminder that these games are not rated E for everyone, by the way. These aren't marketed towards children. So I don't understand. So these changes aren't being made because of the ESRB. These are being made because fucking Nintendo of America is the worst goddamn video game publisher in history.
Yeah, they do like to unnecessarily censor a lot of shit. Which is something they've been doing since the NES, so
yeah,
it's not surprising, honestly.
They're the worst, and I hate them. I hate you, Nintendo. I hate
Full
you.
circle on that. Full circle on that.
Like I said, this is gonna be an I hate Nintendo stream. Anyway, yeah, Conquest. Good combat, good characters. A little too hard for my taste, and I don't like that the game constantly tries to guilt trip me.
That's fair.
But otherwise, pretty enjoyable. Not my favorite Fire Emblem, but a good solid pick.
All right. That's on 3DS, right?
Yes.
Okay. We played an NES game where I had pixel art of decapitated guy.
Okay. Fire
Probably?
Emblem Birthright.
Maybe.
Now, this is the route that happens if you choose to side with your birth family of Hoshido. Now, what you need to understand about this game is there's a few differences. One of the differences is if you choose to side with your Hoshido family, at absolutely no point does the game ever try and guilt trip you and be like, did I take the wrong choice? Maybe I'm not doing this properly. Nope. You made the right choice. You go, Queen. This is very clearly the choice you were supposed to be making. The characters in this, I have to say, the Hoshido side, I don't like them as much. I don't feel as much of an attachment. They're supposed to be like your birth family. Like Takami's an asshole. I don't like Takami. I think there's like a big talking point about like the differences between the Nor and Hoshido family, because when you're on the Nor side in Conquest, and you're like, hey, I'm joining the North side, but there's something going on, the Hoshido family instantly is like, okay, well, we're gonna fucking kill you. Right? Fuck you. How dare you betray us? Person that we've had 5 conversations with and you stayed over at our house once. But when you go and play Birthright, when you talk to your Nor family, they're like, what the fuck? We raised you. And they're like, yeah, but like, I'm siding with my birth family. Also, Dad's a fucking evil monster, like literally. And you know what the Nor family does? Like 90%, like there are 4 siblings in each family. 3 of the 4 siblings swap sides in this game. Like 3 of them. Like Like, so your Nor family just loves you more than your Hoshido family. That's what I'm telling you right now. That's the moral of this story. This game is fucking easy. So apparently the division between did you want to go with your Nor family and your Hoshido family, I didn't find this out, is also a division on did you want to play the easy version of the game or the hard version of the game. And so Conquest is super hard and Birthright is super easy. It's most of the objectives are just like route or seize, just like Three Houses. It's just like go here, kill the enemies, get to the end with like nothing special about the level design or the level structure. The story is kind of not nearly as interesting. One thing that's interesting is that Conquest and Birthright basically hit the same locations, but they go in opposite directions of each other. So they like the games that go in reverse. So like you usually end up hitting like the Hot Springs area and like the midpoint of the game. It's kind of interesting. That it's like the same game but backward, but like also on a different side of the war. I think that's kind of cool. Yeah, and also the weapons and items that you get in this version in Birthright are better than the items in the Conquest version.
I guess that kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, probably because it's the easy one, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's okay. It's passable. I didn't like it nearly as much as Conquest. And I also, you know what I didn't like about this is I didn't like fighting the Nor siblings because I love the Nor siblings. They're my sibbies. And I especially don't like that, spoilers, Elise dies in this version of the game. So the fact that Elise dies just in this version of the game by itself is enough for me to say, well, Birthright's the inferior version then. I don't want to play through it where Elise dies. Anyway, yeah, that's Fire Emblem Birthright.
All right.
Fire Emblem Fates Revelation. So, here's the deal about Fates. This is a DLC where the idea is it's an entirely third route of the game. And the idea is you get to the point where it's do you choose your Nor family or do you choose your Hoshido family? And it's the decision where your character goes, neither. Peace! And you just leave.
Okay.
You just fucking leave it, and everyone's like, oh, you betrayed everyone. What the fuck are you doing? And you find out about, like, the story about what's going on with your dad. There's an evil dragon that's crossing different dimensions. This is later expanded on in other DLCs. By the way, I did all of the DLCs for this.
Fair enough.
And yeah, so you go across, you find the evil conspiracy, you find out what's been going on the whole time. The reason this is called Revelation is because it explains the plot of the other two games and what's happening across across Birthright and Conquest. So I would say this is probably the definitive version of the game. If we ever stream Fire Emblem Fates, we will be doing Revelation for the record. But also the cool thing about this is no one dies in this game, and also you get basically almost all of the characters in this game. You get your Nor family and your Hoshido family. And remember how I said you can marry off the characters and have kids? You can marry your Hoshido family to your Nor family. And you can bring everyone together. It's awesome. It's fucking cool.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah.
And here's the baffling thing. When you go to play Revelation, it's like, hey, have you played Birthright and Conquest? You should definitely play this after Birthright and Conquest. So, in terms of difficulty, where do you think Revelation falls?
Medium.
Correct. Despite the fact that you had to play the super hard Conquest game in order to get here, they actually make it easier than Conquest, but harder than Birthright. It's like right down the middle. It's got I have to say, as far as like actual level design for like the levels, this might be my favorite out the series. I think it's a happy medium between like the two hard choices made in Conquest and like the fun Conquest puzzle designs, versus the just fucking irritatingly basic bitch Birthright levels. The only thing I will say is that when you refight skirmishes in the Revelations levels, they can be a real pain in the ass to go through a second time. Like, they're very good for story missions, they're very bad for level grinding.
Fun.
You also get access to all of the equipment, so the Birthright and the Conquest equipment. So the only thing is there's just like one support that isn't available in this, and it's fine. It's not like a big deal. It is a little disappointing though. But no, honestly, it's a good time. I enjoyed Revelation. There's also a DLC where you play as the kids of all of the characters from like different timelines. I hate Fire Emblem's different timeline thing though. That is something that does kind of get me, but I just have to fucking deal with it because they do it constantly. But yeah, that's really cool. Nice battle against like the final boss. It's a good time all around. The supports are a lot more like basic as compared to like Engage or Three Houses or something, but it's fine. It's a good time. Just a nice, enjoyable Fire Emblem game.
10 out of 10.
Well, no, I wouldn't go that far. But yeah, what I will say about Revelation and Fire Emblem is you know what I've realized recently? I really like Fire Emblem. I'm converted. I'm a Fire Emblem fan now.
So I haven't played any Fire Emblems, but I have played Advance Wars and Wargroove, which are basically kind of like Fire Emblem.
Mm-hmm.
So I played Fire Emblem style games, but I haven't played Fire Emblem.
Yeah, you've played strategy games. What would you look for in a strategy game? Would you look for like more heavy RPG elements or more heavy like combat elements?
That's hard. Probably I like more RPG elements. Yeah.
I would go with Three Houses in that case.
That's what everyone says. Yeah.
It's also in its own timeline. It's also in its own timeline, but it's also long as fuck.
Yeah. So I think I think I played like an hour of Path of Radiance and then didn't go back to it for some reason. But everyone says I should play.
It's not that good. It really isn't.
People have told me to play Path of Radiance and Three Houses. I picked up Engage just because we had it at work and it was on sale for like $50, and I was like, whatever, I'll just use my discount.
Three Houses is more story character focused. Engage is more gameplay focused. So it kind of depends on what you're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to find like every time I go to like one of the game shops I always look and see if they have Three Houses because like their used Switch games are like $45. So that like eventually I'll pick it up. I'm like not in a rush because I heard that game's like I'm pretty sure you said it was super fucking long.
I did every route, and I genuinely do not recommend playing every route back to back.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that. If anything, it'd be like a game like I would come back to and play a different one because I do that with a lot of games. Like I'll play a different route and like do things differently. That's why I like games like that, like because it gives me a reason to come back to it someday. Like,
no,
maybe not
there's only one routing to Engage. If you're looking to do a Three Houses playthrough, for the love of God, do a route and then go play like literally goddamn anything else. Not a strategy game either. Don't go play don't boot up like Tactics Advanced or some shit. Like go play literally fucking anything. Do not do all of the routes back to back, like I did. It is fucking daunting of an experience. There's only so much any type of game I can tolerate in a row, and for the record, I'm like 3 missions done, like 3 missions away from finishing Fire Emblem Engage, and I stopped that to play the entirety of Hogwarts Legacy. Like, I have reached my saturation on Fire Emblem, and
the breaking point.
Yeah. There's only when you play like 4 Fire Emblem games back to back, there's only so much Fire Emblem I have in me, and I've reached my limit. So I'm gonna be taking a Fire Emblem break when I'm done with Engage.
That's fair. Yeah, I get that way. Well, because like again, I like love farming sim games. So like I played like a lot of Stardew, and then I took a long break, and then I played this game called Sunhaven. That's still like kind of like pre-release. Then I took another break from that. I think that's I can't remember what I played game after. Then there was like this other game called Traveler's Rest. That's more of like a tavern simulator, but it has like farming and shit in it.
I'm familiar.
Which is also in pre-release too. And then I stopped that. Then I think I played the next game we're about to talk about, and then I went and started Harvest Stella, which is very much like
you
it's
don't
a farming
talk about
sim.
These farming games very often on stream. You need to start doing that more.
Well,
You're just leaving content on the floor.
The reason why I don't talk about them is because like I don't think it's interesting to talk about because like when I like Stardew Valley for instance, so like like I had a huge farm, I had some carrots on there, I had some potatoes and shit.
I played
you know
Stardew.
what I mean? Like,
you can come up with a fun anecdote for Stardew.
Yeah, like that's why I have never really talked about it because
I married Haley.
Over the summer, I didn't work for like that month. Like literally, what I did, like I fucking played Stardew like every fucking day. Like I think I put another 100 hours in just in that month where I didn't work or whatever. Like between July and like the end of August, like I put so much time to that. But like, yeah, I just never talk about them because like they're like the games that like I weirdly enjoy a lot, but like I'm like I don't think anyone would really give a shit.
I guess I kind of get that.
Yeah.
I recently re-got all of the Stellaris DLC, which is a game that I hated when I played it the first time, and then I just keep going back to it. I have like a weird fascination with playing Stellaris and Civilization 4. No, 5, 4.
Yeah, there's a lot of games.
Not the latest one, the one right before.
Don't talk about like there's a lot of things. I'm just like, would this be interesting to talk about? Probably not. No.
Fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, like so I go back to like strategy games very often that I don't bother to talk about because it was just a good time though. But anyway, yeah, Fire Emblem Fates Revelation, it's good. I enjoyed it. Not my favorite Fire Emblem. But it's a solid pick. It's a solid choice. I did enjoy it. But yeah, it also taught me, Fire Emblem Engage taught me that my limit for Fire Emblem games is 3 in a row afterwards because I just kind of stopped with Engage after a while. I made it most of the way through Engage. Like I did all the DLC already. It's just like I still got like a few missions left, and it's like. I kind of ran out of steam on that, so
yeah.
I can't beat 2 Pokemon back to back, though.
No, that's definitely a slog. Yeah,
I can't do 2 Persona back to back either. May did like 3 in a row. That's fucking inhuman to me. That's unfathomable.
That's fair because literally, like, IGN just put out a list of like the longest games, like to play, like just in general.
Single player.
And 3 of the like Persona 3, 4, and 5 around there.
Okay, so like Witcher 3 and
Witcher 3 was on there
Dragon
too,
Age Inquisition are way longer than Persona 5. Persona 5 is easily the longest Persona, but like Witcher 3 and Dragon Age Inquisition are significantly longer. Oh, she did 4 in a row. Yeah, that's fucking insane. I just can't.
Witcher was on. Let me look it up real quick. I'll read up the list.
Well, the next topic's yours, so you don't really have to do that.
I'll do both.
Okay.
So next topic, which is Jedi Fallen Order.
Which doesn't count as its own started franchise because it's just banking off the Star Wars name in the first place. Like, I understand the first game was really well saved, but it's not an original IP.
So yeah, I played this game. I played this game when it came out. Because I got it when I bought my Xbox One X. I didn't finish it though. I think I got halfway through it, and then I played Elder Scrolls Online. I think that's what game like took over my life for a good while. So I never went back to it. So it was on sale. I want to say December.
Hold on. That person in the background next to the person with the red lightsaber. The dark-skinned, I want to say lady, the dark-skinned lady, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't she die in the end of the first game?
She does not.
Doesn't she get Darth Vadered?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then.
No, and she does not die in this game, though.
Oh, okay.
And she's very much alive in the second one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I got it for like $8 or whatever. Like I want to say like it was either during the winter sale or maybe it was like Black Friday sale. But regardless, because I knew I was gonna play it before Jedi Survivor came out. Because I was like, I want to play the first one so I know where the story is and stuff like that. And just because like I haven't played a Star Wars game in a good while, so I was like, maybe it's time, you know what I mean? And everyone's always talked about how good this game is and stuff like that. This is a good game. I had a lot of fun. It's
is this the original?
Huh? Yeah, this is the first one.
Oh, I thought you played the second one.
No. I refunded the second one. Like,
oh, I thought this was the second one we were talking about. I don't know anything about either of them. I haven't played either because this is post. I don't care about Star Wars. This is after
Fair.
Disney ruined it. I hear the game is good, for the record. This game I have heard nothing but good things about. I hear it's
Very
like
good.
Star Wars, Dark Souls. That's all good and well for it. But the thing is, Disney ruined Star Wars, and I don't care anymore. KOTOR playthrough's going great, though.
Which one?
The KOTOR. I'm playing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic on stream.
So yeah, this game is it's like Souls-like. So it does have elements of that, like dodging, parrying, and stuff like that. This is one of the games where I'm actually good at parrying. That and Bloodborne. Everything else, not so much.
Clearly not Harry Potter.
I just forgot about it in Harry Potter, honestly, because like I wasn't dying, so I was like, who cares? And I just forgot it was like an actual thing to do in that game. But I played it on the second hardest difficulty. I want to say Jedi Master or whatever. So I didn't play on the hardest difficulty, but I played it on the one below that because I was like, I don't want to like just breeze through it, but I also don't want to like fucking die 1,000 times. So I kind of, because originally I was like, I'll play it on the hardest difficulty, and then I was like, time wise, I have to play games at like a moderate difficulty level so I can just rip through them half the time and just kind of experience them. And then typically when I go back to a game, that's when I'll play it on the harder difficulty because I'm like, okay, I've already experienced it, and I'll fucking do this, whatever. It's great. Cal Kestis, played by Cameron Monaghan, who's been in a couple different things. Fun fact, he was actually the O'Doyle kid in Click. I did not know that until I rewatched Click a couple of months ago. So he was actually in that movie, which is random, but I just wanted to throw it out there. He was in Shameless. He played Joker in the Gotham series. Who cares about that? But he's, 2 Jokers, actually. Yeah, that's right.
I hear that's a really good portrayal of Joker.
People really like that. I've never seen it technically, so I can't comment on it. I watched 3 episodes of Gotham and said no thank you. So I never went back to it. No, yeah. Yeah. But those DC shows just aren't, they aren't great in general. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoy this game. The characters all are really good in this story. I like that they set it. Like, I think the stuff that works best for Star Wars right now is stuff that's set between the movies. Yeah. Like Rogue One, great movie, phenomenal movie. I haven't seen Solo, so I can't speak to it. A lot of people either like it or they hate it, so I don't know. Mandalorian, that works well. I was going to talk about it, but I just didn't feel like talking about that tonight. Quick season 3 review, 7 out of 10. Not as good as the last 2 seasons, but it was still a solid watch. But I think that works the best for Star Wars is stuff that's set in between all the Skywalker stuff, because they have more freedom with it, and they can kind of like a lot of people talk about Rebels. I've never seen Rebels, but a lot of people really like that show.
I've seen Rebels. It's bad for season 1, but it gets progressively better, but then I just kind of fell off on it. It's just not as good as Clone Wars, which apparently they brought back for one final season, where you get to see Ahsoka fight Darth Maul, and I've seen that fight, and it fucking rocks.
Yeah. So again, stuff that's set between sequel trilogies, which I think with the so when they had Star Wars Day and they announced a lot of the stuff. A lot of the stuff is set in between those movies, so who knows? We'll see how that goes.
Oh, real quick about Rebels, though. Rebels is just like, it's made for young kids, very clearly, especially in like the early parts. They get a little bit more mature as they go on, but like it's very like for children. Whereas like the show it replaced Clone Wars definitely skewed towards like an older audience, which people hate because that doesn't sell toys. But that's why they got rid of it for Rebels. But what I will say is there is a line in fucking Rebels that is ice goddamn cold, where Ezra pulls out his lightsaber and he's staring down Darth Vader. And he says, I'm not afraid of you. And then Darth Vader just looks at him and says, then you'll die braver than most. And I'm like, fuck!
Cold-blooded. Love that for Darth Vader. Very for children, to be fair. Yeah, it is. That's why I like kind of like the darker stuff in Star Wars.
You'd probably
like,
appreciate like season 3 onward of Clone Wars.
that's what everyone says, but Clone Wars, what, like 7, 9 seasons, something like that.
It's like 5.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
That's still
and
a lot
season
to watch.
5, I think, is Disney Plus exclusive.
I just power watch a lot of episodes for something we'll talk about later. No spoilers, but I don't think I could do another Long Boy for a while. So, Force Unleashed. I actually bought those games again because I do want to play those again.
Force Unleashed is great.
Yeah, it's I bought 1 and 2. I think for like $10 or whatever
canon
for
anymore,
both of them. Yeah, unfortunately,
Disney ruined Star Wars.
And also, Force Unleashed, the only one that I know of that where you can get a black lightsaber, and I really like that.
I'm apparently incorrect. Season 7 was the last season.
That's why I thought. Yeah, I thought there were 7. I thought there was like 7.
Oh well.
Seasons, yeah.
Well, whatever. Who cares?
So eventually, I will talk about.
I haven't seen season 7 then.
Force Unleashed 1 and 2, I am going to play back to back because those games are very long.
Season 6 of Clone Wars is actually kind of weak. I'll throw that out there. Clone Wars for me basically ends at season 5.
That's fair.
Although I'm sure season 7 is good, but.
So yeah, Cal is probably one of my favorite Star Wars characters after playing this game because I like the portrayal of him like in this game he's a survivor of Order 66. His master dies and stuff like that really like fucks him up. His master is actually like the same race that I believe Jeb is or whatever his name is from Rebels, like the weird purple guy.
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, so I believe they're like the same race because they look very similar.
It's incredibly hard to tell what species anyone is in Rebels because of the art style.
Yes, and the only reason why I know about that guy is because he was in one of the episodes of The Mandalorian, and I'm like, who's that guy? He's like talking, he looks important, and then somebody like online was like, yeah, he's from Rebels. I'm like, oh, cool. I had no idea 'cause I haven't seen it, so what?
I'm just gonna put it out there. Ahsoka Tano, basically the main character of Clone Wars, would beat this guy's asshole in.
That's fair, yeah.
Because I know in this game you fight Inquisitors as like boss fights, and Ahsoka took out 2 Inquisitors by herself while barely trying.
That's what this game is. Yeah. So, in the beginning of this game, Cal is kind of like giving up on the Force. You know, he doesn't do anything. He's like working on he's like a salvager and stuff like that with some like team or whatever that kind of like is working on salvaging some parts of like some ship. I can't remember it. Like I played this game. I started it 2 months ago, then finished it right before Survivor came out. So I kind of like I split it up over time. So I don't remember everything, but I do like the droid in this BB whatever in this game. BD8, I think his name is. Very cool. I like his functionality in it. He's like kind of like does a lot of the hacking and stuff like that, which droids typically do. But it's kind of fun to have like a little side character with you the whole time too. That's kind of part of traversal and part of getting through different obstacles and stuff like that. And not only upgrading yourself, but also upgrading him as you go along too. I thought that was like a neat little touch. So Respawn did like a really good job with like the upgrades and this stuff, and because like the whole like portion of this game is like kind of like relearning how to do things like force wise too, which I thought was a nice touch. And I think a good touch that I know about from the second game is like it's not like Metroid where you lose all your powers. Like you start as you end in this game, which I think more games BD1. Okay, I think more games need to do that stuff because I'm sick and tired of like going from being super powerful at the end of one game to like in the sequel I'm like I can't even like break a rock anymore. So I think that was a good call on their part for the second one. I think I only played maybe an hour of the second one, so I can't speak too much on it. I'll talk about it whenever I rebuy it and actually play it again whenever they decide to fix it. Clerks 1 and 2 are great. Clerks 3 also good too. I didn't put it on this list because I forgot I watched it until just now. But Clerks 3 was great. That movie broke my heart. But
I want
anyway,
to say real quick, just to address something that Arsic said, Ahsoka was a Padawan during the Clone Wars, and in fact became a Padawan after the Clone Wars had already started. So they're almost the exact same age.
oh, as him,
Yeah, they're like basically the same age.
yeah, because he was.
She's a fresh-faced Padawan, so if he had a master who died, like you said, during Order 66,
Yeah.
they'd be basically the same age, because the Clone Wars had already started when Ahsoka had become a Padawan.
Probably, yeah, because he was like a Padawan like right when Order 66 happened. So she might be maybe a couple years older or something like that.
How long was the Clone Wars? Like 2 years or something? So she might have like a year or two on him, but it's not like a large gap. The real thing is Ahsoka Tano is a fucking prodigy, and there's no way getting around that.
Mate, all I'm gonna say about Clerks 3, because I'm not gonna spoil it. Watch it, but make sure you have some tissues ready if you enjoy those characters. That's all I'm gonna say. Because that movie like really like slapped me in the face. Like because I was like that was the night where I was like I want to watch something funny, and it was funny, but it fucking also destroyed me mentally as well. So, which I was not expecting. But anyways, the planets that they go to are really cool. You go to Kashyyyk. Obviously, because every Star Wars game
you
needs
have
to.
You can't not go to Kashyyyk.
You have to go to Kashyyyk, which was pretty cool. I liked seeing that. Like, obviously, fighting with the Wookiees and stuff like that. Saw Gerrera is also in this game as well. He was in fucking Rogue One and a couple other things too. So it was fun. I believe he was in Clone Wars too, right?
Ahsoka had already left the Order by the time Order 66 happened, though.
Yeah. I was watching those movies. Mallrats, show my friend Mallrats. I really see watch Dogma and Clerk 2. They're all classics. I like all the Kevin Smith movies. Yeah, even Tusk. It's a weird watch, but it's a good movie. But yeah, a lot of the side bosses too. I did a couple of them. I didn't do all of them. They were a lot of fun. They provided like a good solid challenge outside of just like general gameplay and like exploring and stuff like that. Yeah, Chasing Amy is definitely the weakest one. All the main characters of the game are all likable. I don't hate anyone in this game. So like this game is very well written. You can tell like these people love Star Wars and they wanted to make the best kind of like single player narrative that they could, and they nailed it. Like there was not a point in the story where I was like, that doesn't make sense. That's stupid. I didn't like this. Everything makes sense. And yes, Darth Vader obviously does appear at the end of the game, and he fucking just wrecks house.
Yeah. No, I've seen it. Yeah. It's pretty cool, actually. I like this new thing. What Disney ruined Star Wars, but the one thing they did do is they made Darth Vader kind of cool. And let's be honest, Darth Vader wasn't cool in the original. Like, it was pointed out by Red Letter Media that, like, in the original Star Wars movies, like, original trilogy exclusively, he was just, like, a middle manager for the Emperor. Like, he was just, like, a guy, like, he was cool enough, but, like, he gets mouthed off to by, like, Grand Moff Tarkin. Like, if fucking in the original trilogy, Darth Vader's not that guy, but they've, like, gone out of their way to make him seem really awesome.
Yeah, like, the ending thing of Rogue One, like, I remember seeing that in theaters and like my fucking
that movie
mouth
is
was
dog shit, but that scene is so fucking good.
I will respectfully disagree with you because I think that's the best Star Wars movie. But yeah, Darth Vader is in it, and he was the only boss I died to multiple times, and he's not even a boss. Like I just like for whatever reason, like, I couldn't figure out what to
Run,
do.
fucker.
So, like he I think he force chokes you. Yeah, he force chokes you obviously, and like it doesn't tell you what to do. But like you're supposed to like force pull something behind him, and it's kind of highlighted, but it doesn't really show you. So
and then he just stops it behind his back.
No, he like you hit him with it, and then you eventually run away, and then he fucking like chases you down.
No, he stops it. He stops it. He doesn't even look at it. He just holds his arm backwards and it just freezes. But it gives you enough time to break free. He doesn't need to look at his objects you throw. You're a fucking Padawan.
Yeah. But and then it's a fucking like chase scene, man. It's fucking like it's terrifying, yeah. It is so fucking terrifying. And like I love that too, because that was like a nice like way to like kind of like end the game and shit too. But overall, I thoroughly enjoy this game, and it made me hype for Jedi Survivor, and that's why it kind of takes me back to the fact that like
What's
I
wrong
played
with
that
it? Is
game.
it just buggy as shit?
There's performance issues. I
Mm-hmm.
experienced some performance issues on it. There's some bosses that are also bugged too, which kind of was another. Well, like after like I like because I bought it on release night.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get to play much when I got home. I played like I think an hour of it, and then like there was a lot of people like talking about some of the issues. So that's when I came home and I was like, okay, I'm gonna return this game, and I'll buy it in a few months when they like kind of fix some of this shit. Because like I'm sick and tired of these AAA's games releasing and not being like 100% out the door.
I basically
So
don't even buy AAA games anymore,
yeah,
unless they're made by Nintendo.
yeah, like fair enough. Yeah. I came
And
came
that's
in about
because
the PS5
Nintendo is
version.
holding my favorite franchises hostage
That's fair. Yeah.
with their money.
See, that's the thing. Like I'm just gonna play. Like I have to play everything on PC at this point. Like I don't know if I'm just like the fucking that person now, but like I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna buy it on PS5 if I can play it on my PC. Because
No,
like,
yeah.
if I can play it on my PC, I can also play it on my Steam Deck.
Oh, I forgot
like,
to
that-
talk about that. Okay, put a pin in that for a second. No, keep
What?
going, but then we're going to put a pin in buy it on PC. Keep going.
Okay. Where even was? Yeah. So like I would like if I can't play it on my Steam Deck and on my fucking PC, I don't want it at this point. Because if I go out to like like somewhere and I want to bring my Steam Deck, if I'm playing a game like Jedi Survivor, I want to be able to play it on the go. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna buy it on PS5 if I can't have that functionality. And granted, like like a game like God of War Ragnarok, I'll buy on PS5 obviously because it's an exclusive. Because that's why I have my PS5,
Is
even
it?
though my playing Harvestella in a Walgreens. I could. I mean, it is right now. Like God of War, like the is now on Steam now.
Okay.
With like games like Spider-Man and like Miles Morales. Horizon's on there now. Like PlayStation is slowly trickling out these exclusives onto PC, which is nice, but like half of those games I already own on PlayStation, so I'm not gonna buy them on Steam. It like doesn't make sense for me. If there was like a time where like if Spider-Man like remastered was like $20, I'd probably be like, to play it on my deck, I'd buy it for $20. But I'm not gonna spend $60 on a game I already have on PS5. So like that's kind of the way when I'm purchasing games right now, I'm like looking at it. If it's strictly on if it's on other consoles but it's on PC, I'm gonna buy it on PC just because I have that functionality for my Steam Deck and shit. Our dog shit months after launch. Yeah. See, that's the other thing too. Like they're new to like PC ports, so shit's not gonna work right either. But that's my thought process on games right now. I'm just gonna buy them on Steam
Excuse me.
because I have that other device that I can play them on too. Like Xbox had that for me a while because like I could play stuff on my phone like through Game Pass, but they don't have that. I can get Game Pass on my Steam Deck now, so this is obsolete now, so it doesn't matter. I can get PlayStation Now on my fucking Steam Deck if I wanted to, but I canceled my PlayStation Plus subscription, so there's no point. I don't even have Game Pass anymore. I canceled that because I don't even use it. So, but back to Fallen Order. After that rant.
Actually, we're gonna pull that pin out because I actually had something to say about that. Yeah, when I bought my PS5, I was like looking for like PS5 games, and I kind of said that, and like the only thing I saw was like Demon Souls.
Yeah.
Did I already say this? I've already said this, maybe. And it's like I'm not gonna spend $70 on Demon Souls because I already own Demon Souls. That'd be fucking stupid. So like, there's nothing else on PlayStation 5 that's like interesting to me. The other than like now upcoming, there's like Final Fantasy 16, but that's like a timed exclusive for like PS5. So but then they're just gonna like port it to like everything else in like a year. I can wait a year for I did say this. I can anyway, yeah, I can wait a year for like Final Fantasy 16, and then like the Atelier remake Marie remake will probably also come to PC because I know it's supposed to be like a PS5 game, but yeah, they'll probably port it to PC in a year, just like they will like Final Fantasy 16. So I don't see. So there's nothing on PS5, and I don't see anything coming to PS5 that sounds even remotely interesting. So I'm very much on board with like, why would I play it on this fucking box I have to lug out and hook up to my television if I can just play it on the thing I'm already sitting at?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because like that's the other thing, like with streaming too. Like if I want to play stream a PS4 PS5 game, I gotta fucking take my PS5 out of my fucking room and put it in here, set it all up, and God, boy, is it annoying. That's why I almost want to get a fourth monitor strictly for like streaming console games at this point.
Yeah,
but do I really want a fourth monitor? Probably. We'll see. I have no, yeah. So like that's the other thing. Like with Final Fantasy 16, is like, I'm probably just gonna wait too for it to be on Steam as well.
Yeah.
Then I have that. Like
it's like I either don't want it or it's just gonna come to PC. So I'll just get it on PC. It's also more convenient that way. So yeah. Yeah,
and fucking Star Wars. Yeah. That's the other thing. I sold my VR too. I don't have VR anymore.
Oh no.
Because I never use it. So
nobody does. It was a fucking gimmick that came back briefly. Anyway, Jedi Fallen Order, final thoughts.
Final thoughts on this game, I give it a solid 9 out of 10.
Ooh, fancy.
It was one of the best games I played in a while. I'm kind of mad at myself that it took me so long to play this, but like in reality I probably would have played it again right before the second game came out, because I typically do that anyways before like a sequel to a game comes out. If it's not aggressively long, I will play this. I think I played let me see. I think it took me 30
Just
hours.
Guess. It super doesn't matter. We don't want the stream to be too long.
Yeah. I want to say like 30 hours in this game. Yeah. Okay, it's not even 20 hours. Yeah, 19.8 on Steam. So that's kind of like if I'm gonna play a game, I want it to be like under like 30 hours, like max. If I'm gonna. I like to get like, yeah, sure, I can watch YouTube and stuff like that, but playing a game before, like, I was going to play Breath of the Wild before Tears of the Kingdom came out, and then I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking do that. No. I've already played the game like 2 or 3 times, so like I'm good on that. So yeah, no thanks. Yeah, like I already like replayed Diablo 3 like I think over the summer too. So like right after they announced Diablo 4, so I'm like, I'm good on that. I don't need to play, even though like the story in Diablo really doesn't matter, but whatever. I just played it anyways, just to play it. But yeah, not playing Breath of the Wild again. So
right.
9 out of 10. Let's move on.
Moving on. All right, this is mine. Tales of Berseria. Steam kept bugging me to play this, because if you buy a bunch of games, like I do, and you don't fucking play them, Steam's like, hey, you should play these games you own. Why did you buy them if you weren't going to play them? And I'm like, yeah, I'll play Tales of Berseria. We all know I'm trying to go through like the best-selling JRPG franchises of all time that I actually care about. And so like that, of course, brings us to Tales. Berseria always seemed cool. I liked Velvet's design. I like Velvet's design less and less the more I played this game, because the more I played it, the more I saw issues with it that I did not like. It's really good at a cursory glance, and then 80 hours into the game, you start being distressed by it. But that's fine. Don't worry about that. Put a pin in that. What I will say is, this is a tale of revenge, where the main character gets betrayed by her brother-in-law, and so she ends up turning into a demon. She tries to kill him. She teams up with other people with relatively adjacent goals. And so the thing that gets me with Berseria, that I really have to appreciate, the story is kind of basic. No reason to talk about that. But the thing that gets me about Berseria that I really appreciated is I really liked the camaraderie between the team members. Like, it's kind of weird because the team members like pretend like they don't care about each other, and they're like, whatever, fucking die, I don't give a shit. But like, then you have all of these like dialogue scenes, and you can tell that these are like really close. Like, if we're talking about like groups of friends in RPGs that are like the best friends, weirdly enough, despite how callous all of them seem, I would actually put like the Berseria friend group as one of the closest, tightest knit friend groups I've seen in an RPG. It's like weird, and I really appreciated the camaraderie between them, and like the relationship dynamic between the characters. And this will become more of a point in the next one, but the dialogue is written better in this game than in the game we will talk about immediately following this one. Like, they talk like human people. Which is a weird point I have to make. I like the aesthetics of it. The combat is fun. It's a little button mashy, but it's still not as like good as like Tales of Legendia is combat, but it's a fun, enjoyable, serviceable combat experience. I'm not as big with like weapon fusion. I think that gets a little daunting, but overall this is just a solid, good RPG that is fun to play with a nice cast. I think the ending's kind of weak and rushed, but they had to justify the ending leading into Zestiria. They had to justify how we get to Zestiria, so they kind of fucked themselves. Berseria fucks itself over because it's a prequel to another game is the problem. Like, I would say a good 50% of what is wrong with this game is just because it's a prequel that got fucked over by the entry right before it being much worse. But hey, shit's gotta happen. But anyway, yeah, not crazy about the ending, but liked the characters. Story was pretty good. A lot of good moments. I liked Magilou's like final stand against her mentor, like having her mind destroyed hundreds of times just to buy her friends a little bit more time. Love Magilou, probably my favorite character in the game. It's a good time. I would recommend it. I would recommend playing this one. Like, if I had to recommend a Tales game, I think I would recommend Tales of Berseria. Just because it's modern, you can get it in a modern system, it's just a good, fun RPG time experience.
The only one I own is Symphonia, Tales of Symphonia.
I haven't played that, but I've heard good things.
I also own it on GameCube. So I haven't seen it on GameCube.
Anyway, I might go 8 out of 10 on Berseria, honestly. It really is good. It really is that good.
These keep popping up like on sale and stuff, and I always go to buy them, and for some reason I don't. For some reason,
I would get it. I would get Berseria at the very least. I would get Berseria. Anyway, I had previously played the future entry of this because it's like Tales of Zestiria comes out, and then Berseria is a prequel to Zestiria, and it came out immediately after that. So I was like, I might have even, I don't think I reviewed Zestiria. I didn't like it very much when I first played it. So I was like, okay, so if this is a prequel, what if I play them back to back, right? What if I finish Berseria, go right into Zestiria? Will having the added context that Berseria adds improve Zestiria? So after I finished Berseria, I went to Tales of Zestiria. I replayed the game, Tales of Zestiria. Now, here's the thing. Will Tales of Berseria make playing Tales of Zestiria worthwhile?
No.
No. No, it won't.
Nailed it.
You could tell because I paused. No, it won't. So, here's the thing. I had a duplicate experience with Tales of Zestiria that I did when I played it the first time. I enjoyed it for the first 20 hours, and then Alicia leaves your party, is replaced by Rose, and then the game falls off a fucking cliff and just spiral nosedives for the rest of the entry. The dialogue is written like these characters are fucking aliens. It doesn't feel natural at all. The combat system is awkward. You have to like hit a button and then hold it and then move in a direction. It feels bad to play. Is the problem. So it's like the story's not particularly interesting. There are a lot of connections towards the beginning to Berseria, but then once the game goes off the cliff, the connections stop mattering, and it doesn't hold itself together. Berseria can't justify Zestiria. Zestiria is just bad. It has a weaker cast. I still like Lila. I still like Alicia, but I used to like Eda, whatever. Aizen's sister. But like now she just kind of gets on my nerves. Like now that I'm older, I'm just like, ugh. I'm kind of annoyed by her character. Edna. It's Edna. You know, like, I find her kind of annoying. I think the end of the game is okay. I originally hated the end of the game because it seemed like your characters were guaranteed to die, and it seemed callous that Saray was willing to just kill his entire party members in a mock battle. But then they point out that the death could be related to using the Seraphim against a powerful entity like the Lord of Calamity, and that it's only possible they might die, so it's not as big of a plot hole as I said originally. Like, I used to think it was a plot hole. It's not. That's on me sort of misinterpreting the line. Now that you met Eisen and saw how fucking cool he was. No, I don't even particularly like Eisen all that much. Like, I like Eisen, but he's not, like, my favorite character in Berseria or anything. But, like, no, it's like, what kind of got me during the new Zestiria playthrough is, like, Edna's just kind of like a bitch, is the thing. And it just kind of started bogging my experience down. And I'm like, man, Edna, you are a fucking bitch. But anyway, yeah, so the major issue with this game... Now, I have heard a different story, and then I heard something that might be more realistic. So, there is a character, she is on the poster that is up here right now. Her name is Alicia. She's the princess. She is the first character you meet in the game. She joins your party. She becomes your squire. And then 20 hours into the game, she leaves your party. And they replace her with another rando character named Rose. And what I had heard was that the game director waifu'd Rose super hard, and so he kicked Alicia out of the game and then brought Rose in to replace her because he just waifu'd Rose so hard. That's what I had heard. The disappointing bit of information I have then since heard is that Alicia's voice actress had an expiring contract, and they had to replace her they had to replace her in the game's plotline because this came out on the 20th anniversary of the Tales of series, and they had a deadline to get this game out, and so this game was just rushed, and so they had to rewrite the story around not having Alicia because the voice actress wouldn't be in it. Why they didn't just recast her, I don't know, but I guess it might have something to do with, like, recording voice lines before creating the game or something. I'm not sure. So that's what I heard. It sounds so more possible. However, there is an Alicia DLC that is voiced by the Alicia voice actress, and it was a day one, so they had to have gotten the contract for Alicia back in time to fix the game ending. So I don't know. Like, so in that regard, the waifu story sounds more realistic. Anyway, Alicia is tied to the main plot because, like, a big problem is that the Lord of Calamity is causing two countries to go to war against each other. So being the princess of one of the countries, you can see why the story would be so heavily tied towards her. Whereas Rose is an assassin who had an issue with an assassin member going rogue, but she's not linked to the overall plot lines. And I was thinking about it because someone said they just replaced all of Alicia's parts with Rose and gave her what should have been Alicia dialogue, and I kind of have to agree. Because there's even a part in the game where they have to kick Rose out of the party and then bring Alicia back for just one more fight so they can deal with the fact that Alicia's teacher is actually secretly a bad guy the whole time. Like, you find out that Moltrim is a villain, and they have to bring Alicia back to the party just to resolve that plot arc. So they have to kick the replacement character out of the party just to solve the plot line problems in this. So whether it's a waifu issue, whether it's the game was under a deadline issue, whether it was both of those problems, I don't know. But the number one problem, everyone will talk about, oh, the problems with the characters and the story and all that, but it all relates to kicking Alicia out of the party at the 20-hour mark. Like, every issue you have with this game, unless it's like gameplay wise, because the gameplay on this also sucks, is probably at least tangentially related to Alicia leaving at the 20-hour mark. And it's like, I like Alicia, don't get me wrong, but it really does ruin the game because everything that Alicia was tied to ends up having to get rewritten around the replacement, and it just doesn't work. It, like, the game's story, like, completely fucking flounders. It is absolutely dog shit. There is an Alicia DLC where you get to play as Alicia, and then Rose joins the party. And I remember liking that the first time. I liked it a little bit less this time, but also it ends on a cliffhanger. So, Tales of Zestiria. Yeah, if you're a Berseria fan, it's not worth it. I'm sorry. I want to say it was worth it. For the first 20 hours, I'm like, it is worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Don't play Zestiria. Just play Berseria. It's fine.
Skip it.
Yeah, skip it. All right, that's my Zestiria opinion. 5. I'll give it a 5. There are things to like about it. I do like Lila. I do like Alicia. It's an okay game, but, like, don't play it. Just don't play it. Just play Berseria.
That's fair.
All right, I'm dead. I'm ready. Done. I'm ready to move on.
Bring it up, baby.
All right, we're starting the movie portion with Super Mario Bros. The movie. I fucking hate Nintendo. It's the worst video game publishing company ever of all time.
It is, but this movie was fan-fucking-tastic. I loved every second of this. It was fucking great.
I've heard good things.
Yeah, so I took my daughter to see this, only because she really wanted to see it too. So typically I go to the movies by myself to see movies. So, this time I waited and I took her. So I had a week off in April. So we went to the movies twice. We saw this movie and we saw another movie that we'll talk about later. For a funny reason that she wanted to see it, but I'll talk to that later. This movie was fantastic. Like the voice cast, spot on. Everyone was like, Chris Pratt is Mario. Then it isn't gonna work. It worked fine in my opinion. Jack Black is phenomenal as fucking Bowser. I'm not gonna talk about the song because everyone knows about the song by now because it's been all over the. Just look up Peaches.
Okay.
It's a very Jack Black song. It's fucking phenomenal. The animation of this movie, fucking pristine too. Only con I think is that unfitting licensed music replacing original score that could have been. Yeah, that's my only real gripe about it. Like some of the songs like felt weird in it. And I'm also sick of hearing No Sleep. I'm sick of hearing Beastie Boys in general. Which again I'll talk about that later as well. I'm sick of hearing Beastie Boys songs in every fucking movie for some reason. Marvel's done that, is gonna do that twice this year for whatever reason, so we'll see how that works. But the music from the games that are in this movie is fucking perfect. Like in every spot, there are so many fucking random Easter eggs in this movie, from Punch Out to fucking Yoshi's Island to like everything. Like it is just packed full of fucking movies. I can't like this movie. The only other gripe I have about this movie is that it was very short, but it is an animated movie, so I kind of expect that. It's only like an hour and like 30 minutes, something like that. I think it maybe an hour and 26. It's not super long, so I feel like it could have been like maybe 15 minutes longer. Kind of like, 'cause some of the scenes go by very quick, but for Nintendo's, we'll say, first real foray into movies, because we all know about the original Super Mario Brothers movie. This was a really good start, and are you moving the thing right now?
What?
Yeah, for their first foray into movies, I think the choice of doing Illumination was a good choice, because the movie looks phenomenal. Like the animation
What's
is spot
Illumination?
on. They did like the Minions movies and shit like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Minions movie? You went with Minions over like Despicable Me?
Well, it's the same thing.
No, Despicable Me is a good movie.
I've never seen any of them, so.
Oh, Despicable Me is good. I would recommend it.
Yeah, they did like the Grinch movie and a couple other things. All the ones that Arctic's probably seen all of them at this point. Nothing felt forced in this movie too. Like everything kind of makes sense. The card stuff was cool too. I really like that. I kind of like how they threw it in and kind of made it part of it too, because like you got to throw Mario Kart in it,
of course.
So, but I think what really shines is like it wasn't a Save the Princess movie.
Oh,
which I really enjoyed, because it was actually more like Luigi gets captured like right in the beginning of the movie, which I thought was a way better move than having Peach be the one to do it, because like that would have been just like the same old song and dance. Also the addition of Donkey Kong in this too, and actually like fleshing out some of those characters was really cool too. Fred Armisen as Cranky Kong was really fucking good, actually. I loved him. He sounded like a what are you doing with the picture right now? It's like so
what?
It's so distracting.
What?
I just see it moving and tiny. Yeah, Fred Armisen was great. Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong was pretty cool too. Um, all the voice cast in this movie is really good. Charles Martinet does two voices in this movie. The actual guy who voices Mario. They make him Mario's dad, which is really cool. And they also make him like a guy that's basically a reference to Jumpman, which is also a fantastic call out too. They reference movies like Punch Out, fucking you name it. It's really good. Like I was very surprised by
Did you
this
just say
movie.
movies like Punch Out? There's a Punch Out movie?
I meant a game, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see what they do with this. Like, obviously they're probably 100% going to do a sequel. There's a post credit scene with Yoshi that pops up at the end, which is really cool. I and the way they kind of like have them go from like the real world into the Mushroom Kingdom is it works. It's almost like kind of like the Super Mario Brothers movie, like the original one, but it works better too. Foreman Spike from Wrecking Crew, also great callback. Yeah, 100% too. Yeah. Um, it was really caught me off guard. I really didn't think I'd like it as much. Like I know I'd like it because obviously, Lord Nintendo, like I'll fucking buy everything that they do. But I really like a lot of people were bitching about it, but they were bitching about things that like it's 100% a kids movie, like 100%. If you don't go into it, like knowing it's a kids movie, then you're just not gonna have a time. Like I went in with zero expectations. Like I was just there for like the spectacle of it, and they 100% nailed it. Every character felt utilized in the right way. Toad wasn't fucking annoying. Keegan Michael Key did a really good job with him. Yeah, it was a solid 8.5. Like it was a really good movie. I'm excited to see if they do something like Zelda next, or like a Metroid style like type of
A
movie or
Metroid
something.
movie could work.
100% a Metroid movie could work. It would basically be Alien, but Nintendo, but it was really good. Yeah, I liked all the Easter eggs, all the call outs to the other stuff. So yeah, 8.5.
8.5?
Definitely if you have children or not, go watch it. Definitely worth it.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Well,
Beautiful looking movie.
I, on the other hand, will probably never watch it because I hate Mario, and every time I see him, I just want to punch him in his dumb little fucking Mario face.
Fair enough. All right, moving on.
Moving on to
Fucking thingy.
The Fate of the Furious. This is the Fast and the Furious movie. This is the 8th movie. I'm not going to lie to you.
Okay.
I had to look up what happened in this movie.
That's fair.
Because I watched this movie 8 months ago.
That's fair.
Yeah, so apparently in this one, Dom is the bad guy because, as it turns out, the Brazilian cop that he got with in like movie 5 and 6 had his baby, the Dom baby, who they name Paul. We'll get to that because it doesn't make any sense. No, they name Brian. They name him Brian, which is actually even dumber. And they so Dom is a bad guy, and so they need everyone to get together to take down Dom. How are we going to beat Dom? Because he's being held hostage by fucking it's a famous actress. She's on the cover. I want to say
Theron.
Thank you. It's Charlize Theron.
Welcome.
I wanted to say Gwyneth Paltrow, and I'm like, it is not Gwyneth Paltrow.
That is not no.
It's definitely not. It's Charlize Theron. Anyway, yeah, she's the main bad guy. She kidnaps Dom's baby, as it turns out that Dom has a baby, and then Dom has to, and then it's all about getting like an EMP that'll just like blow out the electrical grid or some bullshit. is what Wikipedia told me this was about. I barely remember it. I didn't like this movie very much. Oh, what I will say is you see this car right here. It has like 20,000 horsepower, which you might think that seems physically fucking impossible. Shut up. It was because Dom was empowering it. Whenever Dom's in a car or near a car, he gets extra powers, but he also empowers the car he's driving, so he empowered the car he was driving with his superpowers.
He does have superpowers. Like, ever since, like, 5 and up, he just has superpowers.
Well, no. See, in the Fast and the Furious universe, certain characters have certain abilities that they can use. Dom gains a power boost whenever he is near car. The more cars Dom is near, the more powerful Dom becomes. And so in this movie, Charlize Theron's character, who's just like Cypher, I think, takes control of all of the cars in New York and crashes them into the ground. All of them. All of New York. And just drives them around and crashes them. Which means that, briefly, Dom is being empowered by the power of every single car in all of New York City. Which is why his car is able to achieve 20,000 horsepower.
I love this lore right now. It's so good. Okay, side note, like one of the podcasts I listen to, they do a weekly show called Caravan of Garbage where they go over movies, and they're doing the Fast and Furious movies.
Some of them are good. Like half of them are good.
I think they did 6 today, and they they were kind of like talking like the same thing. So it was really funny. That's why this is really funny to me, because
Yes.
I watched videos in the shower on my phone because I'm a heathen like that, and they were talking about that, and I was just like, okay. And so it's funny that I'm reliving a Fast and the Furious movie again.
Yeah. So yeah, empowered by every car in New York, Dom is fucking invincible. But I believe at the end of the movie, they managed to go to an Arctic base. This might be a different movie. And because there are less cars in like a Russian Arctic base, he doesn't get all of the power boosts. So Dom becomes just invincible enough that they manage to save his baby. And then he swaps on Cypher.
So, mate, to answer your question, I have a ledge that's in like the far side of my shower that perfectly I can rest my phone onto, and because I have the fold, so I just like fold it up and like lean it against. Yeah. Isn't that what people do when they just want to masturbate in the bath? See, I don't do that because my kid takes showers in there. So
I highly recommend not masturbating in the bath anyway.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a man. They call them desert jellies. They will clog your drain.
They will. So yeah, I don't do that in there. I'm a good Christian boy, and I don't masturbate at all.
There you go. Especially not into your unclogged drain. Anyway, I barely remember this movie. I remember it wasn't very good. I remember thinking it was incredibly stupid, and I didn't like it.
That's fair, yeah. I don't like most. I think the only one I've liked is 5.
I will give...
And 2.
I will give 1, 2, 4, and 6 a pass. I don't think that's half. I keep saying half of them are good. I don't think it's true anymore. But shut up. Don't think about numbers. Anyway, yeah, Fate of the Furious. There you go.
Skip it.
Moving on to Hobbs and Shaw.
The only spin-off, right?
Yeah, so far. Well, because the issue is that Dwayne Johnson, Jason Statham, and fucking Vin Diesel get along like oil and water.
That's fair.
They all have to like out-ego each other. I will say, like on social media, it's mostly being caused by The Rock being a dickhead. But supposedly Vin Diesel is a huge asshole behind the scenes, so it's hard to tell who is a bigger asshole. But it might be both of them.
Yeah, the Rock recently in the last like 2 years, definitely a huge dickbag. Especially with all the DC shit like last year, like he's like, "What do you mean I'm not gonna be Black Adam anymore?" They're like, "Fuck you, your movie sucked." Like, no. Like, way to waste 15 years on a movie, fuckhead.
Yeah.
That was pretty mediocre. I don't remember what I gave it on the podcast, but I think it was 6.
You didn't talk about it on the podcast.
I didn't?
You didn't talk about fucking anything on the podcast.
That movie was
It's been
6.
like 8 months.
That movie was 6.
Anyway, I barely remember this. I believe that looks like Idris Elba. Idris Elba's in this movie. Yeah. He's boring in this.
Which normally he's not. He's normally a highlight of every movie I watch.
There's like a comedic scene or two, which is kind of funny. But if I remember correctly, this movie is actually just terrible and boring. I think. I could be completely wrong. This might have been enjoyable. I don't remember anything. I watched this movie 7 months ago. But anyway, Hobbs and Shaw. That's I don't remember out of 10.
Put him a number on it.
All right, next up we have F9. That's just the name of the movie. It's just F9. F9 is a sort of glorious coming together film where they manage to get all of the characters back from the previous movies that they can. And they manage to get them all in one movie.
Paul Walker.
They bring back Han. They name Dom's baby Brian, which is baffling to me. I think they should have named the baby Paul. I think that would have made more sense. I think that would have been a better nod to the fans who know without being distracting, because in universe, Brian's still alive. So, like, who names their kid after their brother-in-law who's totally still alive and you can just go see him whenever you want? He just lives in Mexico. Just go to Mexico and be like, hey, Brian. And he'll be like, what's going on? Like, in universe. Obviously, you can't, like, go talk to, like, Paul Walker. But, like, in universe...
You're going to use a Ouija board.
You could just go talk to Brian at any point. So it's baffling they call him Brian. But anyway, they bring back Han. Technically, Han never left, but they, like, are like, Han faked his death. Han was alive the entire time.
Because he died at the end of 6 or some shit, right?
No, he dies in 3. And then every movie after 3 takes place before 3 up until, like, 8.
Yeah, because that's what they were saying on the thing I was watching earlier. Like, yeah, like 3 is set after 6 or some shit or something.
It's set after because I believe Han dies in 8, and like I think 8 is the last time you see Han, or 7. It's like 7 or 8. It's definitely not 6. It's 7 or 8. Okay. I think it might be 7. It might be 7. It really might be 7. But yeah, Han dies in 3. The thing is which is the movie he's introduced in, but the thing is he was like the most likable part of that movie. So they're like,
because Hobbs is the one that kills him, right?
Huh?
Hobbs is the one that like kills him, right?
Yeah.
Because it was like revealed in
no, Shaw is.
Okay. Oh yeah. What Jason Statham? Yeah.
Yeah, Jason Statham's character kills Han. Yeah. But yeah, Han fakes his own death. This reveals that Dom has a twin brother. In a movie all about a film series all about family, it's revealed that there's a twin brother that we just never talk about. He has a younger brother. It's played by John Cena. Boop, boop, boop.
That was not planned, just so everyone knows. It just happened.
Well, John Cena used to be my favorite wrestler. Anyway, he's in this movie. He also fucking kills it as Peacemaker in the James Gunn Suicide Squad movie.
Peacemaker's so good.
Yeah.
I've already talked about it, yeah.
But anyway, yeah, so turns out Dom has a long-lost brother no one ever cared about. This is cool, though, because they managed to redeem the characters. They bring everyone into this. They bring back the main character from, like, Tokyo Drift, and they build a rocket, and they fly the fucking car into space, and it's like the characters that they are, like, underappreciated from 2 that they've like mistreated because of Vin Diesel's ego. I almost feel in order for this movie to have been made, they needed to set Vin Diesel's ego aside, and he's like, you know what, this movie's got to be made, I'll take the hit. Like, I think that's the only way they managed to make this movie. It's pretty good. There's one scene where Dom is being attacked by a horde of soldiers, and, like, I was fucking worried for him because he wasn't near nearly enough cars to get the power boost, so he was kind of getting his ass kicked for a while. But then he fell, and I think he lands in, like, a parking lot or something, so it's all good. It fell like 1,000 feet onto a car, and he's like, oh, yeah, baby!
Like, finally!
Woo, cars!
I love this lore. It's so good.
It's not even canon, but I fucking did every fight scene where Dom is near a car. He is a fucking superhero. Where he is not near a car, he's not. In the fucking in movie 7 and Furious 7, when Dom is in a parking lot, he stomps the ground and a parking lot collapses. Right? But then in like the same movie where he's not near any cars, he just gets the shit beat out of him. Like, Dom is directly powered by cars. Anyway, if I remember, this movie is actually pretty decent, or it's terrible and boring. I don't remember. I watched this movie 7 months ago. It's either really good or very not good.
That's
But
fair,
I'm going to give it a pass. I'm going to say it's good. I think it was good. I think I liked it.
I haven't seen any of them. The last one I watched was 5.
That's
which
fair.
I believe I saw that one in theaters.
That's fair. Anyway, I think I liked it. I don't remember. I'm looking forward to Fast X, though, where they have already confirmed they're going to space. Also, I think they're bringing back Brian. I think he's being played by Paul Walker's actual brother, whose body doubled for him in Furious 7.
That's correct.
Which I'm okay with. If it's like a family thing, I'm fine with that. That I think is the most acceptable way to recast the character.
Yeah, not like Tarkin.
Oh God.
The worst part
the
of
reanimated corpse of... They could have just not had Tarkin in that movie. That's the most baffling part about that. They didn't have to reanimate his dead body.
Yeah, it looked like a PS2 game.
Oh, it looked bad. Stop resurrecting people's corpses.
Yeah.
All right, I'm willing to move on because I don't remember fucking anything. Like I said, I barely remember half of these movies. I watched them so long ago.
I know.
All right.
Next.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. I haven't seen this.
This just came out last week. I've seen it twice since release. I saw it Thursday opening night, and then I saw it again Sunday with my daughter because her and I watched 1, 2, and the holiday special, and in preparation to see this movie. This is my favorite one out of the 3.
Mm-hmm.
It did James Gunn has just been nonstop, all cylinders, like good movie after good movie. Like I don't know what the fuck is up with this guy, but he's just releasing bangers. This movie is focused around Rocket and like his creation and stuff like that. His creator is the High Evolutionary, played by Chuck Woody Iwuji, which nailed it. Who was also in Peacemaker as the leader of the group, kind of like the butterfly guy or whatever. You saw Peacemaker, right?
No.
Okay, you didn't. Yeah, well, he's in that. So he is one of the best villains in the entirety of the MCU. He's up there with Thanos.
Low bar, very low bar for the record.
Fair enough. Yeah, he's definitely up there.
You put it like knee height.
I'm also going to talk about Quantumanium after I talk about this. I didn't put it on the docket, but I'm going to talk about it just because there's not much to say about that movie, but I just want to kind of briefly talk about it after I'm talking about this movie. This is like the end cap to the Guardians trilogy. James Gunn is not coming back for any future installments. So it wraps up a lot of the little moments from the 3 movies perfectly in this movie. Like there's a lot of closure with different characters. Sean Gunn gets his chance to shine as well. Mantis and Drax, like their relationship in this movie is really good too. Nothing feels forced in this. It also is the first movie with an F-bomb actually in it that's not censored, which was apparently ad-libbed on set, and they just kept it in, and Disney didn't say shit, so it kind of just went through, and it's perfect.
It's PG-13, right? They get 1.
They get 1, yeah. The rule is 1 after an hour of the film. It has to be an hour after.
Oh, I didn't know there was a timer for it.
Yep, there has to be an hour into the past an hour into the movie. Yep. Every character from the main Guardians gets a chance to shine in this. Obviously, Gamora's in it again after coming back in Endgame. The way she's played is basically like obviously she doesn't remember any of the time that she spent with any of the Guardians because her past self didn't meet them yet. So she ends up being a Ravager in this movie, which makes sense that she would go to that group of people. Sylvester Stallone again makes an appearance. Awesome. Just having Sylvester Stallone in anything like randomly is hilarious to me. Like him as King Shark and Suicide Squad was fucking perfect for some reason. I don't know why
He
it just
was
worked.
King Shark.
He
Really?
voiced King Shark, yeah.
I did
He
not
voiced
know that.
King
That's
Shark.
awesome.
Yeah, he did.
Sylvester Stallone is actually kind of an underrated actor. Fucking Creed makers. I will not be watching Creed 3, by the way. Don't expect a review for that.
You're not watching it?
I'm not watching Creed 3.
Fair enough.
Fucking Rocky is Sylvester Stallone's franchise. I'm not gonna support. They bought it out when he was like low on money. They cut him out of the franchise. They threw his scripts in the garbage. They're like, nah, we're moving away from the Stallone stuff. It's like fucking Rocky is Stallone, and like Creed's not an interesting character. I'm not going Creed 3. I don't give a shit. Also, the Creed movies suck anyway.
I haven't seen any of them, so
Don't.
I can't say anything. So yeah, that Gamora's arc in this movie ties up really nicely too. And Peter starts off this movie basically like fucking wasted, which is funny because he's like kind of like obviously upset over like losing Gamora kind of twice now. Because I mean, she's alive, but she's not who she was, which makes the arc a little bit more interesting because they have some like interactions like during the movie. I am going to talk spoilers in like a little bit too because there are kind of a couple things that I want to talk about. But like they have some interactions where like you can see that like spark and stuff is there, but like she doesn't want to kind of like entertain that idea, which kind of makes him feel, what's the word I'm looking for? Like he keeps trying harder and harder as it goes on. And like there's a part where like they're on Counter Earth and she's just in the ship and she's going through his stuff and she's kind of like learning who he is like through his things and like kind of like feeling how she kind of was in like Guardians 1, which is really cool. But by the end of the movie they don't get back together, and I thought that was like the perfect way to end that, honestly, because it would feel really forced if they did. So I think the way all the characters end this movie is perfect. So I'm just gonna talk about that real quick because I don't want to spend too much time on this movie. So I'm just gonna talk about it. Another addition to this movie was also Adam Warlock. He was played by Will Poulter of all people. If anyone's seen We Are the Millers, he's that kid from that movie, and he nails it. But you can tell that he was only in this movie because he had to be, because James Gunn put him in the end of the other one, so he feels a little bit underutilized. But I'll get to that. He's like a powerhouse though. Like he fucking obliterates the Guardians team like in like the first 5 minutes of the movie. Like the movie starts like in nowhere. Like they own nowhere now. Like that's their home base. He just fucking comes in and fucking wrecks all of them. Like fucking almost kills Rocket. Fucking destroys Groot. Fucking slaps Peter around. Fucking just slaps fucking Drax around.
Drax is a lot weaker in the MCU than he is in the comics.
100%, yeah. Fucking destroys Nebula, like all of them, like fucking wrecks house. So like they show off like what he can do like throughout the movie, but it's blatantly obvious that he was there because he kind of had to be, you know what I mean? And it's also learned in this movie that the High Evolutionary created the Sovereign too, which I thought was a neat little way to kind of tie it all together, because like Alicia from the first movie, Adam, and the High Evolutionary all kind of like he sends Adam to go get Rocket, because the whole plot of the movie is that the High Evolutionary wants Rocket back because out of all of his experiments, Rocket was the only one that had like independent thought and like creativity and like could like invent shit and like which I thought was pretty interesting to like kind of like tie that all together. Like James Gunn said about a year ago that Rocket's always been like the secret protagonist of the Guardians movies, and like this movie really kind of ties that thought all together. Because it shows him being experimented on. It shows him like in the cages with like the other animal people. Like Lila's in this movie. Lila's from the comics. She's like his little otter friend and stuff like that. Who's voiced by Linda Cardellini, who, if you've seen Scooby Doo, she's in that. So she's worked with James Gunn. She's also Hawkeye's wife in the MCU, who's hinted at being Mockingbird too, which was interesting. This movie is sad as fuck too. Like this movie got me both times that I watched it, even though I knew that shit was coming. Like the second time, it still got me. So before I get into anything, who do you think dies in this movie?
Who do I think dies in this movie?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know, dude.
No one.
Okay.
No one fucking. There's parts where you think they're gonna fucking die and don't. So at the end of the movie, after I'm not gonna obviously go through the whole thing, but at the end of the movie, like Peter goes back to like grab his Zune like out of like the exploding ship, and then he he has to shoot through space, and he like starts fucking like dying in space, but like you think he's about to die, and fucking Adam just saves him real quick. There's a part where you think Drax is about to fucking die, and he doesn't. There's a part where fucking like Nebula, like you think Nebula's gonna die. Like every character, like you almost think is gonna fucking die in this movie. And like same thing with Rocket, because like the whole first, basically 3/4 of the movie, like Rocket's on a fucking operating table because he gets like Adam like fucking like breaks him. Like the whole plot of the movie is like centered around saving Rocket. You know, like while he's like in like his like kind of like medicinal coma, like he has flashbacks to like his background and stuff, which was cool. And you see like all his friends die and shit, and it's fucking like like every character like you almost think's gonna die. But anyways, so at the end of the movie, nobody dies, and everyone a lot of them go off in their own way. So Gamora goes back with the Ravengers. Mantis decides that she needs to go and like kind of like live her own life because she spent most of her life with Ego on his planet, and then the few years she was with the Guardians with them. Nebula and Drax just stay in nowhere and take care of all the kids and stuff like that that were saved from the High Evolutionary ship. And Peter decides to actually go back to Earth and see his grandpa, who's apparently still alive somehow. He's like 90 something, but and they name Rocket the captain of the Guardians now, so that way they can continue being the Guardians. So at the end of the movie, the new team of Guardians is Rocket, Groot, Cosmo, Sean Gunn's character, which I can't remember his fucking name for whatever reason. Adam Warlock and Phyla-Vell, who gets introduced as one of the kids on the High Evolutionary ship. And I was very much expecting everyone to die up, but it kind of like leaves the door. Like a lot of them said that they were kind of done with these movies, like Dave Bautista's did, Zoe Saldana's did as well. But it kind of also leaves that door open for them to ever come back if they ever wanted to, which I thought was more. I thought it was like way. It was better than just killing them off. I thought killing them off would obviously is the easy route, and like leaving that door open is good in my opinion. So if they ever want to revisit any of these characters, they can. So in the future, who knows? But so we do have a new Guardians team in the MCU, which is pretty cool. So we'll just see how that goes. Solid 9 out of 10 for this movie. It was really good. It's the best MCU movie since Endgame. 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Ready to move on?
Yep.
I never liked Rocket. There you go. That's my take. Okay. All right. EuroTrip. Zach, what the fuck is EuroTrip? EuroTrip is a 2000s boner comedy about.
Love this movie.
You've actually seen it?
I multiple times. I had the hugest crush on Michelle Trachtenberg.
So it is about a guy who has a foreign exchange friendship with this dude from, I want to say, Germany, I think. And his girlfriend cheats on him, and then
He doesn't know, man.
exactly, yes. Apparently that song is like somehow iconic or something. Apparently
It
people
is 100.
apparently people know
very
that
iconic,
song and
yeah.
not the movie, apparently.
That is it was on the radio like during like right after this movie came out. It was on the radio a lot, and there was a music video too that was on MTV a lot, and people were like, "Is that fucking Matt Damon?" It's Matt Damon.
So I watched this movie as a kid, but I only watched like halfway and I wasn't able to finish it. And then I always wanted to watch the movie again, and that I managed to track it down, and then I watched the movie. Anyway, turns out that the German guy he's foreign exchange friends with is actually a hot lady. So he decides to go to Germany to be together with the hot lady that he was friends with. Now, you would think that a fucking dumb boner comedy from the mid-2000s is probably terrible, but you know what? I had a good time with it. Is it dumb?
Yes. It holds up.
But you know what? It was a pretty fun time, and you know what? I laughed more than you think I would.
I haven't seen this movie in a while, but like I watched Road Trip, which is kind of like a precursor to this movie. Like I think last summer, and I still enjoyed it as much as I did when I was like a kid, like watching that. Because I remember like back when like Road Trip came out, I was like, oh, this movie's cool because there's like a whole shower scene and like boobs are everywhere. And then I remember watching EuroTrip, and I like obviously Michelle Trachtenberg's in this movie, and I was like, fuck yeah, because I had like the gnarliest crush on her since she was like in Harriet Spy and shit. So I remember this movie still very vividly and enjoying it, and now I kind of want to watch it again because you brought it up.
You know what? Surprisingly good.
Yeah, I bet it still holds up because like a lot of those like weird like late 90s like early 2000 like comedy movies for some reason, for me at least, still hold up.
Yeah, well it's our millennial humor.
Yeah, like I watched Slackers. I don't know if you ever seen that movie.
No.
It was like with Devon Sawa and like Jason Segel and shit like that, and like Jason Schwartzman, and that movie fucking still to this day cracks me up. It's still good.
But anyway, yeah, no, shockingly enjoyed it. Surprised to see I still liked it.
Fitting because I find a lot of those fair enough. Yeah, I think it's one of those you'd have to be there for those types of
You
movies.
have to
know what I
be
mean?
you have to be there in the 90s.
Yeah, you'd have to like understand.
You have to
where that
remember
humor-
when a new millennia started in order to be entertained by EuroTrip.
It's like when I talk about King of the Hill and people are like, I don't find that show funny. I'm like, you just wouldn't. Get
Just
it.
like, fuck you then. How about that? All right.
It's the best Texas anime and also the best adult anime show.
Anyway, honestly, had a pretty good time. It's just dumb fun. I mean, it's not fake Shakespeare, but it's just dumb fun.
It is, yeah. It's definitely worth a watch.
Okay, moving on to Anchorman, the Legend of Ron Burgundy. Now, you've seen Anchorman.
I have. I actually recently watched the second one too for the first time.
I hear the second one's not good.
It is all right. It is all right. The best part of the second one is like when they redo like the fight scene with like everyone in it. There's like so many random people.
I would
in it.
argue
It's
that's the
fucking
best
great.
part of this movie. Also, is the Anchorman fight.
100%, yeah. Because they do like a channel fight, and it's like sports channel, like a whole bunch. It's so good.
Yeah, I don't like this movie.
That's fair, yeah.
I didn't think it was funny. I was bored the entire time. It kind of outstays its welcome, and parts of it are just like, I don't know. I mean, it's a little uncomfortable in places. I don't know.
It's one of those movies that like because it's set in the 70s and it was like an early 2000s film. It's a weirder watch now.
The thing is, I don't like Will Ferrell movies. I like Will Ferrell. I like when he's in movies. I don't like Will Ferrell movies, if that makes any sense.
That's a hot take. I fucking hate Elf. Everyone loves that movie. Everyone like boasts it's their favorite Christmas movie. I fucking hate that movie. I think it's fucking terrible. The only good thing to come of Elf was Jon Favreau got the job for Iron Man for it. That's the only reason why. I think that movie has any reason be existing.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't engage. I didn't like the characters. I didn't like the story. It kind of meanders a bit in places. Yeah, no. And the big thing is it's a comedy. I didn't find it funny. I think it's like I said, I like Will Ferrell when he's in other movies, but when it's a Will Ferrell led movie, it just I don't like. Will Ferrell.
Yeah, I think my favorite Will Ferrell cameo to this day is in The Goods. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, but he like plays like one of the guys that they keep like mentioning throughout the movie that died in like Albuquerque, and he shows up and like it's the funniest thing. It's probably like his favorite like cameo. I think that and like his cameo in Wedding Crashers are like probably my two favorites. If I could pick you.
So what do you think? You like Anchorman? Are you an Anchorman fan?
I mean, like I don't hate it, but like it's definitely not my favorite Will Ferrell movie.
Yeah.
But it's not. I don't hate it. If I could say, it's probably like a solid like 6.5. The second one definitely like a 5. Like it's not. There's some funny moments in it, but like I was
like
saying,
10 years later, so I imagine they just weren't able to recapture the magic.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and like I was saying, like the fact that it's a 2000s movie set in the 70s, like it feels more weird now on a rewatch.
I don't think it's that weird.
Yeah. I feel like when I watched it like the first time, like this movie I think came out when I was like 14 or something like that. And like when you're like that age, like everything's fucking funny. So like when you grow older, like a lot of the shit kind of like you grow out of. And I think this was one of those movies for me because I used to think this movie was like fucking hilarious. But like now I watch them, like the only thing I really like out of it is like that fight scene and like Paul Rudd's like fucking one-liners, and that like 90% of the time works every time. Like shit like that. Like
some of the one-liners are cool. I kind of appreciate the like cologne scene. Like there's things to appreciate, but like
yeah. Like that like Paul Rudd and anything I just love.
Anyway, I'm willing to move on. I didn't like it. I didn't like it.
That's fair,
Now the next thing is, after I finished Fast and the Furious, it was time to start another movie series. Reservoir Dogs. Have you seen Reservoir Dogs? You seem like someone who has seen all of the Tarantino films.
Fun fact, I have not.
Fuck.
I've seen a few of them. I've seen Django, I've seen Kill Bill 1, I believe, and I've seen half of Pulp Fiction.
Okay. So Reservoir Dogs is about a group of guys that go on to a jewelry store heist, and then it goes wrong, and then the entire movie is trying to figure out whether they were set up or not.
And Hateful Eight.
Huh?
And Hateful Eight, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Trying to figure out if they were set up or not. And so it is basically, it's, what do you call it? Like a box movie where it's all set in one location, which is in this warehouse, and the characters try and figure out what's going on, and then some people leave, and then some people come in. Tarantino's in this movie. You can tell it's very low budget. A lot of like famous actors are in this movie and would later be in other Tarantino movies.
Yeah, like Harvey Keitel's in this movie. Isn't Steve Buscemi in this movie too?
Steve Buscemi is in this movie, and he's the best character.
Yeah. And I want to say fucking the guy who played Abominations in this movie too.
Who cares about that?
Yeah.
Anyway,
his name right now.
Tarantino is one of the guys, but he dies in a flashback. Anyway, you could tell this movie had the budget of fucking cardboard. Because there are 3 locations that this movie takes place in: a warehouse, a street, and a restaurant. And that's the whole movie.
Hey, that's more than From Dusk Till Dawn, for one of his first movies.
Half of the characters are dead already, and so it's all a question of like, did they get betrayed? Where's the money? Who has the money? What's happening? And you get the answers on all of this, but what I would still say is like Steve Buscemi is insisting his character, who's, I want to say Mr. White or something, maybe not Mr. Brown.
I'm looking at the cast.
Oh, it is Mr. White. Yeah. They're all like Mr. something. And
Mr. White is Harvey Keitel's character. Yeah.
Who's Steve Buscemi?
Mr. Pink.
Mr. Pink, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't want to be Mr. Pink, and they're like, "You're gonna be Mr. Pink. Shut the fuck up." So, anyway.
So I know it was also the guy who plays Abomination, Tim Roth.
Sure. Anyway, yeah, so Steve Buscemi's like, we got betrayed, and then Mr. White's like, these are like the major characters. Mr. White's like, we didn't get betrayed, don't be crazy. Spoilers, they got betrayed. And I found myself throughout the movie where I'm like, man, I really like Mr. Pink. I hope Mr. Pink makes it out of this. And here's what I'm going to give credit to Reservoir Dogs for. Spoilers for a movie that came out before I was fucking born.
Did it?
Yes. So
you're like 130 years old though. So
14.1 trillion. 14 trillion and one, I should say. This is a very old movie. This is from the previous incarnation of the universe. It's from a previous Culpa. Anyway. That was either a Hindu mythology reference or a fucking Elder Scrolls reference, but it doesn't matter because I guarantee you it went over the entire audience's head regardless.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Anyway, so you basically, I found myself rooting for Mr. Pink. I'm like, Mr. Pink, I want you to come out on top. And guess what? Mr. Pink is the only motherfucker who lives at the end of this movie. Everyone else dies, and he makes it out with the money. Fuck yeah, Tarantino. Get it, boy. Delightful ending. It's not, you say Culpa, and I think Annoyed Nocturne bonus dungeons. I forgot that's what they were called in that. Anyway, it's not a great movie, but honestly, you can see, and the audio mixing is fucked up because you can tell this was made on a shoestring budget. A lot of echo coming in from like the warehouse they're filming in. A lot of like technical problems. You can see that Tarantino was still developing his skills and style because this is basically his first movie outside of that one comedy film he did in like college. But honestly, for what was here, you can see what would later develop into a style. It's a pretty good watch. Not great, but it is a good watch. I would recommend this movie, actually.
It's always a movie that's been on my like list of things to watch, but it's
a decent watch. I would definitely give it a pass.
Tarantino movies, for whatever reason, like fucking, I would like I have to be invested in it.
No, it's fair. Okay, I'm willing to move on from Reservoir Dogs.
You go for it.
That brings us to Pulp Fiction. Now, all my life I always heard that Pulp Fiction is super good. Pulp Fiction is a great movie. You gotta watch Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction is a masterpiece. Check out Pulp Fiction. Well, guess what?
I fell asleep halfway through it.
This movie's really fucking good, though. It is really fucking good. I hate to say it. I hate to be one of those people where I'm like, well, Pulp Fiction was really good. Pulp Fiction's really good, though, is the thing. It's about these, like, 3 people, one of which is played by John Travolta, who plays a guy whose name I don't know. And then one of the characters is played by Samuel L. Jackson. His name is Jules. I remember Jules' name. And then another guy, like, fucked up and has to run from the mob who, like, John Travolta and Jules are like working for. And
his name is Vincent.
Huh? Vincent, thank you. Vincent. I'll call him Vincent. And there's like like an interaction between like it like cuts back and forth in time where the end of the movie is actually the middle of the movie. And I'm okay with that because I think it actually comes to a really cool thing where it's like at one point a shotgun blast comes out right at the beginning of the movie and fires and it like completely misses like Vincent and Jules is like, that's a sign from God. We need to stop being assassins. I'm quitting today. And Vincent's like, you're fucking crazy. And then he has a near death scare with I know her name. What's her name?
Uma Thurman?
Yeah, thank you. With Uma Thurman's character, where she's like the wife of like the mob boss, and then she like almost overdoses on like some freaky like super powerful drug shit that she wasn't supposed to be taking. Um, and so like Jules leaves, and this like epic scene at the end of the movie, but Vincent does it, and then Vincent dies at the midpoint of the movie, showing that Jules was like right the whole time, that it was a sign from God they should have given out. Like, Pulp Fiction is a movie that, one, is good when you watch it, but two, it like stuck with me. Like, I kept thinking about like the layers and like the metaphors and like how he played with time in order to like prove his point. This, genuinely, I hate to say it. I hate to be that guy. I hate to be that guy. Pulp Fiction is a masterpiece. It really is. It is as good as people say it is.
I need to rewatch it because I fell asleep. Like, I fell asleep right after she OD'd.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I think that's right around the time that Bruce Willis is introduced in the movie too. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Bruce Willis plays the guy. Yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah. No, Pulp Fiction's really good. Pulp Fiction's really good. If I remember, this is the movie where Bruce Willis gets hunted down by the boss, by the mob boss, and I think this is the movie he almost gets attacked by a gimp, and then the mob boss gets raped by the gimp, and then Bruce Willis frees him, and then gives him a katana, and then the mob boss kills... Is that this movie, or is that Jackie Brown? I think that's this one.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Anyway, it's a good movie. Watch Pulp Fiction. That might be Jackie Brown. No, I think it is this movie. Pulp Fiction, the movie, makes it very hard to Google Pulp Fiction, the film, and literary genre. Anyway, then I watched Jackie Brown, which I always hear is like an underrated Tarantino film, where it's like, because it's in between like Pulp Fiction and Kill Bill and like Inglourious Basterds and all that shit. This is a movie that Tarantino very clearly made because he has a crush on the actress.
Does she show her feet?
Huh?
Does she show her feet in the film?
I think so.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, she used to be like has a major Tarantino style was majorly influenced by like blaxploitation films and like grindhouse films, and she played a Foxy Brown, who you may have heard of, who's a very famous character. So this is a movie just dedicated to Tarantino, just gushing over this woman this whole time. Like, the whole time she's like, "Oh, you're so beautiful and influential," and the whole plot's like wrapped around her trying to steal a bunch of money from, I think, Sam Jackson's character.
There's a pretty fucking stacked cast in this movie too. Jesus Christ.
This is after Pulp Fiction, where Tarantino started to become like a household name. Remember, so it's a less impressive than Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction, where he kind of helped discover these people. Jackie Brown, he kind of had the pull that he could just like call up and ask people to be in movies.
Yeah, fucking Michael Keaton, Robert De Niro, Chris Tucker.
Yeah, he could just kind of ask people at this point.
Yeah.
It's more impressive with Pulp Fiction and Reservoir Dogs, where he had like a lot less resources to work with.
Yeah, not 100%. Yeah.
But yeah, Jackie Brown. It's an okay movie. It is an okay movie. I like the ending, and I like the money handing off scene. A lot of feet in this movie. Just a comical amount, just feet all the time. Which is
Classic.
The thing is, like, Tarantino's like foot thing. First off, it's real, but like second off, he's got sort of an ugly feet thing. I wish we would have more pretty feet.
Yeah, like Miyazaki.
Yes, like Miyazaki. Be more like me. Well, Miyazaki's also got a dirty feet thing, though. On the other hand. I just want my fucking foot fetish movie bait to cater to me specifically, and not the creators. Is all I'm saying.
Don't worry. When you continue your watch, you'll get the dirty feet. Don't worry. In the Tarantino verse, no spoilers.
I'm not a dirty feet person, though.
Well, they'll be there.
I'm a clean feet person. Anyway, so yeah, the movie's okay. It's passable. I honestly, it was kind of dull, but it's not like bad. It's not a bad movie. It's a serviceable, passable movie. Jackie Brown. You've never seen it, I assume.
Yeah, everyone that like brings up Tarantino never mentions this film.
Yeah, it's one of your more underrated films, or I should say less talked about films.
Yeah.
So probably surpassed only by Death Proof.
Fair. I always forget that Death Proof was him.
Everyone forgets Death Proof was him. Okay, moving on to Kill Bill Volume 1. Everyone knows Kill Bill. Uma Thurman, right?
Yep.
Plays the bride, also known as Beatrice Kiddo, who gets killed on the day of her wedding rehearsal. But she used to be part of the Deadly Viper Assassination Squad, where she was known as Black Mamba, the deadliest woman in the world, especially with a katana. And also, she learned kung fu from an old man on a mountain. But you don't find that out until the second movie.
And yeah, that's what's his name? The guy that choked himself to death and killed himself.
No, that's who plays Bill.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. So Kill Bill is a sort of merger between Chinese martial arts films, samurai films, like samurai crime films, and Western films. And I think it is interesting that the guy who plays Bill was the teacher in an old TV show called Kung Fu, which like is a Western centered around like a Shaolin monk. So Tarantino actually uses the casting to sort of like help prove his point and like further it, which is why I have to say Tarantino is actually a pretty good director, and he's a pretty good storyteller. This is basically, the whole movie is about killing the leader of the Yakuza, O-Ren Oshi. And throughout it, Beatrice Kiddo acquires a sword, which is a Hattori Hanzo sword, which I hate this weapon, because it's not a real katana and doesn't look like the katana, and the design of it is wrong. And it wasn't until they get a really good close-up of it in the second movie where I've confirmed, yeah, that's not what a katana looks like. It looks like a katana if you don't know what a fucking katana looks like, but that's not a fucking katana. Anyway, it bugs me. There's some cool fight scenes in this. I actually remember liking this movie. I saw this movie when I was like 8 or something. Like,
I was probably like, yeah, I want to say, come on, yeah, I think I was like 13 or 14. Yeah.
I watched it in theaters. I was like 8 or I was like 7 or 8. I was very young when I watched it in theaters when it came out. Family just randomly decided to watch Kill Bill. I'm like, this movie fucking rocks. I don't like it as much. But it was still an enjoyable experience. I think it's like senseless violence just doesn't pique my interest nearly as much now that I'm a grown, mature adult.
That's kind of like a reoccurring thing. Like from Kill Bill and on, like there's just a lot of like weird violence in it.
Oh, there kind of always was though.
Yeah.
Like he was all about like the build up and then the pop off, but yeah, it's a fun enough. It has a sort of I'd almost call it like cartoony vibe to it. It's an enjoyable movie. And then that brings us to the sequel. Oh yeah, you saw this movie. What'd you think? Oh, Ren is, by the way, like the best of the Deadly Viper. Like she's like the coolest assassin. I can see why they all built up to her.
So when I watched it originally, I remember not liking it a whole bunch. I remember liking the second one a little bit more, though.
Yeah, that's weird. No one has ever said that before.
Because, like, I think because there wasn't a definitive. Like, I don't like movies with like a definitive end. You know what I mean? I like to know how it's gonna end. You know what I mean?
Okay. Fair enough. And this one's kind of a cliffhanger. Hey, maybe if you have 5 hours to set aside, watch the like the whole Bloody Affair version.
I don't mind like cliffhangers, but I think the way this movie does it, like I just didn't like it. You know what I mean?
I think it's fine. She's on the plane. She's gonna go kill Bill, but she's actually heading towards the woman that she kills at the beginning of the movie.
I guess, yeah.
I think it's a really good build-up for a sequel, for like a duology. Anyway, goes on to Kill Bill Volume 2. Now, as a kid, this movie bored the shit out of me. I thought that, like, the Chinese, like, mountaintop fighting, I thought that was boring. And then her, like, going through, like, the western part, I thought that was boring. As an adult, I'm actually more interested in the movie. I still think it's weaker than Part 1. Part 1, it like has this sort of like cartoony vibe to it, whereas part 2 is a lot more grounded, more down to earth, and then it suddenly isn't, and then they're kung fu mountain manning when he like rips people's eyes out and like moves his fucking beard. It's weird. It has a weird vibe. There's a speech that gets Bill's point across about how no matter what she does, she'll always be an assassin that's just pretending to be a housewife, where he like compares her to like Superman, how Superman puts on a Clark Kent disguise. This is wrong, by the way. It's actually completely wrong because Superman was raised as Clark Kent in Kansas. He is a Kansas country boy. So Clark Kent is a lot closer to his actual personality. I mean, there's some faking it, but he's more Clark Kent than he is Superman. And I think the best example is when you see Superman with people who know his secret identity, but he's in his Superman form. That's probably the absolute closest you can get to to being the actual guy, where he's like joking around and he's having fun, but he's also not pretending to be clumsy or shit.
Yeah, and they'll still call him Clark and stuff.
Yeah. When he's in his Superman gear and people are calling him Clark, that's the real guy. Like, that's 100%. Or like when he's family and friends. But like, yeah, no, like Superman is just as much of a disguise as Clark Kent is, probably more so than Clark Kent is. Like when he doesn't just stand like this all the time. When he probably does, he's got a little bit of a slash to him, and it's fine. So I mean, he's wrong about Superman, but he does get the point across. There's like an interesting little family dynamic where she gets to see her daughter again. Honestly, I liked it. I did like it more on the rewatch than I did the first time. I thought this was going to be as boring as sin. It kept my attention the whole time. Not as good as Volume 1. Pretty decent though.
That's fair.
Moving on to Death Proof. This is the Tarantino movie that absolutely no one has ever talked about. This is the first time anyone has ever talked about Death Proof.
I don't think that's true. I remember the trailers for like the Grindhouse movies. I remember the trailers for that because they were like fucking heavy on the trailers for that. Because the other director was Robert Rodriguez, if I'm pretty sure is accurate, if I remember correctly.
I don't know. I just watched the part that Tarantino did.
Yeah, it was Robert Rodriguez. Yeah. Anyways, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is about a dude named Stuntman Mike who has a special car that's made for wrecking people. And the first hour is him hunting down girls with hot legs so that he can kill the girls. And then he does it. And then, in the second part of the movie, he hunts down a different group of girls. But they survive. And then in the last 10 minutes... The movie's fucking boring and terrible up until that point, for the record. But up until the last 10 minutes, when they manage to get away from Stuntman Mike, and he pulls out the car, and then they pull a gun on him, and they start shooting at him, and he runs away, and then the girls get in the car, and they're like, hey, let's go fucking kill this guy. And so the girls start chasing after Stuntman Mike. And like the last 10 minutes, it's a complete reverse of the entire movie, where instead of Stuntman Mike is terrorizing a group of girls, they're terrorizing him. And he slowly gets more beat up. And then at the end, he wrecks his car. They rip him out of the car. And then the movie ends with them beating the fucking shit out of him until he probably dies. And then they all jump up in the air and cheer, and then it freeze frames. The last 10 minutes of this movie are fantastic. The problem is the movie isn't worth getting to the last 10 minutes.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
Like, it's a great ending. It isn't worth the ride to get there.
That's fair, yeah.
Okay. That brings us to Inglourious Basterds. Have you seen Inglourious Basterds?
I have not seen this one.
I'm shocked. This seems like a movie you would have watched.
I think I went to go watch it and then didn't.
Didn't you have like an entire podcast dedicated to watching like classic critically acclaimed movies? How have you never seen the Tarantino films?
Well, so that was we wouldn't watch critically acclaimed. It was about hidden gems.
Oh, okay. It wasn't about.
also rip There Will Be Gems podcast. Rip.
John needs to step up the movie game, apparently. I remember watching this movie the first time, and it was so fucking boring. Like, I was watching it with a group of people. They walked out of the room. I was the only one that made it through this. Wasn't looking forward to the rewatch. More interested in it the second time. I still don't like this movie. It is about a group of people called the Bastards, whose basic idea is just to kill Nazis. That's their goal. And they end up creating this conspiracy to kill Hitler, where they do, which is why the Tarantino movies are so fucking weird, because apparently all of them are in the same universe. The MCU is the most ambitious crossover and they do kill Hitler at the end of this movie. The thing about this movie is I don't understand this one. Like, I know where Tarantino was going with all of the others. I don't get Inglourious Basterds because he goes out of his way to humanize the Nazis. So I see you playing with your phone.
I'm looking at the cast, actually, yeah.
The entire screen just turned red.
Oh god, Nintendo Switch commercial.
Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, he goes out of his way to humanize all of the Nazis. But they're Nazis. You can't make me like the Nazis. They're Nazis. What the fuck are you doing? But then he goes out of his way to make all of the good guys who are fighting, like the Allies fighting the Nazis, they're fucking complete scumbags. And it's like, am I supposed to be... What are you doing here? Am I supposed to be siding with the Nazis? Or am I supposed to hate the Nazis so much that I'm gleefully delighted when you, like, murder these parents or something? Like, I don't... Is it supposed to be, like, getting off on the cruelty against the Nazis? I don't know what this movie... I don't know what I'm supposed to be taking from this movie. I don't know where he's going. Like, he could have just not humanized the Nazis. He could have just made the Nazis complete scumbags and the main characters complete scumbags, and then you just win free goodwill, because, like, no one likes the Nazi characters, obviously. They're fucking Nazis. It's not hard to make me dislike the Nazis. I don't know what he was doing with this. I don't understand the goal of this. I don't understand the purpose to make everyone terrible. Because, like, even if you do humanize the Nazis and make them seem like kind of cool people, they're still fucking Nazis. So, like, what is his goal? What was this? What is this? Tarantino, explain this movie.
As far as I know, a lot of people are split on this movie.
I understandable, yeah. Like, as a kid, I was like, this is boring. As an adult, I'm like, this is confusing.
I don't get it.
I don't get this movie. I don't understand Inglourious Basterds.
Why is Brad Pitt yelling?
Inglourious Basterds is also a movie where I think we can definitively say that Tarantino just likes saying the N-word. Because
you haven't seen Django yet.
Because at least in the other movies, it's usually portrayed by, like, awful characters, except for the one time where Tarantino cast himself in what was it? Pulp Fiction. He just cast himself just so he could say the N-word a bunch of times.
Wait until you see Django.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, that one's fine, though. I'm not upset about that. That takes place in, like, a slave plantation. But there is no amount of N-bombs that Django Unchained could not be allowed to drop based on its setting.
There are so many.
I'm sure, but there is no amount that would be over the line for the time period or location it is set in. Like, there's no amount that would be incorrect.
Yeah, that was a movie that I had to put low, because I do have African American neighbors and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I had to put low and put on subtitles just so, like, nobody would hear me watching that movie. That's how bad it is. Like, but it's crazy.
But where you get with Inglourious Basterds, where I'm like, okay, he just likes dropping N-bombs, because there's no justification, is because there's only, like, one black guy in this entire movie, and he still finds an excuse to drop N-bombs in it. There's, like, no justifiable, and also, like, France isn't super racist against black people. The Nazis kind of are, but, like, there's no reason to have been put in a situation where this word has come up, and yet it still comes up. Like, very clearly, Tarantino just likes dropping N-bombs.
Yeah, fair enough.
And that's, Inglourious Basterds, I don't like this one, and I don't understand it.
I'll have to watch it.
I wouldn't, if I had to recommend Tarantino movies: Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, for sure. Pulp Fiction and Reservoir Dogs.
I want to watch all of them, so eventually I'll just watch all of them because I mean, it's only like what 8 movies.
9. He has finished the script for movie 10. 10, if you're including Kill Bill as 2 movies.
That's fair, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because Tarantino said he's only going to make 10 movies, and then he's going to retire forever. And he says he's finished his 10th script. But Kill Bill's considered 1 movie for him.
That makes sense, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which I have not watched yet. I still have 3 more Tarantino films, not counting the non-released 10th one. So we will stop at Inglourious Basterds. But I have yet to see Diego Unchained, which is next, then Hateful Eight, then Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
I've seen Django and Hateful Eight. Both I can recommend. They're both pretty good movies.
I've heard they're very good. So
yeah, Hateful Eight is pretty damn. I think I like Hateful Eight more than Django. But they're both really good.
Excuse me. All right, moving on. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves.
Yes.
Oh, that's the old 3rd edition logo. Interesting.
Very, very good movie, actually. I was
put a pin in
surprised.
this. The fucking image you sent for me didn't fucking work. It wasn't an actual image file.
What was
so
it?
I had to replace this.
I thought I converted it because I was converting them.
You converted it wrong, so that I had to get this image myself. But I did get the same poster you sent me.
Oh, you know why? Because when I went to go rename it, I fucked up. That's why.
Yeah. Anyway.
I could see it. Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah. So I took my kid to see this movie because she wanted to see it because she has a crush on Sophie Lillis, who's in this movie, who's the chick in It. That was her only reason for wanting to see this movie, which I think is hilarious. That I'm at a point in my life where my daughter can say shit like that to me. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But this movie was surprisingly good. I actually really enjoyed it, like not knowing like a shit ton of stuff about like the D&D lore and stuff. I like to stand out with Michelle Rodriguez in this film. Like she like fucking like Chris Pine is like the lead actor, but like she like really led this movie. Like she was very good in this movie. Hugh Grant also great in this movie as the villain. Kind of the villain. Like there's a red wizard or whatever that's actually like the villain, but he's kind of like the secondary kind of bad guy too. He was like a part of the original team.
Let's clarify. Red Wizard of Thay or just a red wizard?
Motherfucker, you know I don't know.
Okay, well. I just wanted to know like what realm this is set in.
I couldn't tell you, to be honest.
Do they go to Baldur's Gate or Waterdeep?
Baldur's Gate is then mentioned in the movie, yes.
So did they call this guy a red wizard?
It was a chick.
Did they call her a red wizard?
Yes.
Then it's probably a red wizard of Thay.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
It matters. It does. It's a very important distinction.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk too much. There's not really too much to talk about. I just want to say, like, it was actually like, I went into it with 0 expectations because I don't know if you've seen any of the previous Dungeons and Dragons movies.
I have,
but they're fucking awful.
Not this one though.
I would recommend this one because this one actually like is pretty good, and like I couldn't say if it sticks to like lore 100% because I don't know the lore, but I was thoroughly entertained by it. The stuff that they did in the movie with I don't want to spoil it because like actually some of the stuff they do is pretty cool. The dude from Detective Pikachu was also another standout too. He's like a mage that kind of like sucks at being a mage, and then progresses and actually gets pretty good but not great by the end of the movie, which I thought was cool. They didn't make him like this like crazy like OP mage by the end of it. Just made him a little bit better, which I thought was neat. Which kind of like leaves like a door open for a potential sequel too, which I would 100%. Well, I would watch another one of these. Like this movie is like it really like with 0 expectations. I came out of there like saying this is like an 8 out of 10 movie. Like it was fun to watch. The visuals were really nice. I love the mimic in it. The mimic scene was really cool. The chick plays like a shapeshifter. That looked really cool. She becomes an owl bear, which I didn't know was an actual thing until this movie, which was actual It was like an inside joke between my buddies and I when we were camping one time. So that to find out that's an actual thing in like some lore was really funny to me, but it was really good.
The
8 out of
trailer
10.
also shows a displacer beast.
Sure.
Like a black cat with tentacles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in the maze, I think.
Absolutely iconic monster, the displacer beast. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, I believe that they had like 3 of those in like the maze at like sort of like at the beginning of the 3rd act.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want 3 displacer beasts. That's a bad time. That's a bad time.
But yeah, good movie. If you're a fan of the stuff, I would recommend it.
I have heard nothing but good things about this movie. I heard it's kind of cheap, but in a good way, and I hear there's a lot of, like, I hear it's good if you don't know D&D, and I hear it's even better if you do, because there's a lot of, like, in-jokes that you would only get as a player.
Yeah, like I like Baldur's Gate. I know because like obviously like some like the game and stuff like that. Like I knew that was like a thing, and like some of the stuff.
Baldur's Gate is the largest city on the Sword Coast in the continent of Faerun in the Forgotten Realms setting.
Yeah, there's also like a pretty
and also
good...
like 900 like of everything set in the Forgotten Realms setting, 90. I would almost go so far as to say 95% of the story is set along the Sword Coast. So when I say Baldur's Gate is the largest city along the Sword Coast, it's the largest city and the most important, like, in the most frequented area. Like, the most frequented visited area by players is Baldur's Gate, so...
yeah, they don't go there, if I remember correctly, but it is mentioned.
They'd probably be expensive.
Probably, yeah. But definitely, I would go see a second one if they make a second. Yeah, 100%. Good movie. All right, let's move on.
Moving on to Tupac, Me Against the World. I listened to this album. Forgive me if I don't get in depth. I listened to this album 8 months ago.
I fucking hate this recurring joke.
Well, anyway, so this is the 3rd Tupac album. If you remember, I accidentally listened to the 4th Tupac album before the 3rd Tupac album. So this is supposed to be the definitive Tupac story. All the other Tupac's albums, they're not about Tupac. This is Tupac telling Tupac's story. This is uniquely the Tupac story, is what Tupac said. And I think that's probably where I have to say it's kind of sad that this is the most generic gangster rap album I've ever fucking heard. Like, if you try to imagine what a gangster rap album sounds like, you have just imagined Me Against the World. Apparently, Tupac's definitive, unique story is the same goddamn story as every fucking other gangster rapper in the 90s. They're basically... Now, I will say, unlike other albums of Tupac's, every song doesn't sound the fucking same, but the subject matter is so fucking boring, I ended up tuning out anyway. It's just not interesting. Although I believe this is the album with Dear Mama in it. That song, first time I'd ever heard it, that song fucking slaps, dude. Like, that song is as good as people say. Does he mention he was a theater kid? Fucking course he doesn't.
That's not gangster at all.
No. This what I have learned. I only have one more Tupac album left, and I didn't want to watch it because for the solo cast because it was going to become fucking daunting to talk about all of these subjects by myself. So I wanted to put off finishing off the final Tupac album, which is Don Kilminati. What I've learned about Tupac is like when people say Tupac are really great, it's because Tupac has some really great songs in his discography, but the idea of just sitting down and listening to an entire Tupac album for over 20 songs is fucking daunting. Like, yeah, he's got some bangers like Brenda's Got a Baby or Dear Mama or stuff like that. California Love when he doesn't go on for an extra 2 minutes that he doesn't need to. Like, yeah, he's got some bangers, but like the majority of his songs are just like same sounding schlock.
Back when I listened to rap a lot,
Put a
I
pin in
always
it.
thought,
Hold that thought.
okay.
This is very important. Tupac is an incredibly influential rap artist, and he was taken from us too early. He died in like his 20s, and so it's like he wasn't just a rapper. He was also an actor and a poet, and like an activist. And had Tupac continued to live, we could have gotten many more great Tupac albums, and we will never know how good Tupac truly could have become. Very influential. You have to say that every time, because anytime anyone says anything bad about Tupac, they say all of that. So I wanted to head that off by saying I completely agree with that. Normally I open a Tupac review with that. I forgot this time. It's been 8 months. But I had to head that off because that's what everyone says when you say anything bad about Tupac. Like, all of that is true. We don't know how good Tupac would have been. He was very influential, and he was more than just a rapper. All of that is true. But his albums are fucking boring. All right, now you can take your pen out. Say your thing. Sorry.
Yeah. So back when I was like into rap and like listening to rap, I've always thought Tupac, was boring, but I can see why people see him as influential. Because you can obviously see that in like some like the like late '90s, like early 2000s rap and stuff like that, with like stuff like Eminem, Jay-Z, like Busta Rhymes,
Eminem
stuff
was
like
actually
that.
technically mid-90s.
Yeah,
He was starting to come up right around the time Tupac was relevant, but then also Tupac died. So
fun fact: Eminem was on Warped Tour '99.
Sure.
With a whole bunch of pop punk bands like Blink-182. It's a fun fact for you. But yeah, I can understand it. But I've never really liked any of his music. But I can see why people say that, because like obviously with the legacy that he leaves, he does leave that like influence and stuff like that. And you can still kind of hear that like nowadays. Like every once in a while, like I'll catch like a rap song or whatever. Like,
well, I think the big one's "To Pimp a Butterfly" by Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, sure. I wouldn't know. I couldn't tell you, but
believe me, you can't. I have not heard the album, but I am aware of the album, and Tupac's influence on "To Pimp a Butterfly" is obvious.
That's fair. Yeah, that's my only antidote about Tupac. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. Now that we've finally done this podcast, I can listen to the final Tupac album, so I guess look forward to that.
Ice Cube's also in a metal band. Fun fact.
Okay. It's very, very obvious. Made's familiar. Okay. Ethersea. Now we're going to talk about my D&D podcasts, not the ones I listen to. Ethersea is, of course, done by Adventure Zone. You know I always make an episode when they start one. You know I got to make an episode when they finish one. Ethersea dropped. It was kind of too short, is the problem. It kind of just feels like it ends out of nowhere, and also I don't know if I ever talked about this problem, but my big issue with Ethersea is I don't like the cast. A big Adventure Zone issue, and a very big issue for rookie D&D players, is that they have a tendency to think, oh, this is just a role-playing game, so I can act however I want. So they make their characters unbearable assholes. Right, and that's a pretty consistent issue with Adventure Zone, but it was also a big Ethersea issue. Like, the Ethersea characters are fucking unlikable, and it feels like they only do 2 or 3 missions. And Griffin says he has like a whole bunch of missions lined up that they can do, and he has like all of these mechanics that they just don't get engaged with. And he does admit that like a major issue was he wanted to create a sort of like episodic adventure, and he realized he fucking hates that. Is part of the problem. So I think that's why Ethersea got cut short early. But another thing about Ethersea that they end, I think is like the biggest twist, is at the end, they admit that this is Ethersea Season 1, meaning that they confirmed that they are planning to revisit Ethersea, and so for the first time in Adventure Zone history, they are planning to, in fact, go back to a world they've already been to.
Interesting.
Yeah, they've never done that before. So that is interesting. We'll see where Ethersea's going. It kind of ends on a bit of a cliffhanger, which I'm more okay with the cliffhanger, knowing they're planning to revisit it, than they're never going back. Like, I think that's more acceptable to be like, no, we are going back to Ethersea. Ethersea is such a cool world, but the big thing about Ethersea is that like, I would recommend watching them create the Ethersea world because they do it in like the form of a game, but like the actual thing itself isn't that great. So watch like the first 3 episodes of Ethersea, and then you can probably skip it if you're not that big into it. It's no balance, I'll say that. Okay, moving on.
Yep.
Okay, so I ended up stumbling in a YouTube short about what was called The World of Io, which is apparently a multi-campaign D&D game being ran by this like DM. And I was like, well, I'll dip my toe in there. And then I didn't have time to dip my toe more in there. That's why there aren't more entries. And I started off with the first entry, Arcane Academy. You're supposed to flip between series. And like watch them in certain episodes. I decided to stay in one series, watch an entire series to completion, and then go on to another series. So I only know about the series I specifically talk about. Arcane Academy is about a group of young aspiring wizards. Everyone's a wizard in this game, going to Wizard Academy. And then they learn about a possible conspiracy. The number one issue I have with Arcane Academy is that there are like 5 players, and 3 of them sound, 2 of them especially sound exactly the fucking same. And I wasn't aware there were 5 players because I don't tend to look at my screen when I'm watching like D&D podcasts. So I hadn't realized there were 5 players. So apparently 2 of the people are 2 different people. So I actually kind of don't know what happened during this. Because I found out they're 2 different characters. The DM plays very loosey-goosey with the rules in World of Io. Like, you're allowed to make a skill check every turn, and it lets you gain information about the enemies. I would never allow that. I think that would be so fucking broken. But you know what? It worked for him. More power to him. It's honestly, it was a little dull. Not gonna lie. There were parts I liked, but eh. Oh, and the audio was kind of fucked up because they didn't get the like season 3 juice going. But anyway, Arcane Academy.
Arcane Academy.
All right, that brings us to the World of Io's Misdemeanor. Now, this is a different crew where the crew is on a pirate ship. This has another problem where 2 of the guys just sound exactly the fucking same, but at the very least, the characters' personalities are just different enough that you can kind of tell who's talking half the time. This one also has Dodger in it, I believe. A famous streamer / former Let's Player Dodger, who was also the voice of that one MCM that everyone Maker. She was like the face of Maker Studio back then.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, this one's a lot more entertaining, more interesting story. They deal with like curses and trying to get the ship back, and then there's like some like country that's getting risen out of the water. I watched this like 4 months ago. I barely remember what the fuck happened. But anyway, I did enjoy this one a lot more. So there you go. Misdemeanor. All right, that brings us to Critical Role's Mighty Nein Reunited. This is, I think, like a 4-episode miniseries where we get the Mighty Nein back, but we deal with Molly's replacement instead of Caleb, which is a bit disappointing. They kind of shit on Caleb a little bit in a joking manner in this. But you know what? We get to see the characters years later. They're like level 17 now, I think, which is a fucking big deal if you don't know what a fucking level 17 character can do in D&D. Level 17 in D&D is like you can walk up to God and punch him in the nuts. Like legitimately. Like legit, that I'm not even fucking with you. That is a thing you could probably viably do at level 17. Now, granted, God might punch you in the nuts back, and you're probably not going to win that fight at level 17, but you could definitely get close enough to do it and then have the level to do it. So
that's fair.
But yeah, this is all about the rise of Uk'otoa. The Mighty Nein campaign originally ended with a major cliffhanger about Uk'otoa, and I blamed it on the issues that there's no greater plot line for the campaign 2, so the characters just terminated their own fucking character arcs. And so a lot was left on the cutting room floor, especially the Ukatoa stuff. So this resolves that plot line. It is a great addition to the Mighty Nein. It is better than Campaign 2, and it is one of the better D&D stories I've ever seen. I would put it A tier. I wouldn't put it at the same level as Balance or a Calamity, but it is definitely one of the better Critical Role shows, one of the better D&D shows, period. One day I'll make a tier list of all of the D&D shows, and this would come in A tier. It's not Balance or Calamity, though. Balance or Calamity's fucking next goddamn level, but... All right, that's it. That's Mighty Nein Reunited. I don't want to talk about too much. One, I barely remember anything about it because I watched it 4 months ago. And also, two, no one actually cares. This is just for me. There's also a few other D&D shows I gotta watch. I watched like half of Dust Season 2 because they started doing Dust Season 2. I lost interest. I couldn't make it through. That's why we're not reviewing the first half of Dust. And it's already done. There's only like 5 or 6 episodes. So that's why we're not talking about Dust. And very recently, like 3 days ago, despite being on a 1.5-year hiatus, Mythbreakers got its final episode. They put it on a hiatus for like 1.5 years, and then the final episode dropped right like 3 days ago. So I haven't gotten time to watch that. So maybe next time look forward to Mythbreakers. I want to get around to watching Mythbreakers, and maybe I'll watch Dust or some shit. But so look forward to that possibly in the future. I definitely want to watch Mythbreakers. More than Dust, I want to watch Mythbreakers. But anyway.
Hell yeah.
So maybe look forward to those in a while. But I was actually recently looking for a podcast-style D&D canes. I wanted to listen to some Critical Role, but I wasn't sure where to start. If you're willing to start with some really scuffed bullshit, I would actually recommend Campaign 1. If you want a complete story, start Campaign 2. Oh, no, hold up. Start with Calamity. It's not DM'd by Matt Mercer. It's DM'd by Brennan Lee Mulligan, who also DMs for Dimension 20. But I would also recommend some of the Dimension 20 stuff, for the record. So if you like Brennan's DMing style, maybe give Dimension 20 a start. Like the first 4 Dimension 20 campaigns are free on the College Humor YouTube channel. So yeah, start with Calamity, then maybe if you want more Critical Role, you want more of that universe, then start with maybe Campaign 1, Campaign 2 Critical Role, or if you want just more Brennan, then go to Dimension 20. I highly recommend the New York series above all else. Unsleeping City, I think is what it's called. Highly recommend that. It's one of the best campaigns to listen to. But there you go, Arsic. There's your recommendations. All right, moving on to Skypiea Arc. Now, is this the movie or is this you watched the show?
I watched whatever. I think it was 80 episodes or whatever. I watched the entirety of it. I had to rewatch it because I think I got halfway through it. I think I got right before Anaru shows up the first time. I watched it.
NL.
God,
for the record, it's NL.
What?
It's NL. It's not Anaru. It's NL.
Whatever. So yeah, I watched this because I started One Piece 5 years ago, I think, something like that, 5 or 6 years ago, and I stopped halfway through Skypiea because I got burnt out because I watched literally I think 170 episodes straight basically. So I took a huge long hiatus from it. So recently I was looking for something to watch. I was you know what, I'm gonna start up One Piece again because they're starting to dub the episodes again from wherever they left off, so I can actually watch it now. Because I only watch dubs because I'm special like that. The general consensus that I've heard, a lot of people either love the Skypiea Arc or hate it. What do you think about it?
It's good. It's not the best arc by far, but it's a solid watch. I wouldn't say I love or hate the Skypiea Arc. I think there's a lot of good implications. I think NL is really underrated by the One Piece fandom. We start to touch on the poneglyphs with Robin, which is an important fact. And I fucking love the fact that Luffy made off with a giant gold pillar when they were going to give him like way more money. I think that's fucking hilarious. I like that Luffy wins again, similar to the crocodile situation, not because he's actually stronger than NL, but because his devil fruit just perfectly counters NL's devil fruit. And I think it's a really great way that they start leading into the future arcs about how like the Straw Hat crew is not strong enough to keep going, and you're really starting like you start to see a bit with it with Crocodile, because they make it through Baroque Works okay, except for Crocodile, which they kind of have to like turn into Water Luffy to get through, and like NL would have toasted their asses straight up. He has like the strongest observation hockey possibly that we've ever seen in One Piece, other than supposedly some of Shanks' crew. And yeah, if it wasn't for Luffy's Devil Fruit just countering the lightning, this would have been fucking game, period. And this is really starting to lead into that sort of issues. This is also the introduction of fucking Blackbeard. Hello. Who makes it...
him like Don Quixote too, right? They had like that scene in the bar or whatever, like right before they get to shoot up in the sky or whatever, right?
Is Dolphy in this? I didn't remember Dolphy being in this.
I'm pretty sure.
This is the fucking arc with Bellamy, though. This is the introduction of Bellamy.
Yep.
One of the most iconic scenes is Luffy fucking punching Bellamy in the goddamn head during the Skypiea arc, which is then reversed in fucking Dressrosa. Spoilers. This is for Guardians of the Galaxy. Where he punches Bellamy in the head again, but instead when he does it the second time, it makes you fucking cry because they make you like Bellamy by that point. And this also introduces the explorer Nolan, who of course also comes back in other arcs as like a legendary explorer who also like helped found Totland. Skypiea, it seems disconnected, but there is a lot of setup in this arc for like later arcs, and it's a very important arc. It like the introduction of Mantra is like sort of the first signs we start to see at the development of Haki, which later gets developed into Haki towards the Shebedi Peninsula arc. It's a very important arc. Is Skypiea. It's a very important arc, and kind of underrated. Not like the most entertaining, but it is very good. It's very important. And yeah, I definitely enjoy it. I like Enel as a villain also. I like that he just like stays in lightning form. His ability to stay in lightning form is actually it's kind of like a poor reflection of Kizaru, because like why can't that motherfucker stay in light form? Like if Enel can do it, what the fuck are you doing? Is Kizaru just phoning it in? Because if so, Kizaru would be a fucking beast if he just tried.
No, it was a really good arc. Like I enjoyed it very thoroughly. I did like the Nolan stuff a lot. Which like I almost skipped it because for some reason I thought it was filler. But I went back and double checked like the filler list online, and I was like, okay, this is like manga canon, so I watched it, and I'm glad I did because I actually really liked like. I think it was like 3 episodes of that stuff between him and the other guy. I can't remember his name. And I literally just finished this 2 days ago, so I apologize if I can't remember people's names still. I literally just watched this. Like I think I finished it Tuesday. But I really like the side piece, and then like the guy on the island, like his descendant or whatever, and he like finally gets that redemption for that too. I like that nice little like what's the word I'm looking for? A fucking closure like to that too, because he's like then like that's kind of like Luffy's whole purpose for that. He's like, I want to make sure that this guy's like not diving to the sea to prove people wrong, like 'cause this guy's old, you know, like let's give him this one thing that desperately needs. And I think that was like a nice tie up to like the end of that arc. I did kind of like read about some of that stuff that you were talking about the.
I said Totland, and that's completely fucking wrong. I just realized Totland's Big Mom's country. I mean the like toy country in Dressrosa is what I meant. I said Totland, and I was like, Totland is wrong. Totland is very wrong.
Fair enough. But yeah, I think every character has a chance to shine at some point. Like Chopper has. Every
Tony
time
Tony Chopper.
Yeah, I almost say his whole name like every time, but like he has like that fight against whatever his name is, where he actually like finally is like, I need to like protect this shit, like I need to do this, like I need to stop relying on everyone. I really like that. I like Zoro's fights in it. Like he has some good fights. Sanji's like I've very underutilized, I think, in this arc. In my opinion, like he doesn't really do anything. I don't think I'll ever be a fan of Usopp. I think it's just Krillin.
You haven't? Have you gotten to Water 9 yet?
No, I haven't made. This is the farthest I've gotten in One Piece.
Okay, so you haven't gotten to Water 9.
Yeah, which
Usopp might win you over in Water 9.
Okay.
Usopp might win you over in Water 9.
Okay. Well, okay. So the reason, another reason why I compare him to Krillin is he's also voiced by the same actor. That's Krillin too, and he has very much like it's from this point. Like he's had very much Krillin vibes too. So that's kind of why I compare him to that too. Every person that voices someone in the main cast is of someone from Dragon Ball Z, which is the funniest shit to me. Like Luffy is fucking Gohan, Zoro's Piccolo, Trunks is fucking Sanji, Krillin is fucking Usopp. It's hilarious to me. Like. Because since I've watched Dragon Ball Z way more than I've watched like One Piece, like I just can't help it like just hear their fucking voices now, and they're almost beat for beat the same voice too.
Yeah, I think this is slowly where we start developing more, leaning more into the direction of like Nami's climb attack. I also think is what this starts happening.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, Usopp uses the climb attack, uses Skypiea technology on the climb attack later on. So we start to slowly drag Nami into halfway combat competence. She's always the bottom, like of Straw Hat fighting capabilities, because that's not her job. Her job is to make sure these idiots don't crash themselves into a fucking rock.
Yeah. And also, like, the one thing I've noticed too, like over like the first few arcs, like Nami's tits just get bigger almost every arc.
Yeah. I'm not that. I have to say, some of the fan service, especially post Shabity Peninsula, I'm not the biggest fan of. But, and that's coming from me. But because it's not even like necessarily like tasteful. Like Nami just switches to a bikini. It's like,
yeah, it's just like it's really funny to me. Like I noticed that because like I rewatched Up to Arlong Park because I've seen the Alabasta arc like 2 times because I watched it after I watched it the first time. I watched it again because I liked it, so I just rewatched it like right after. So I rewatched like up to that point again. And I was like, and then I got to like this. I'm like, did her tits just get bigger?
Yeah,
like,
for sure. Yeah,
it's just a little like hilarious to me. I like Robin's stuff in this too.
I love Robin.
Yeah, she becomes a character that like I'm really enjoying since her introduction in Alabasta too.
She also has time to shine in Water 9 along with Usopp. I would say Water 9 is the Usopp Robin story. Or I should say, like, I guess I should probably say Enies Lobby is the Usopp Robin story.
Yeah, because don't Nami and Usopp leave like next arc and then come back?
No. Usopp and Robin too.
Okay, they leave and then come back. Okay.
Not for the same reason though.
Fair enough. So yeah, I'm gonna start that next. So what I'm gonna do is like I'm gonna watch an arc, take a break, watch an arc, take a break. I think that's how I'm
Water 9 and Enies Lobby, which are kind of like the same arc in my brain, might be my favorite arc in all of One Piece, possibly. With possibly the only other exception being like Arlong Park, which Arlong Park is fucking stellar.
I haven't had any issues. Like I'm skipping all the filler because I don't have time. I don't have time to watch. Like with when I watched like Naruto and like Shippuden, like I watched like some of it like that sounded like somewhat interesting to me, but I skipped a lot of it. So I'm just skipping like all the filler in One Piece because you've said that to do that. My buddy Eric, who's like a huge One Piece, is like just fucking skip it, dude. There's no point. And I'm like, I don't have time to watch all these episodes.
I don't think it's fair to. I don't want to undersell my love of One Piece, with the exception of like. I would probably say like more niche stories like Madaka Box, which I don't want to fully call niche, but like Madaka Box or Great Teacher Onizuka or like Maho Sensei Nejima. Like One Piece is I'll say this because I don't consider those traditional shonen stories. One Piece is the greatest shonen battle series. Dead stop. Period. It just is. It is absolutely... It's better than Hunter x Hunter. It's better than Naruto. It's better than Bleach. It's better than Demon Slayer. It's better than fucking Chainsaw Man. It's better than Black Clover. It's better than Dragon Ball. It's better than Yu Yu Hakusho. Probably better than Fist of the North Star. I'd be fucking shocked if it wasn't. It is the best. Period. Dead stop.
I am enjoying it a lot more. Like the more it goes on, like the crew learns more stuff like that. So like, and in the beginning of it, like it's just kind of like punchies and stuff like that. But now they're getting like it's getting a little bit where.
Well, what you're gonna understand is all of that stuff that was just punchies comes back. It just never stops. It just never stops.
Yeah. But I like the water Luffy thing. Like I thought that was super creative. I like the way like he like hurls himself up to the arc at the end of this one and like fucking like just goes toe to toe with them. I thought like that was nice. Like he was like the villain. I think he's my favorite so far. Like I liked Crocodile, but he didn't feel like a threat.
I fucking love
like,
Crocodile.
Yeah, like I like him, but he like didn't feel threatening, you know, like world ending type of, not maybe world ending, but like he felt like he could do damage, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Like
Crocodile is actually pretty threatening.
Yeah. I didn't feel it, you know what I mean? Like I felt it when I was watching like him like fucking just like take people out constantly.
Enel is like encountering Enel when the Strawcrats did, like, because even like proportional to where they are in the Grand Line, Enel comes the fuck out of nowhere for them. Like I say, like slowly it's like a progression of they're getting in slowly over their head, but Enel is like you're in like the level 20 zone and you're like level 30, and then you're like, hey, what's in this cave? And it's like, what's up? I'm level 60. And you're like, whoa, no, hold up.
You just described me playing it.
You didn't need to be in here. And he's like, no, what's up? I'm Enel, bitch.
I wasn't even supposed to be here today.
You found the secret level 60 cave in the level 20 zone. What's happening?
Yeah, like I think like so far with my experience with One Piece, like it progressively gets better. Like I know like people always like talk about like the Arlong Park arc and obviously Alabasta too, but I think progressively it just has gotten better over time.
I actually think what you're saying is interesting there, because most of the One Piece fandom has completely forgotten about those early arcs when they talk about best One Piece arcs. It's all late game shit. Yeah.
Well, I can understand, like, because I think that like kind of proves my point, because like, it just gets better. Yeah. So like I haven't not liked an arc yet. Like. It's been like steadily like enjoyable this whole time. That's why I'm going to continue doing it.
That will change when you get to the Davy Beck arc, because you're gonna, which is I think your next arc after Skypiea, which it's gonna last, because you're skipping the filler, so you're gonna skip about 3. It's still gonna be 3 episodes of this arc, and you're gonna be like, this feels like filler. This is super bad. The Davy Beck fight is unequivocally the worst One Piece arc. It lasts 3 episodes, and that's 3 episodes too long. 5 episodes if you're watching the filler, and that's 5 episodes too long.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when I think I'm I don't know. I might honestly just start it up again, because I don't have really anything on my watch list right now, because like nothing like anime.
Well, you're about to, so
yeah. Like the anime wise, there's not like too much that I haven't already watched yet. So
wow, what a very wrong statement.
Well, you know what I mean. Like I've been watching.
You watched
like,
Chainsaw Man?
Huh?
Have you watched Chainsaw Man?
Yeah, I watched all that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. I was gonna say go watch.
Yeah, I watched all that. I rewatched Demon Slayer season 2 again. We started Berserk, but only watched like the first episode. So I think I'm just gonna continue with this for right now as like my kind of like just show that I'm watching. Just because there's a lot of it. So
I watch the One Piece anime in arcs. So when an arc finishes, I will watch the arc. And Wano has been going on for like 5 years. So supposedly it will probably end by the end of the year. So I'll probably get back into One Piece like next year, where I'll watch the Wano arc. But yeah, the big issue is, especially when you get into Dressrosa and onward, the big issue with the anime is it starts dragging its ass. Like a typical well-paced shonen Jump series will adapt about 2 to 3 chapters per episode. They start adapting 1 chapter per episode as they get in, and it kind of gets daunting and drags the pacing down a lot as you get into Dressrosa and onward. And honestly, I think Dressrosa overstays its welcome anyway.
you can definitely you can kind of feel that even in this arc too. Because like I feel like the episodes are like 20 21 minutes or something like that, but only maybe 15 of it's actual show.
Yeah, One Piece is one of those shows where it's like, because it existed back when like Studio Pierrot like dropped like where the show just never ends ever. It just never ends. They just have to keep it going forever. Like hundreds of episodes, and that's not the norm anymore. Attack on Titan changed that, and then Demon Slayer helped even further change that, and My Hero changed that. And One Piece is one of those where I would almost love like redoing the anime at some point, and then bringing it into like seasonal shows, redoing with new animation, fix the pacing, adapt 2 to 3 every episode, no filler needed. Like I would almost like a redone One Piece anime, but.
Kind of like a DBZ Kai. But
yes, I would love One Piece Kai.
Yeah, I hated DBZ Kai when that came out. I prefer the original DBZ mostly for nostalgia, but also because I think the animation just like feels better. Like doesn't look better, but it
was hand drawn back then. That might be your difference.
Yeah, I prefer the hand drawn look like 100%. Like don't get me wrong, like stuff like Demon Slayer and like Chainsaw Man look fabulous, but like something about like Yu and like Sailor Moon and like Dragon Ball and like stuff of like that era just is visually more appealing to me for some reason.
No, I kind of get that.
Yeah,
I kind of disagree, but I get it.
No, that's fair. Yeah. No, that's 100% fair. Like don't like
I will say I do not like Chainsaw Man's aesthetic though, which I said in my Chainsaw Man review, so that's not surprising to anyone.
Fair.
Which is already released.
I think when I watched, I think I gave Chainsaw Man like a 7.
I agree. Although I hear the anime hasn't adapted the best parts of the show yet, so.
Yeah, I honestly can't even tell you how that is. Yes, but Kai is actually.
I remember exactly how the Chainsaw Man ended. They capture the guy who is behind everything. I think he was like the Katana Devil or something. And they had him like chained up because he had his arms. And Denji like looks at his like friend sort of like / partner and is like, "Hey, we only aim for the balls." And he's like, "You know what? Let's do it." And then they just kick him in the balls like 100 times until the cops show up.
Yeah, Chainsaw Man was a weird watch because it was just like, it's so horny. And like my daughter's like, "Can I watch this?" And I'm like, I actually don't know if you can watch this yet. It's like, it's one of those like weird things is like my daughter said some crazy, like the other day she like, we were talking about something, like she wanted to borrow my Crunchyroll counter, and I was like, yeah, you can totally do that. She's like, don't worry, I won't watch hentai on it. And I'm like, how the fuck do you even know what hentai is?
How old is your daughter? 10?
She's like 11.
Oh,
so
she's
knows. Almost 12.
Yeah, she's seen way worse. I know you don't want to sign off on her, but I guarantee you she's seen worse.
And like she mentioned something about Feet Finder like a week ago, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
dude?
No, yeah.
So I'm like,
the ship has sailed, but boy, do you not want to be involved in it.
Yeah, it's like, do I want to let her watch it? And like, but it's like, do I want to be an enabler too? Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it's like I'm like it's in a weird spot because like I'm like I don't like she's like I kind of want to watch South Park, and I'm like, I think that's fine, actually. Like, I feel like South Park would be fine. Like, I watched it when I was like 9, 10, so I mean, like, whatever.
I mean, I would argue South Park's worse than Chainsaw Man, but okay.
I think it's, I don't know. See, that's why it's weird. I'm like, South Park's fine, but
I watched
Chainsaw
South
Man,
Park when I was like 6, but that doesn't mean
Yeah.
mean I should have been.
Sorry, John. Just be glad that Bible Black isn't really talked about anymore. That's fair, yeah. I'll show her mirror tights and then see how it is. But yeah, I like this arc. I'm gonna give it a solid like 9. Honestly, it was pretty good to watch. Like I wasn't bored. I didn't want to like skip any episodes or like fast forwards or anything. It's very much. It flowed really well too. Like that's the one thing I've been enjoying about One Piece is that it flows.
Yes.
Like as if you skip the filler,
until you get to the Davy Back fight.
Fair enough. But I'll get when I get there. I'll let you know how I feel about it. But so far it's been a nice watch. Hopefully it makes you feel that my dad when I was 11 told me about. I don't know how to say it. I'm not even gonna try that. Now I don't think he knew I had means to watch it, but I did. Fair enough. But yeah, 9 out of 10. Excited to watch more.
Okay, so are we ready for the final segment of the podcast? Fucking finally.
We are, yeah.
All right.
Almost 6 hours later.
John, why don't you intro this because it's your job because you're supposed to be hosting?
Fair enough. So this is Anime Dartboard. It's like our monthly book club, but we watch an anime that could be good, could be bad. It is picked by random, and we watch it. Parameters for this: it has to be 12 episodes or under, or
it is actually 350 minutes. It was the definitive line.
Fair enough. 350 minutes or a movie.
No,
this week
no, it's just 350 minutes or less because a movie isn't likely to be over 350 minutes.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Movies
are like 120, 150 minutes.
This week we're taking a look at Handa-kun, which is something that I watched about 6-7 months ago. Yes,
Handa-kun. Also watched this 8 months ago. John, why don't you tell us about Handa-kun? What'd you think about it?
From what I remember, I did not like it.
Okay, I don't blame you. I didn't like it either. Do you remember what you did not like about it?
No.
Well, luckily, I remember what I don't like about Handa-kun. First off, it opens with an overly metatextual episode about the production of the anime being made by Honda's fan club, who are trying to get an Handa anime made, and then they don't end up watching it because they didn't get it watched in time. And then they decide to make their own Handa anime. And the sort of like metatextual element of it and the decision to pan away from the main character right off the bat immediately kind of takes you out of the action. Kind of is a little too much of a wink and nod towards the audience that, hey, you're watching an anime. Impacts the immersion, impacts the attachment to the characters, doesn't let you connect to Handa. It's a terrible opening to the anime. And then the progressing issue with Handa-kun anime is that the show just tells the same fucking joke over and over again. Where Honda's like, I'm afraid of everyone hates me, and then they pan over and everyone's like, man, I love fucking Handa-kun. And it's like 12, 13 episodes of this, and it just gets fucking boring.
I remember being pretty bored watching this too. But like I also made the agreement that I would watch every single episode of stuff and I wouldn't give up on it. And I remember by the 12th episode, I was just like,
you've made this promise 100 times and you haven't fucking stuck to it once. Like you enforce that rule very arbitrarily.
Well, I've watched all of this. I remember I watched every single episode of it.
Yeah. The one thing I appreciate is that at the end he does realize that not everyone hates him.
It only took 12 episodes, but he got there.
Yeah. Well, it'd be so much easier to just take the joke that they've been beating to death the entire time and run it all the way to the end. And I do appreciate that there is at least that moment at the end where they do end the joke and he does figure it out. So I appreciate where they go with that. This is also apparently a prequel to Barakuman, which is apparently very good, but this did not endear me to the concept of watching Barakuman.
I did not know it was a prequel type thing.
Yeah.
Or like a lead-in.
I hate to break it to you, but Mal is down until I think it said 6 in the morning. Well, guess what, Maid? I know, because Mal went down at like midnight last night. I was already aware of that. Yeah, anything to add about Handa-kun?
Not really. It's a solid 3.
I think I gave it like a 4 or a 5 or something. Possibly a 4. Maybe a 5. I genuinely... Probably a 4. Probably a 4. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. My list is somewhere. So I think I'm ready to go on to the dart. What about you?
Well, let's throw that dart.
All right, so... we have a little bit of a special going on here.
I like specials.
All right, we're going to shuffle. Shuffle, shuffle.
I'm gone. I don't know. Okay, there I am. This is like road to 100 right now.
We got Shingetsu Sutan Tsukihime.
Whatever that means.
Oh boy.
It never good when you say okay.
Okay.
It never pans out good for anyone.
This might not be what I think it is, for the record. So Mal is down. Theoretically, it will be back the next time. But instead, we're going to use another anime database called AniList. It's definitely not my preferred one. And it's definitely not working. Oh, there we go. But it is what we're going to have to use in the meantime. Okay. Shingetsu Tsukihime is 12 episodes. It aired in 2003. It has, on this website, an average score of 60% weighted. Oh, this is exactly what I thought it was. Okay. Animated by JC Staff. And it is based on a visual novel. This is a Type Moon anime adaptation. Shiki Tono sustained a life-threatening injury as a child, and due to that incident, he was sent away from Tono household and was given to a relative to be raised. Years later, when Shiki is in high school, the head of the Tono household, his father, dies, and he's ordered to move back in by his sister Akiha, who is the new head of the household. However, Shiki holds a huge secret. Ever since that injury, he has seen lines on objects, and only with special pair of glasses is he able to stop seeing them. He's unable to remember anything well from the time before his accident. The day he moves back to the Tono household is the day he stumbles upon a woman named Arcuid Burnstud and decapitates her with one stab of his knife in a temporary fit of insanity. When he suddenly showed up beside him later alive and well and asks him to be her bodyguard, Shiki's journey to unravel the mysteries of his past life begins. So,
what?
Shingetsu Tsukihime is based off of a Type Moon visual novel. I believe this was also back during the days where Type Moon required all of their visual novels to also be Euro games. So this apparently probably has some porn cut out of it. So it is a Type Moon. I think it might even be part of the Nasuverse. Yeah, because it's part of Carnival Phantasm. So it is part of the Nasuverse along with like Fate Stay Night and stuff. So the fun fact about the Tsukihime that I know about is that supposedly the novel is very good. However, this is reportedly a terrible adaptation. And from what I have heard, Tsukihime fans refuse to acknowledge that this anime was ever created.
Fun. Maid said she remembers liking it.
So get ready for apparently what is probably a bad adaptation of a good visual novel. I have a vague interest in the Nasuverse and Type Moon, although it has waned dramatically over time. And honestly, I'm a little surprised. The probable reason this is on here is just so I can watch Carnival Phantasm and have full idea of everything that's happening. That's probably why I added it. What do you think you're going to feel about Tsukihime? When you inevitably don't watch it, and then the podcast gets canceled, and then I have to talk about it by myself on a solo cast in 3 months.
I'm gonna go and watch it. Does it say where I can watch it? Does it say it's on like Funimation or something?
No, because Mal's down.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'll just have to look that up. Yeah.
High Dive. It's a High Dive.
Oh, I think my High Dive actually just stopped today or yesterday or something like that. Maybe it renewed. I don't know. I remember getting an email. I mean, it could be a surprise hit. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not a hit, but maybe something that we're like, this wasn't terrible. Because if I remember correctly, we've had 3 stinkers in a row, so we're due for a good one.
Have we had 3 stinkers in a row?
I think so.
It looks like this website uses an out of 100, and most people give this a 70.
Okay, so it's, as the kids call it, mid. So
I don't know if I would call 70 mid, but sure.
Fair enough, yeah. Above mid.
What was it? It was Honda, Ninja Scroll TV, and then DNA Squared was fucking banger, so it hasn't been 3 bad ones in a row.
Okay, so
even you liked DNA Squared. Like even you gave DNA Squared an 8 out of 10.
Okay, that's right. I couldn't because I remember the Malcolm in the Middle anime not being that great.
Nazca was fucking garbage. Nazca was fucking garbo.
But who knows? Maybe this could be a sleeper. We don't know. Oh, what's up, Spider-Verse? Can't wait to talk about that movie. Anyways, yeah. I mean, it could be good. Maybe we'll give it a 7. Who knows? Maybe we'll agree with the consensus.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Find out in the next episode.
I'll watch it. I still have one more episode of fucking Slime Diaries to watch. That show's terrible. It's like so bad that I don't even have a fucking, like, I'm not even gonna make a video on it. It's like that bad. Yeah, the Slime Diaries is a Tensura spin-off that came out before season 2, but supposedly it's set after season 2, so I have no idea what the fuck is happening, and I don't care.
Did I ever finish season? No, I don't think I even started.
You did finish. You did watch season 2.
Did I?
Reviewed it on the podcast. Yes.
I can't remember if I actually finished season 2 or even started it, because I know I watched season 1.
You did.
Yeah, because season 2 is with the.
You reviewed them at the same time.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway.
I like that show. That was a good show.
Yeah. Well, the fucking OAD Slime Diaries fucking spinoff is goddamn awful. Anyway, yeah. Tsukihime, it might be okay. I guess we'll see. Sometimes fans of things think things are worse just because it's a shitty adaptation. Case in point, I shit on the Harry Potter movies earlier this podcast. So,
Star Wars fans, 100%, they do that all the time. Marvel and DC fans, any fandom.
Yeah. If your adaptation ain't on point, the fans will usually shit on it. So for who knows, maybe this is a decent Tsukihime adaptation. Maybe it's not that bad. I guess we'll find out.
Captain America wouldn't throw his shield to the left. Actually, it'd only be to the right. Look at those type.
That makes sense though, because it's got a boomerang back at him, and he's like right-handed, right?
Zach, we're not.
No, he's left-handed. No. That's dumb. Fuck you, fake Marvel fan.
I made that up. That was not even a real thing.
Anyway, it's gonna be a while before I make because Mal needs to come back before I finish Slime Diaries, and also Mal needs to come back before I fucking post this shit on the. So just remember, I will make the post when Mal is back. I'll say that.
Okay. I'll probably end up like watching it like next week or something. Anyways, so when do you want to do the next one? Since we're on the topic.
Are we done with Dirtboard?
Yeah, I guess yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So the next episode of the podcast. So I guess we'll hash out these details. Did you still want to try and do monthly?
We can do monthly or whatever, bi-weekly, whatever.
Well, we've never done bi-weekly, and I don't think I'll have enough to talk about bi-weekly.
Yeah, me either, yeah. Yeah, a monthly works. Just be monthly's how he's always done it, so we can't change the form.
Mhm.
If we do, then nobody will like the Krabby Patties anymore.
I might I would hate to do it, and I might struggle to be able to pull off a Tuesday, but I could, if it has to come down to it, I could probably possibly make time on a Tuesday. But
Tuesdays could work for me too, just because I get out of work normally at like 6.
yeah. I'm usually free on Thursdays, but I can't guarantee I'll be free on Thursdays in perpetuity. So I guess we'll play it by ear in that regard. But fucking the first of next month is a Tuesday. Do you want to start doing it on the opening of a month? Again?
On June 1st is on a Thursday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
So do you want to try June 1st, and we'll see what happens? Play it by ear.
Yeah. If not, we can do it the 6th or the 8th.
Mm-hmm.
Whichever. Actually, let's actually do the second week because then it'll be right after Spider-Man.
Okay. Okay, and then
So let's shoot for the 6th because the 8th I'll be watching The Flash.
June 6th is a real bad Tuesdays only if I absolutely have to. Because I have a lot of shit going on Tuesdays.
Let's do June 8th and I'll actually go see Flash on that Friday instead.
Okay, June 8th?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Let's do June 8th and yeah, I'll just go see The Flash on that Friday because I don't really care about that much. So
that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, do you really want to support Ezra Miller?
I'm just more. I mean, the movie actually looks good for some reason, so I'm actually, I don't know, I'm interested. But yeah, like literally every weekend that month, I'm seeing a movie.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fun.
All right, so we're aiming for June 8th. Everyone,
okay.
Look forward to that. I'll let you know if something comes up. You fucking let me know if something comes up in advance. You normally pull the shit on me like 2 hours before we go live.
Yeah, so Tuesdays are easy, or Thursdays, I mean, because I always open on Thursdays.
Mm-hmm.
So unless for like whatever fucking dumb shit reason I have to close, which I highly doubt, that's the only reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like I never do anything on Thursdays unless I go to see a movie. I'll see The Flash on Friday after work at like 8 o'clock or whatever, or maybe I'll do it Saturday. Okay. I'll see it at some point the weekend.
Yeah.
But
all right, well, there's our schedule. The only thing I can probably almost guarantee I'll have finished is Fire Emblem Engage, maybe, probably, hopefully. Otherwise, I don't know what the fuck else I'm going to talk about.
I'm shooting for.
So next podcast, all of the weight is on your shoulders.
Yeah. So
are you going to actually host? Are we going to talk about this, or because the usual thing is that if someone like backup hosts, you have to do it like three times in a row, so we don't fuck up the schedule. So I guess I'm hosting next time.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll host it on. I'll host it next time.
Well, no, I would be hosting next time.
Okay.
So we don't fuck the schedule up.
That works for me.
That was what we established. So I am hosting next time.
Yeah, next time I'll definitely have Live a Live finished because I'm like halfway through that game right now. Hopefully, Here's the Kingdom, we'll see. Because I'm not buying it specifically tomorrow.
I'm not getting it launched, so.
I think I'm gonna get it like Monday or something like that. Yeah. Just because I'm not gonna have any time to play it over the weekend anyway, because I work all weekend. Because I said I'd work on Sunday so people could take it off for Mother's Day. And what other game am I playing right now? I should have at least 2 games, maybe another One Piece arc. So we'll see.
Dedicated Davy Beck fight conversation. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So at least you'll theoretically have topics. I definitely won't. But
yeah.
All right. June 8th. Watch Tsukihime. Everyone in the audience, remember, this is a book club. Watch Tsukihime. June 8th. Fucking set aside your calendars.
Also, congratulations, Arctic, on finishing Jedi Survivor.
And then, yeah, normally we talk about what content you have coming up. You have nothing, I believe.
Yeah, maybe not streaming.
Mm-hmm.
If I do stream, I'll post in the Discord. I can't guarantee it's going to be on the regular.
And I have more anime content coming up. Regularly scheduled videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That will keep going. I have it scheduled all the way through June, I believe. And what else do I got? Oh, yeah, you're going to start seeing some videos on Sundays for the anime channel. We're starting a new show where maybe we'll be specifically rewatching some stuff. Who knows? Look forward to that. Actually, I think that's Sunday. I think the first episode of that comes out on Sunday. Other than that, stream time, we're going for KOTOR. And I fucked around with my schedules. I'm looking at getting a capture card soon. I already talked about that. So I've created a prototype schedule, and after KOTOR, maybe, do not hold me to this. This is not an official schedule. You're getting a sneak preview. Maybe Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep.
Ooh.
Maybe. So.
Yeah, other than that, if anyone does want to actually watch the unfinished version of Retro Report, because it'll never be done, I'll do a watch party one night in Discord or whatever. Also, if anyone does care, my old band's music is on Spotify now. It's been up for a couple months now, so if you do have Spotify or Apple Music, I think it's on like everything actually. Just search up Conquer the Clouds. It is up there. The entire EP is on there. With some fun stuff. So anyone who wants to listen to it and tell me how bad or good it is, let me know.
All right. Well, I think we're ready to call it, right?
Yeah, let's call it.
All right. Well, hopefully everyone had a good time. I have been your host, Sacrabalic, your Envoy of Hope. See you June 8th. And I have been here with
ConquertheJohn, aka John, the co-host with the most terrible track record.
Oh yeah. Just for the record, here's your further motivation to make it on time. No offense intended, but a little offense intended. The first episode of the solo cast, when this podcast dies, just you're getting shit on for like 30 minutes. For the record.
I would.
You were like the worst podcast partner.
I would expect nothing less. I would expect nothing less. It's not because like I always say, it's not because I don't want to do it. It's just because sometimes I get really inside my head. Right.
You got to get out of there, man. Smell some flowers and shit.
I need some cars to get some extra powers.
You're also been powered by cars like Tom.
I'm powered by car. I need to find a parking lot.
All right. Yeah. See you later, guys. Bye bye.
Have a good night.